second. I need to go. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the House Economic Matters Committee. Today is Thursday, February 18th. We have, I think, 8 bills before us, 8 or 9 bills. The first being Delegate Howard with House Bill 842, and he is the sole witness. We'll follow that with Delegate Brooks with House Bill 777. I'd ask any other folks who've joined us on the Zoom to please have your mute button on. Even when you try to whisper, it picks it up so we can hear you and it disrupts the meeting. I'm not exactly sure. I see some of my colleagues from other committees. Delegate Anderton, I see. Who else do I see that's with us? Well, I'm sure they will reappear. Delegate Harrison. Delegate Harrison. And if there's anyone else, if we have any further guests that are with us, certainly welcome. Are you all here for the first bill, or can you tell us which bill is it?
I'm here for 832. I'm sorry.
I'm asking Delegate Harrison.
I'm sorry.
I'm here for 832.
832. Okay. So Bill 3, and certainly if you all have any questions or anything, please get my attention, jump right in and welcome. With that, Delegate Howard, we're off and running. It's on you, sir.
All right, sure. Thanks, Chair. 842 is a revisit from last year. Made it through the committee I don't even think it went through subcommittee. If it did, I'm not sure. We went to go third reader on the floor, and it was about 3 or 4 calendars down, or would have come out and unanimously like it did at a committee last year. Basically, this bill that an electric utility company will provide up to 12 months, a minimum of 12 months rather, of utility bills for a customer upon request, either electronically or in a PDF or a hard mail form. The bill is unchallenged and actually comes with a letter of support, an unsolicited letter of support. I was surprised we got it. It was an unsolicited letter of support from the Attorney General's office.
Any questions from the members? If not, thank you very much. And that's
residents in their homes with adequate food.
That concludes our hearing on House Bill 842. Now, Delegate Brooks for House Bill 777.
Let me unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, members of my committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of HB 777 as a power plant research program. That's a review of the application for Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity alterations. The purpose of this bill is to alter the circumstances in which the Public Service Commission notifies the Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Environment about applications for Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, that's a CPCN, associated with power plant constructions, and it alters the time frame under which these agencies must conduct a study and investigation after the PSC determines the application to be complete. The state certificate of CPC processes, which governs solar sightings, is increasingly experiencing delays, which will prevent the in-state solar additions required under the Clean Energy Act, CEJA. Over the time, the utility scale solar industry worked with the PSC Commission and the Power Plant Research Program on rulemaking to address some of these issues by others, and this is done via legislation. Yeah. So we've got some letters of support from the PSC and others. So this is a relatively simple bill, but we ask for a favorable report.
Any questions of the sponsor? If not, David Bugelmans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Bugelmans, here on behalf of Open Road Renewables in favor of this bill. I'm a member at the law firm Gordon Feinblatt, where I focus a large part of my practice on CPCNs for solar projects. CPCN stands for Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. It is the permit from the Public Service Commission required to construct a solar project larger than 2 megawatts in Maryland. HB 777 would make several important improvements to the CPCN process. These would ensure that the PSC has the information necessary to render an informed decision on every application. A key part of the PSC's review is the result of a government-wide study facilitated by the Power Plant Research Program at DNR. At the end of the study, PPRP typically submits to the PSC a comprehensive document called a Project Assessment Report, or PAR, and a set of licensing conditions to govern the construction and operation of the project. These two items are critical to the PSC's review, and without them, the PSC does not have the information necessary to grant a fully informed decision on an application. Under current statute, PPRP is only required to provide a PAR and licensing conditions to the PSC when PPRP recommends approval of the CPCN. On some projects opposed by the state, the agencies have relied on this language to withhold the PAR and conditions from the PSC. In other cases, PPRP has used this language to require projects to apply for and receive preemptive zoning approvals in exchange for moving forward with the essential PAR and conditions. This practice has prevented CPCN applications from reaching a decision from the PSC in a timely manner. HB 777 directly addresses this issue by requiring PPRP to provide the PSC with the PAR and proposed conditions within 6 months of receiving a complete application, along with a recommendation to either grant or deny the application. I can tell you from experience, this bill would significantly improve the efficiency of the process and allow for more applications to receive a decision on the merits in a defined timeframe. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Bugelmans? If not, thank you very much. Our final witness for this bill, Mr. Cyrus Tashikori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Cyrus Tashikori, Utility Scale Solar Energy Coalition. USEC strongly supports HB 777. As Delegate Brooks indicated, the Public Service Commission has the ultimate authority over projects subject to a CPCN, and they delegate that to PPRP. There has been a significant slowdown. What's at stake here? In our written testimony, we included a Center for Climate Strategies report that was published in November 2020 that estimates 800 million in jobs and investments that can be unlocked by addressing problems with the CPCN process. Many of these we're working with PPRP and the Public Service Commission on addressing as part of rulemaking RM 72 that's currently underway. For example, giving local governments more advance notice and opportunity for early input. We've worked very closely for months on that, but there are other problems that can only be addressed via legislation, and that's where this bill comes in. A quick word about the fiscal note. PPRP indicated in their testimony, I believe the written testimony and in the cross-file bill, that there would not be an impact on their budget from this bill applied to solar projects, and that most CPCNs are already processed in this 6-month timeframe. That said, the solar industry is very motivated to ensure that PPRP has the resources they need, and we would be happy to work with this committee to increase application fees on proposed solar projects in order to help do our part. So with that, I'll give you back the 30 seconds and happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Any questions? Delegate Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just real quickly, what are we talking all CPCNs here? This bill covers all CPCNs, right?
This bill would cover, thank you, Delegate. This is Cyrus Tashikori. This bill would cover all generation CPCNs.
So we have nuke plants in this state. You want a CPCN done in 6 months on a expansion of a nuke plant? I mean, don't you think that's a little bit, or don't you think maybe that should take a little bit longer? That would fall under this bill. And
yeah,
maybe not recently, but in the past, BGE has expressed the viability of adding a third reactor. So I understand maybe being able to do a solar in 6 months, but I think it's a little bit much to to have all CPCNs included under this. So just my two thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could say, the PSC can grant extensions, emergency extensions, Delegate, if need be.
Right. Okay. Seeing no further witnesses, House Bill 777, we will declare that public hearing is being held. We will now go to House Bill 832, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm here today to present House Bill 832. And this is a very interesting bill because essentially I've been trying to work on transitioning our school bus fleet to electric school buses for a couple of years now. And one of the things that happened is in Virginia, they came up with a program, and that program focuses on the gap of funding. So when you think about school buses, they're predominantly diesel, they burn diesel fuel, and the average kindergartner's mouth is basically the same exact height as the exhaust pipe on a diesel school bus. So how do we transition diesel school buses to electricity? And there's a significant price difference between a diesel school bus and an electric school bus, initially speaking. So what this bill does is it instructs the PSC to allow the utilities to issue a rebate to help with that transition. There are over 7,000 school buses in the state of Maryland. And the benefit of moving to electric school buses on the public health side are all of our kids that are getting off and on diesel school buses every day. That's number one. Number two is just the environmental aspect of converting to diesel school buses, which is good for everybody in the public health aspect of it. And number three is the positive economic impact. So just like most electric vehicles.
Change the stations if you want.
Sorry?
You'll see.
Delegate Branch, mute yourself.
Sorry.
No problem.
And number three, the positive economic impact. So as a lot of you probably know, electric vehicles over time end up costing far less. They cost a little bit more in the purchase price, but over time, you don't have oil changes, you don't have air filter changes, you don't have spark plug changes, you don't have near the amount of maintenance. So what the bill does is it instructs the PSC again to come up with a program with the utilities. It's anywhere from a 3 to a 5 year pilot program to allow the utilities to help in that gap of funding for the school buses. And what do the utilities get out of this? This is a great question, right? So I just talked to you about all the things that we as a society and our kids get out of it. What do the utilities get out of it? And what do we get out of it again as a number three, as a big third part of this? And the third part of this, which I think is a huge piece, and I think predominantly why it's assigned to your committee, because you understand this, and that is the utilities really like the idea of being able to use those batteries on those school buses. You're talking about hundreds or thousands of school buses with 150 to 250 kilowatt hour battery packs. Many of those school buses are not, I repeat, not being used in the summer when people are coming home and flicking on, turning on their air conditioning and using a lot of electricity. So this pilot program will give the utilities and us, and particularly your committee, the idea of getting some data to look at how we can store electricity on those buses and then use those batteries in the high times when the grid is in need of electricity. And with that, if it's all right, I'll pass it to some other members on my team that are gonna present. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know I have, well, I'll just let them come up from BG&E and anybody else that's coming up.
Tell you what, so that I don't mess up, unless you had somebody in specific that was part of your panel, I'll just go down my list.
That would be great, thank you.
All right. Robin Jessica Clark.
There's some mandate or some interruption or some, so it's not.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Robin Jessica Clark, Maryland staff attorney with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here today in support of House Bill 832. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing forward this legislation. Greenhouse gas pollution is a serious concern for the Chesapeake Bay. It causes dead zones in the bay that can threaten some of the lives of our iconic species like striped bass. Climate change as a whole creates warmer water. Warmer water holds less oxygen. It's more difficult for life to survive. And a third of that nitrogen pollution is coming into the bay from the air. And there's industrial sources like power plants, and then there are also vehicle emissions. So we are really seeking ways to reduce greenhouse gas pollution, and we appreciate this bill as a first step to something that is really, I think, a big shift and can be cost prohibitive. Here's a way forward that we can pilot and experiment with to help support our school systems reach that goal, and also to provide an example to Maryland's youth and to protect them from those toxic bus fumes on a daily basis. I'll yield back the rest of my time. Happy to answer questions. Urge the committee's support of this bill.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a question for the sponsors. Thank you for bringing this bill. I think that it's a great sort of general direction to be going in. It's a creative solution, and what they did in Virginia is exciting. I do have some questions about ownership and rate basing and those kinds of things, but we could take that offline, or I could pick it up with BG&E. My specific question to you, Delegate Frazier-Hidalgo, is just from an environmental justice perspective. It has been my intention in almost every bill that I bring to make sure that within the bill, there is a carve out that explicitly ensures that communities that have been more burdened by environmental justice get more benefit from the solutions that we're coming up with. And I'm just wondering, I took a quick look at the bill. I don't think this is in here already. I'm wondering how you'd feel about amending it so that we prioritize the opportunities for making this shift in the communities that have prioritize the pilot in the communities that have had the most environmental health issues tied to vehicle pollution. Is he there? I can't see my, oh, you're muted.
Just for the record, I didn't do that. But Delegate Charkoudian, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. I will say, I think we need to explore that, first of all. So I'm very open to it. I understand it. I totally get it. I will say that the big school bus, out of the 24 jurisdictions, there's only like 3 jurisdictions that own their own school buses, where this is a really big issue, where they don't have those funds. And that's Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and I think Frederick County. So there are opportunities in those counties to address what you're talking about. I don't know if there are as many opportunities as maybe thought, but I'm very open to that.
Wait, so that adds a new question for me. So could this only be done, is it written such that it only could be done if the jurisdiction owns its own school buses? Is that? The way that it's written is that if a jurisdiction is going to purchase a school bus, that the utility would come in and purchase the difference to go from diesel to electric. So they would purchase that difference. So if there's a school system that's not actually buying a school bus, then there's no school bus, there's no rebate or school bus to be purchased. So do you know how the school buses are owned in the other jurisdictions?
A lot of them are they're leasing with companies. They have in a lot of those smaller jurisdictions, they contract with small companies that might own 3 or 5 or 10 school buses, something like that. And we can talk a lot more about it when the rest of my panel comes up. Then I'm happy to get into a little bit more detail.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Delegate Arendt, then Delegate Adams.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Is it possible for my panel to go, because they may answer some of these questions, the rest of my panel?
I'm fine with that.
Just because I'm just thinking for time, they may answer some questions that might arise.
All right, we'll give that a try. Were there Delegate Frazier-Hidalgo, are there specific people on here that were a part of your panel?
Yes, BG&E. There's some representatives from BG&E.
Okay, then we'll call them up as part of the sponsors panel. We'll go with Charles Washington first, followed by Devesh Gupta.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Charles Washington, here on behalf of BGE in support to House Bill 832. I hope the sponsor won't mind me saying it, but when he first shared the concept of this legislation, we were a bit skeptical. But as we worked through the proposal, we realized this concept offers great promise for our Central Maryland service territory. As Maryland continues to pursue policies to transition its various fleets to electric vehicles, utilities need an opportunity to fully study and understand the impacts, any operational challenges, and the potential storage and great benefits these large fleet transitions might bring. This legislation allows electric companies to work cooperatively with willing school boards to facilitate a pilot program to test the challenges and benefits of school bus fleet transition to electric vehicles. And I guess I'll say here that our interpretation of the bill is a little different. I think that because the ownership of the school buses varies between jurisdictions, what we really appreciated, or what we read into the bill, was an opportunity to work cooperatively with the individual school boards for a pilot program that would work in their jurisdictions. Without that opportunity, it would be tough for us to execute under the bill. But what we've seen is that various states have made this work. We've already heard about Dominion in Virginia doing something similar. ComEd in New York executed a similar plan. And we think that we can make this work here in Maryland as well to help utilities be prepared for what comes next, whether it's electric transit buses or garbage trucks. All of those types of transitions will have an impact on our system, and we'd like to understand. We're in conversations with the advocates about amendments, but we're supportive of the concept. I'm joined by my colleague Devesh Gupta, who will provide kind of the substance of what this would look like for BGE. And so unless there are specific questions for me, I would turn it over to Mr. Gupta.
Mr. Gupta?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Charles, and members of the committee. So this bill is just a continuation of the ability for our iconic yellow school buses to really drive innovation and advancement, this time for environmental action and equity, really, and also to help secure our grid for the ways in which the world is changing and evolving. So Baltimore Gas and Electric, as Charles has said, strongly supports the bill for several reasons. First, a transition to electric school buses will help lead Maryland to a clean and sustainable future. The buses are free of tailpipe emissions, making the air in and around the bus cleaner and safer for students and communities, particularly in our neighborhoods where buses idle and have frequent starts and stops. One EV school bus is like taking over 70 combustion vehicles, passenger vehicles off the road. In addition, the air quality inside a diesel bus is 5 times worse than outside. So imagine the impact this could have for students that are riding on the bus. Next, the bill's provisions will help BGE to maintain its strong foundation of providing safe, reliable, and affordable energy and create a more resilient and secure energy system for tomorrow. Regarding affordability, assuming a 3-year program with a 5-year recovery for program costs, a transition to EV school buses under the bill is likely to result in bill impacts to a residential customer of less than 50 cents per month over that period, which amount doesn't even account for the downward pressure on residential bills that will come from increased electric usage by an electric fleet like this across the state. School districts, meanwhile, are likely to save money over time through a transition to electric buses because they cost almost half as much to maintain and operate. And then with the cost to consumers, though, we'll see not only healthier and cleaner communities, but also the opportunity for a more resilient and flexible grid. We'll be able to deploy these fleets when they're not being used by students to help address distribution system needs during times of stress, extreme weather events, summer peak periods, paving the way also for increased access to renewables on the system over time. So for all these reasons, we urge a favorable vote on HB 832.
Any Delegate Ahrens?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for presenting the bill. A few questions. I live in a district where we have a tremendous number of buses that we lease them. I look at something like this bill, and it really does very little for my school systems, very little for my district. Can you help me with how would we ever include somebody that actually leases buses?
So I can take a stab at that, Delegate. I think it's a great question. I will tell you that a lot of the jurisdictions, because of, and I think some of the privates as well, just because of the cost difference, just that startup cost is a little bit jarring, have looked to private funding. So there are private funding opportunities. And I think there are private companies that are willing to bridge that gap. And they bridge the gap and they will pay a lot of the rebates to help people purchase those, because they really, and I think your committee is the committee that really will understand this, they really want to be able to sell that electricity from their battery pack. So there are opportunities, there are private opportunities that do a lot of what we're talking about, but it can be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, I don't see this bill helping my district whatsoever unless we're able to come up with the dollars and cents. Mr. Gupta, you mentioned something about the cheaper in the long run.
Delegate,
I'm sorry.
I do feel like I want to at least address the comment about the dollars and cents.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that every single decision that we make as a body or as a human being, as a species, should be about dollars and cents. I mean, this is going to provide cleaner air for all Marylanders, number one, for Maryland kids, number two, and it's going to give us the opportunity to diversify how we store electricity and learn about it. I don't think it's just a dollars and cents formula or algorithm.
Well, Delegate, I would agree with you to a great extent, except in my district, it is a little bit bigger than that for us, just because it makes infinitely more rural. And I'm not necessarily picking the bill apart, but I guess from the dollars and cents of this, though, Mr. Gupta, you mentioned this part about in the long run. Do you have any information on that you could glean to us about that? Because I think these buses are pretty expensive, and I understand the thing about maintenance, but we also have an issue in my district where we have a limited amount of time where we can actually use these buses by statute. And I'm assuming that's been considered.
Thanks, Delegate. I'll try to address the maintenance issues. So the long-term costs should be less, given that there's an incentive to bridge the cost between the cost of a new diesel bus versus the cost of a new electric bus, a similar electric bus. The cost of daily operation and maintenance is quite a bit lower for electric vehicles generally over time. I think the note about being able to take advantage of a program like this too, Charles spoke to this a bit, and again, our read of the bill is a bit different because we do think that the bill provides enough flexibility to be able to work with districts with different districts and counties and the way that their bus programs are structured in order to allow whoever is providing the bus fleet for the bus services for the school district to take advantage of the rebates, certainly subject to terms and conditions so that the school district is getting all of the benefits. But we do think there's flexibility there.
Okay, you understand from my standpoint, those rebates aren't as significant as they would be for others. Okay, right?
Certainly.
And Mr. Washington, one little quick fast one for you too is you mentioned that you weren't initially on board with this concept. Can you tell me why? You'll be selling electricity.
Sure. When the sponsor originally raised the legislation, I think that we had not seen the pilot programs that had taken place around the country. And after reviewing those, I think that we really came to appreciate that fleet transition seems to be coming to Maryland. We see legislation on the topic each year. We're increasingly seeing several of the entities that are the subject of that legislation let us know that even without bills, they're beginning to transition their fleets. And there's a need for us to appreciate the impacts that those transitions would have on our system. And so, perhaps I shouldn't have made the joke about the sponsor, but really I think that it's important for us to to have the full understanding of what this transition could mean for our system. And that's why I do think that the concept is one that is meaningful and useful for our company.
Charles.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may
Delegate
add,
Adams.
Charles. Oh, I'm sorry.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the sponsor, the advantage to a diesel engine is longevity, durability, reliability. How long, based on current technology, is an electric motor due to last before it has to be replaced?
So the answer to that question is because they haven't been around as long as diesel. It's hard to say, but they're predicting anywhere from 15 to 20 years. If the motor needs to be rebuilt before that, the cost would be significantly less than, let's say, an overhaul, because you're just replacing a motor. You're not necessarily rebuilding or working on a transmission or any of the other issues that generally come with internal combustion engines. I'm sorry, you just moved. So they don't know exactly, but when you look at the electric cars that are using electric motors and electric fans that are using electric motors, the electric motors, they just last and last and last. I'm sure, just the concept of an electric motor, if you look at a ceiling fan.
I'm talking about the battery. I'm talking about the.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the electric motors.
The electric car's version of gas. How long does the battery last where it has to be replaced?
Okay, so, and I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were specifically asking about the electric motor, or you're asking about the batteries?
Batteries.
The batteries. Okay, so that's another one. But there are cars that still have their original electric batteries in them today that have gone over 1 million miles with the existing battery pack or the existing battery stack that they've been using. Right. So the chemistry is getting better and better every day. A lot of it depends, I think, on how well you take care of the batteries. So
how do you dispose of the battery?
So the batteries for cars, the batteries for school buses are worth a lot of money. So they don't really get disposed of. What they do is they get repurposed. So what they'll do is they'll take the battery and they'll reuse it in a utility grade backup solution, or they'll reuse it in a home backup solution. They reuse the batteries. And then after you go through all of those cycles, then there are companies that actually take the batteries and take them apart and take out all the precious metals and just reuse them.
So Charles Washington, you just came off the phone line here, but my question to BGE is, who gets the phone call when the grid goes down, when the power goes out temporarily or for a longer period of time, when you're trying to get school buses on the road? Who's going to field that call?
Thank you, Delegate. If there's a power outage in our service territory, we would expect to field the phone call. I think that part of the design here is that we would work closely with the school boards to implement their program to avoid those types of situations, but power outages happen and we would take that call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Pippy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, good to see you, as always. I do have a question. Obviously, you mentioned that this would give the electric company the ability to charge an increased rate to ratepayers to cover the difference. So my question is, and back onto the dollars and cents piece, is what sort of money is generated or value is generated if an electric bus is used throughout the school year and it generates electricity and it's stored in some sort of battery that we have access to during the summer months? What's that worth?
I'll let
and you can ballpark it. Just
yeah, you know what? I'll let BG&E know. I'll let them answer the question, because you're talking about peak hours in the middle of July or August. Those electrons are going to be worth more, but I should just let BG&E answer that.
Yeah, Mr. Gupta is probably best prepared to discuss the grid benefits.
Yeah, and really the grid benefits are there will be an opportunity to reduce the investments that will need to be made and delay investments, right? As renewables are coming online and there's more pressure on the system, we might be able to use a fleet of mobile batteries, electric school buses, to be able to meet system needs in different places over time to help balance the system. as renewables are gaining in adoption. So it's hard to quantify just how much a fleet might be able to reduce the cost of investment or the timing of investments right now. But that's the general idea with how they could do so. And then the other thing to think about is the increased revenues that will be generated for the electricity that will be used as fuel for these buses is going to help to drive down the overall cost of the system, since the cost of the system will be spread over more kilowatt hours that are being sold, obviously, to be used by these buses. So there's a number of things we still have to look into in terms of calculations, specific calculations. And I'm sorry, I can't provide a more specific answer right now.
Well, and then the reason I ask is because there are some very hard costs. So for example, if you just Google the cost of electric school buses compared to diesel, they say they're twice as expensive, or on average $200,000 more. In the bill, you have a dollar cap at $50 million, no less than 25 electric buses. Obviously, it would be very easy just to allow an electric company to increase rates on payers to cover the difference, right? I mean, and electricity is not a bad thing. Electric buses is not a bad thing, but I would hope that there's actually a savings somewhere, that it's not just some sort of kind of scheme to, I mean, yeah, we can have ratepayers subsidize everything, but we got to balance the interests here, from the average ratepayer to just subsidizing the cost for a very expensive fleet. In Frederick County, they actually wanted to increase the county buses from diesel to electric, and it was in the millions of dollars. I mean, it was a very expensive note for that. So anyways, if you get back to me on that, that would be very helpful for me to actually know what is the tangible potential savings of some sort of plan like this, or are we simply just subsidizing the cost of very expensive buses, on the backs of ratepayers? But thank you very
Delegate
much.
Pipke, thank you very much for that point. And I think you've really nailed the reason that we're supportive of the bill, right? It's because it's a pilot program that allows us to generate the data to answer the detailed questions you're asking, and to fully appreciate what all the impacts might be when there's a bill before you looking at a fuller implementation of electric school buses at some point in the future. So we do think that this will provide us the data and knowledge that we need, and that's why we support the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting concept, because I remember watching the news in the DC area in Virginia had a program like this, but didn't Dominion, and I was thinking, wow, we should do this in Maryland, but didn't Dominion, the power company, didn't they give them the buses? Didn't they provide them with free buses? And if that's the case, I wonder, have any of our utilities stepped up and provided any buses for these school systems to trial? If you're going to do a pilot program, see if it works, see if it's efficient, see if the school system wants to start investing in these buses.
Thanks, Delegate Walker. Actually, the proposal that is before you is quite similar to what happened in Virginia. And so Dominion did not give school buses, but they helped to cover the difference in price between a diesel school bus and an electric school bus, so that from a price perspective, the school system was held whole. And so that's what this program would do as well. So it's very similar.
They didn't need a bill to do it, though.
They actually passed legislation last year.
So it was legislation that they passed in Virginia that enabled them to do that. So if BGE wanted to give some buses to Baltimore, would anything prevent that from happening? You could do it, right? It'd just be a matter of whether or not the school system were to take them on.
Well, there's not money.
We think it's helpful to have a statutory construct for this type of pilot program.
I get it. You want the tax credit, why not do it? But, while we're trying to, people have some legitimate concerns on the pricing, if it's effective, it's going to work. So I'd like to see us go in that direction. My next question is to Delegate Frazier Dalga. So I was looking, when I was looking in reading the bill, I was hoping it said something like maybe we need to have a bill that says in future purchases, our school systems should not purchase buses that are not electric, knowing that's the way we need to go. And that way, because I know all buses have a shelf life by state law, they can only stay on the road so long anyway. So why not say, you know what, if you're going to buy buses in the future, they need to have some type of energy, whether they're diesel or energy, whatever it may be, to help out with the climate.
I think that's a brilliant idea. I've had that bill in and went to Ways and Means for 2 years in a row. So,
oh man,
so we amended it a little bit and we got closer on it, but it's yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's really the way we need to go. But the problem, Delegate Walker, to your point, is that there's that gap. I mean, the buses pay out over time, but there's that initial cost that's really, which is where a lot of private companies are standing up, and this is another opportunity to try and bridge that gap.
I missed the initial comment you made. What is that gap? How much is the difference between an brand new electric bus and a brand new diesel bus, as somebody's mentioned earlier?
So I'll just generalize it, and then we can go from there. It really depends on exactly what you want on said bus. For example, the size of the bus. Do you want seatbelts on the bus? What equipment do you want on the bus? What are the
ballpark? Comparing apples to apples.
Probably about $100,000 difference.
There's a $100,000 difference, and I know Delegate Wilson drives a Tesla, so he knows a lot about electricity and stuff. So you could recoup that over the shelf life of it, right?
Absolutely, yeah, and then some.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Delegate Mose.
Thanks, Chairman. And I believe the question is best for Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. Have you talked about this proposal with any school superintendents?
And pretty much in my own county, I've had a lot. There are in Montgomery County, they're already looking at doing this. They're trying to figure out this exact issue with the gap funding. Like, how do we get the gap funding? And I think that they have been talking with some private companies that are doing kind of what the utilities are talking about doing, but it's just a lot. It's complicated in that respect. But yes, I have had conversations. Montgomery County is pursuing it. I don't know exactly where they are in the contracting, but
it's not feasible.
I don't know where they are. I know that they have been working with a couple of private companies. They've got RFPs out and things. It's just, I don't exactly know where Montgomery County is. I know that they want to go in this direction, but again, there are these, constant kind of that big ticket, that price difference is challenging for all the counties.
Yeah, so that's why that was the essence of my question is the bill. What do we need the bill? Why do we need a bill? And the bill is because there's this cost gap,
right,
to try to transition. And I guess I think my concerns were illustrated earlier. You have a mandate, and if you're replacing buses that you buy new electric buses, I can see the writing on the wall, kind of where we're going with this. And I think it'd be really important before you move forward or take it to that level that you have at least contacted or got a full vetting from the local superintendents who are crunching the dollars to make things work in our schools. Because I know in some of my districts, there's a huge financial crunch that they haven't even begun to try to digest with the Kerwin bill that we just passed. And but you answered my question, and that was the essence of what the bill's doing. So
right, and I will add, Delegate Motz, that again, this is a pilot. It's a 3 to 5 year pilot, so we can gather some data and try and figure out what the best way to implement this moving forward is.
Renewable energy pilots have a very high positivity for moving forward. So that's, it's a popular thing, but I just wanted to share that concern with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Schatz.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to testify?
Yes.
Now would be the time.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dave Schatz. I'm Director of Strategy at PEPCO and Delmarva Power and Light. I'll keep my testimony brief today. I've been asked to testify on behalf of the companies at the request of Ivel and Neer, the registered lobbyist for both companies. PEPCO and Delmarva Power and Light strongly support HB 832 to establish a zero emission school bus pilot program. as others on the panel have noted, electrification is growing, and within electrification, the segment of fleets is growing even more rapidly, and particularly buses. Electric school buses are coming up in prominence nationwide. There are many companies that are starting to build these buses, and they're being deployed in nearly every state nationally. This is a huge opportunity for the state of Maryland to, double down on its many commitments. It has aggressive goals for transportation electrification, and the program advanced in this bill really will help to achieve those goals. There is a cost differential when coming to electric school buses from more traditional or conventional fuel types. And so this program really helps address those cost gaps and helps to deploy in neighborhoods and communities across the state. The utility role in this bill is really significant in that it's enabling us as the utilities to optimize a lot of the benefits that have already been mentioned here today. One example is the vehicle to grid technology, which will allow us to capture a lot of the idle time for these school buses, put batteries to use by having the energy go back onto the grid at times that would be beneficial. And so again, optimizing the grid, optimizing this technology, bringing more and more benefits to communities from this specific kind of technology. So again, I'll keep my comments brief. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Delegate Mouts.
All right, Chairman, I got to take my hand down.
Delegate Walker. Okay. Darrell Carrington. Donald Goldberg.
Mr. Chairman, you should also have the League of Conservation Voters and CHISPA or Ramon maybe on there.
Going down the list on them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Donald Goldberg.
Oh, there I go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Chairman, thank you. My name is Donald Goldberg. I'm the Executive Director of Climate Law and Policy Project, testifying in favor of House Bill 832. Most of what I had intended to say has already been covered, so I don't think there's any point in my repeating what's already been said, but I would like to note a couple of things. I mean, one is, we all know what a terrible threat climate change poses, and the solution, we've been told, is to electrify everything. And the only way we can do that is by supporting our grid with good storage technology. Vehicle to grid technology is one of the most clever technologies for doing that, and we have it available today. And school buses are unique in that they're not used for most of the day, and they're not used, many of them are not used at all in the summer when demand is at its peak. So and as has been said, many states are doing this. I think it makes sense to have this be a pilot program. We do have some concerns that we have put in our written testimony, some changes we'd like to see, like Delegate Charkoudian. We want to see some specific equities built into the bill. We want to make sure that because we believe that in the long run, this is a technology that will save money, we want to make sure those savings flow to the schools. And that could be more explicit in this bill. The study that Delegate Fraser Hidalgo has mentioned is extremely important. We have to make sure we get all the details we need so that we know how to move forward in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ramon Palencia Calvo.
Chairman Davis, members of the committee, Ramon Palencia Calvo, Deputy Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 832. This bill is a priority for Maryland LCB, and we thank Delegate Fresher Hidalgo for his long-standing leadership on this issue. House Bill 832 will benefit school districts, utilities, students and communities, and the climate. This bill has the potential to serve as a model for Maryland to transition diesel school buses to clean electric buses, thus reducing carbon emissions and other toxic pollutants that contribute to climate change and harm the health of our children and communities. We strongly believe, however, that there are three provisions in this bill that should be strengthened to maximize benefits. First, we believe that school systems should develop a plan for training and retaining any employees affected by this pilot program. Second, participating school systems should consider equity criteria when deploying electric school buses. And third, school systems should determine when the school buses are not in use in order for utilities to use the batteries. And any electricity provided by a school system that is used by the utility should be replaced at no cost to the school system. If it will be helpful to spell this out, we will work with the sponsor to submit amendments. Finally, I would like to highlight two key elements of this program. Vehicle to grid technology. This will allow electric buses to put their stored energy back to the grid, benefiting utilities by providing grid stability, extra capacity, access to emergency power, and facilitating the integration of renewable energy to the grid. This technology has the potential to generate revenue for school districts in the future by monetizing the energy stored in electric school batteries. The second is the potential for this program to produce actionable data to inform school districts, their bus contractors, and utilities in ways to finance the higher upfront cost of electric school buses, eliminating the need to put a charge on ratepayers in the future. We strongly believe that this program has the potential to accelerate the deployment of electric school buses in Maryland, benefiting schools, utilities, and children. For those reasons, Maryland Eagle Conservation voters strongly urges a favorable report on this priority bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions? If not, thank you very much. That concludes our hearing on House Bill 832. I'm going to make a let me try that again. I'm going to make a slight deviation. I want to ask, I'm assuming it's Delegate Charkoudian to just introduce House Bill 768, and I'll hear from County Executive Elridge, and then we will go back to House Bill 33 and we'll pick up House Bill 768 at the end of the agenda. So Delegate Charkoudian, if you are the presenter for the delegation, if you want to present it, and then we let the county executive testify so we can return to the agenda as scheduled.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just give me 1 second. Delegate Lorg Charkoudian testifying on behalf of House Bill 768, which this year is Montgomery County's bill. I'm testifying on behalf of the county. But you all know that I've worked very closely on this issue of community choice energy, and you probably remember our discussions from last year. So I'll give you a quick overview of what the bill does. And then I guess we'll hear from the executive, and then I'll take questions now or later. So first, I just want to say that this bill, Community Choice Energy, is nearly identical to the bill that we passed out of here last year. If you recall, last year we started with a bigger statewide authorization. We ended up working together and compromising and designing what was essentially a Montgomery County pilot opportunity. I appreciated the chair's comments on the fact that the pilot really gave us an opportunity to find out, of the years of debate of whether this was a good thing or not. This would give us an opportunity to find out how effective this was. And so that's what we passed last year. So over the interim, the county has now, because it was going to be a Montgomery County pilot, this year we're bringing this back as a Montgomery County bill. So it's been through the delegation process. There's a few other changes that are related to the work that I did with PEPCO and BG&E in the interim, and you'll note that they have removed their opposition. They are now neutral on the bill as a result of some of the issues that I took care of with them. So that's sort of just in comparison to last year. Now, as a review, the bigger picture for folks who don't remember from last year, community choice energy is a really powerful choice of a form of energy democracy. in that what it does is it puts the choices around energy purchasing in the hands of democratically elected leaders. It has led across this country to lower rates for consumers, more clean energy, and has allowed local government to work with residents to develop to ensure that local values around job creation, local values around clean energy, are all integrated into the energy decisions. So what happens is that by aggregating and purchasing on behalf of all of the residents, a county, in this case, a municipality in other areas of the country, is able to get the best possible rates on the cleanest possible energy. And that's really what it is that Montgomery County is interested in pursuing. So the technical side of this is that right now, if Montgomery County residents do nothing, their electric supply decisions are made through PEPCO and SOS. They're automatically in the PEPCO pool of SOS service. If Montgomery County residents choose another supplier, and I think we have close to 300 in this state, they choose another supplier, then they continue to get their electricity from the poles and the wires from PEPCO, some BG&E, mostly PEPCO, and then they get their electricity, the actual sort of electrons, from this third-party supplier. Now, with community choice energy, the default, instead of the default being PEPCO, which is what it is now, the default would be the county's community choice energy program. Now, those residents would still have the choice to select any of the 300 suppliers. None of them are taken off the table. They still have the choice to pick back into PEPCO's SOS service if they choose. They just now have one more choice, and this additional choice is their default supplier, and that is the community choice energy. And the fact that it is a default supplier is what gives it the ability to do this bulk purchasing that allows it to get lower prices for consumers and allows it to get clean energy at those lower prices. I won't go through a lot of the details, but I do have a lot of detailed information if folks have additional questions on any of those specifics. I did do a significant work on the bill, as folks might recall from last year. I did some national research. I looked at multiple other states. I spent a lot of time with the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel to make sure that even while we write a bill that is a very strong bill for community choice energy, we write it in a way that doesn't have any unintended negative consequences for remaining customers in PEPCO, BG&E, Potomac Edison, or others in the SOS service territory. So we've really walked a very fine line and met a lot of those nuanced details to make sure that it is beneficial for everyone in the program and doesn't harm anyone out of the program. And ultimately, we hope that if it has good outcomes, it'll also have additional benefits as potentially it could expand outside the pilot. I do want to speak to a couple of points in the opposition. You'll hear from them, I guess, much later, but I just want to highlight a couple things for you. Most of the opposition you'll see comes from the third-party suppliers. These third-party suppliers, so we no longer have opposition from BG&E and PEPCO. As I said, we worked with them and they are at neutral now. But these third-party suppliers have a somewhat unusual way of doing math. So the way that, if you recall from your 7th, 8th, 9th grade math, when you have X number of things and you add 1 to X, you always have a number that's greater than X. X plus 1 is always greater than X. And yet what you hear these suppliers saying is this will take away choice. What they mean is they're afraid of the competition. And I'll come back to that in a second. I just want to make sure everyone's really clear that no choice is taken away. If you have a CCE, where once you only had PEPCO plus 300 suppliers, now you have a CCE and PEPCO and 300 suppliers. So you have one more choice amongst all the choices that you currently have. The second thing that I want to highlight is that these third-party suppliers in their testimony are positioning themselves and articulating that they are worried about consumer protections, that this is bad for consumers. And so I want to point you to the Office of People's Counsel, in fact, the body in this state that is responsible for protecting consumers and ratepayers, has indicated that they are enthusiastically endorsing House Bill 768, and they think the concept has tremendous potential to further both the consumer and environmental interests of residential customers. So I think it's really important that we're clear about who is speaking for consumer protection, and that those whose job it is to speak for consumer protections in the state are in favor of this bill. So it's Office of People's Counsel, and then the other is the nonprofit MCRC, Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition. The reality is that what generally happens with CCEs is the price comes down. And so third-party suppliers that are worried about that additional competition when that price drops will be opposing this bill. But what I would remind them and remind you is that the reason that we went into the direction of a competitive market was to get better prices for consumers. So now we add another tool in the mix that can get better prices for consumers. And we have folks who previously said competition was good for consumers now saying, nope, not when it's this kind of competition. And in fact, I met with one of the third-party suppliers who accidentally slipped up in the conversation with me and in fact said, well, the thing we don't like about CCEs is the price comes down so low, it's hard for us to compete. It's hard for us to peel the customers away from that. Well, I would say to you, it's my job, it's our job to create what is good for our consumers and our constituents, not to worry about whether or not they're able to peel customers away. So, I'll close there. You'll get to hear from the county executive, and then we'll either take some questions now if they're for him and me together, or later as you wish to do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. County Executive Elrich.
Okay. Let me get myself lined up again. So first of all, thank you for taking time to give me an opportunity to testify this afternoon. I know you've got a busy plate, and I actually listened to the entire discussion that went on for the previous hour, and it was really interesting. We all know we're in the midst of a climate emergency. Your attention and the time you're spending today indicates that you know that as well. I want to thank Delegate Charkoudian for putting this legislation in again, because we think it's really important. We've declared a climate emergency. We're calling on all levels of government to initiate a massive global mobilization to restore a safe climate and to transform the climate by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2027. And we're very interested in initiating large-scale efforts to remove excess carbon from the atmosphere. There are more things coming online as we go on, so I get more optimistic about our ability to be successful at this as things progress. We all have to take possible steps to address climate change and move to clean renewables as quickly as widely as possible, and this work must be done at every level of government. My own county is beginning to experiment. We're going to be putting, for example, solar glass and solar panels on buildings to see whether we can use the vertical surfaces of buildings to produce electricity as possibly a model for the private sector to be able to follow. So we're not just interested in doing it, but we're looking at how the county can model things that would make it possible. We are very interested in House Bill 768 since it gives the county an important tool as we work toward eliminating greenhouse gas emissions. It lets us negotiate, and it means that people are going to be coming to us and offering us programs that maximize our effort to impact the environment. And that puts us, I think, in a really strong position to drive good deals. And as Delegate Charkoudian said, our job is, to protect ratepayers at the end of the day. But if somebody can't compete, that's not a bad thing. That means you found a really good supplier who's willing to put things on a table that is the best price you can get. And that's our goal, is to drive this system to one where we can get the cleanest energy possible at the best price possible and use the buying power of the county, our ability to offer a large contract that would require clean, reliable energy at a reasonable price. And I can't think a better way for Montgomery County to encourage competition than to do this. I actually think this will encourage competition rather than stifle competition. We're a big market, 1 million people, and a substantial commercial core and businesses that are heavy consumers of energy. there's a lot of reason to want to be able to participate in our market. And I think by opening up that market, we will initiate more change and innovation in the energy sector. We just released our climate draft action plan. And, I think, our goal is 80% reduction by 2027 and 100% by 2035. Our goals are a little bit more ambitious than the state's goals. We are going to work hard, but, we set these goals ambitiously because we didn't want to set an easy goal, make the goal and say job done, because we know the job's not done really until we get ourselves down to a zero emission environment. So I just want to thank you very much, ask you to please support the bill. We think it's important, and we're a good place to try it out in, because the buying power of 1 million people ought to give us a good idea of what's possible in the market for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Like, as I indicated, we'll come back to this hearing at the appropriate time, but I want to go back to House Bill 33 to finish up with Delegate Frazier Hidalgo, as well as our colleagues from ENT if they are still with us. So Delegate Frazier Hidalgo, can you do House Bill 33, please?
Yes, sir. I would be delighted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the committee and my indulgence. This is the only other bill I'll have before you. So look, I want to start out with just saying you've heard this bill. I think this is the third year, so you know the basics of the bill. It's basically carbon pricing, and you are aware that between federal, state, and local, mostly federal, there are incentives and rebates in excess of $100 billion a year, every year, for the fossil fuel industry. And all this does is try to help level the playing field. And folks often ask, well, this isn't fair. This is not a level playing field. And my response to them, which has been my response in this committee several years, is if you want to level the playing field, then we need to do this bill. Or we need to withdraw all of the incentives that are given every year to the fossil fuel industry. Because what ends up happening is the fossil fuel industry gets these incentives, and then we burn fossil fuels, hence doing damage to our earth and to our lungs and to our people and to our kids. And what ends up happening is we the taxpayer end up paying for that. We pay for it in public health. We pay for it in sea level rise. We pay for it in a number of ways. As you know, Maryland is second only to Louisiana as far as coastal area is concerned. We have 3,100 miles of coastal areas. So we are very susceptible, more than just about any other state, to sea level rise. So with that said, I do have a presentation I think that we're going to go through. And then I'll clear up. I'll be a lot quicker this year than I have been in the past years because most of you have heard this several times. Molly, can you start the presentation, please?
I requested access, but it says host disabled screen sharing. So I asked Denise.
Okay.
If she could enable it. And she said she would. I'm just waiting.
And Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, David. I mean, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're waiting on that, is it all right if we do like we did on our last hearing? And I'll go and then, have all of the advocates come up, and then we can go to questions from there.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Well, in the meantime, I will, I'll start on what I have as the first slide just to prep everyone. When we talk about level the playing field and we talk about how to transition to renewables for the betterment of our society and our people as a whole, human beings and wildlife, one of the things that I think is missed, and I wanted to pivot and do something a little bit different this year with this committee, because I know that so much of this committee's deals with energy policy and utilities and business. So what you'll see is the very first slide, which I'm going to preview for you right now. And that is from a business perspective. Marylanders pay to other states to generate our electricity in the neighborhood of $16 billion a year. So if you think about it, the big question would be, why are we as Marylanders spending $16 billion a year, giving them to some of our neighboring states like Pennsylvania and West Virginia so that those states can generate electricity for us. And the added insult to us not being able to generate our own electricity, clean electricity, is that we're paying these states, we're paying Pennsylvania and we're paying West Virginia to provide us electricity. So that's 16 billion Maryland dollars that are leaving. But the icing on the cake, or the cherry on top, is that mostly what they do is burn fossil fuels, and they pollute the air, and they give us the electricity for our $16 billion. The other thing they do is give us some of the worst air quality in the country, in the state of Maryland, because while they're burning those fossil fuels that we're paying them to do for the electricity, all that blows, a good part of it blows right back into Maryland. So the irony is that we're paying them to pollute our own state. And why would we do that? So that'll be the first one on the slide when the slide comes down. And you'll see a graphic on the second one about the amount of money that is paid out, that we as Marylanders pay our neighboring states to produce dirty electricity and then dump all of that back on us. So we pay for it twice. The fossil fuel industry would like us to pay for it 3 times. So, okay, I think we have it up now, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody see okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I talked about slide 1 already, so we can pretty much go through that pretty quickly, but you can see the $16 billion a year that we're paying outside. So from a business perspective, that makes no sense to continue to do things the way we've been doing things, is my point. Slide number 2, and we can get you these slides later if you'd like them. We can provide them to the committee. Kind of shows the amount of dollars going outside the state to our neighboring states for them to provide dirty electricity to us. And then of course, all the pollution and carbon emissions, they just dump back into the state, which we breathe. Slide number 3 is just kind of talks about overall what we look at as temperatures. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about climate change because I've done that in the past. And I think this committee pretty much knows what's going on, even if you just look at what's going on in the last couple of days with violent weather swings. And then slide number 4, that's our very own Route 50 in Prince George's County. So we can see, where that yields. Slide number 5 is the remaining coal-fired power plants that we have in the state of Maryland. And you can see from, an environmental justice aspect to this bill and to something we were talking about in the last bill, you can see where a lot of these coal-fired power plants are located. And then if you go to slide 6, you can actually see the population densities in those coal-fired power plant areas. And if you go over to columns 3 and 4, all the way to the average income, residents within 3 miles, you can see the number of people, in some cases 25,000, 14,000, 25,000 people living within 3 miles of these areas where they're burning coal. Again, going directly into our citizens' lungs. And if you look at the average income, you can look at that in Allegheny County, the average income is $12,982 for the people that live within 3 miles. So from an environmental justice perspective, we need to do more than we're doing, is my point. And you'll hear more about that from my panel. And then lastly, number 7, the 7th slide goes to what we've talked about in previous years, which is what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? This program, this bill, essentially establishes a carbon fee so that when fossil fuel industry wants to bring in carbon fossil fuels into the state of Maryland, they'll pay a fee for it. Our very own Attorney General has issued, as you recall, maybe from last year, an opinion, and it's in the bill that they cannot pass those costs through to Marylanders. So they have to eat those costs. That's part of the bill. And so the question really becomes, like, why wouldn't we pass this bill? Why wouldn't we have the fossil fuel industry pay for the damage they're doing? Why are they getting these subsidies? And why are they getting a free ride? And why are we allowing them to get a free ride? And why are we as taxpayers picking up the cost for increased sea level rise in the Chesapeake Bay and all around? Why are we paying the cost for these torrential downpours that we're getting? Why are we paying the cost for having to look across the country, what's going on right now with the temperatures in Texas and all around the country? Just look at it. This is where it all is. So the question really becomes, why are we paying for all this? Now, what the bill does is it generates a lot of money. And as most of you will probably remember, and it is on slide 7, a significant amount of that money goes directly to Kerwin. It goes to $350 million of it goes to Kerwin. And you may ask, well, what does this have to do with climate change? And what I would say to you is that we are in a situation in which we need to educate our kids that are going to be our leading scientists and our leading engineers tomorrow to help figure out how to do carbon capture, to help figure out how to reduce carbon, to how to recapture carbon. Whatever it is that we're going to need to do, we need some really, really smart people to do it, to undo what our generations have done. There is a benefit fund that, no matter how this plays out, ensures that people that are in lower income sections of our society are made whole. So you don't have to worry about whether, however this shakes out as far as state's attorney or anybody else is concerned, there's going to be a certain aspect of our society that is not going to be charged for this. So you don't have to worry about that. And the third piece, which is another significant piece, just goes to set up a commission and work on how we move forward and spend these monies as the best way we can to mitigate the climate change, and work on projects and work on solutions to help make sure that as we move forward, we have the funding we need to at least start to reverse or stop the direction that we've become so accustomed to going. There's no defense here for the fossil fuel industry. Most of you know that the fossil fuel industry had their scientists back in the 1960s and 70s knew this was going on. They knew it. It's not like they didn't know, they knew it, and they burned the fossil fuels and helped really to put us in a position we're in now. And all this bill does is says they should actually start paying for it instead of pulling the money out of your pocket, instead of pulling the money out of our pockets. Let the fossil fuel company pull the money out of their pockets. It's really a no lose. It's really a no lose. So with that said, I'd like to turn it to my other panel members, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. Thank you.
Wandra Ashley Williams.
Yes, Wandra Ashley Williams. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Wandra Ashley Williams, and I am the Regional Director for Climate Exchange Maryland. And I want to thank our sponsor. He did an excellent job presenting this bill, telling you what it's all about, and he has been a great sponsor, and we do appreciate him. I submitted my written testimony to you, so I'm going to take my 2 minutes to just talk about the coalition that we built around this bill. It is the Rebuild Maryland Coalition. We started last year building that coalition, and by the end of session, which was March, we had 28 organizations. Now we have 42, and every other day we're picking up other organizations. When people hear about this bill, they're interested in it, they learn about it, they want to support it because it makes sense. In addition to our strong climate environmental organizations that we have on board, we also have at the table our labor partners, education, civil rights, community-based organizations, veterans, faith-based organizations, individuals from the Eastern Shore, as well as our student groups. We have a large student group that includes not just high school students, but college students as well. And several of them will talk to you today about why they're so passionate about this bill. And they're passionate for the same reasons that we are passionate. It's because this is their future. This is our future. And we want to make sure that we leave them a planet where they can live out their potential. Another thing I want to mention is that we did develop a tool that will send you some comments from your constituents as far as what they believe, why they want to support this bill. I want to leave you with this. We can continue to kick the can down the road. You know, now is the time for us to make bold decisions, tough decisions about the future of our country and indeed this world. Now is the time to pass a practical carbon pricing bill that will benefit the entire state. I'm going to just give you a quote from one of my champions, and that's John Lewis, the late John Lewis, when he said, "If not us, then who? If not now, then when? It's in your hands." And so with that, I want to thank you and ask that you give a favorable report to HB 33. Thank you.
Delegate Hidalgo, who are the other members of your panel?
Secretary of Education, former Secretary of Education, John King. I think we also have Jamie DeMarco from CCAN.
No, he's not.
No, Anthony Fields from CCAN.
Okay, Anthony.
Are those the?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, then let's go to them. John King.
Thanks, Chairman Davis, and thank you to members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. And I appreciate Delegate Fraser Hidalgo's leadership on this issue. I'm testifying both in my capacity as former U.S. Secretary of Education for President Obama and as the founder of Strong Future Maryland, an organization committed to a more just future for the state. I want to make 3 quick points. You have our written testimony. One, there's tremendous urgency for action on climate. We're seeing that literally every day, but we know in Maryland we're already experiencing the consequences of climate change, from flooding in Howard County to salt intrusion in farmlands on the eastern shore. Two, this is a moment where we can address a major racial justice issue. As Delegate Fraser Hidalgo described, Maryland suffers from substantial air pollution. Actually, we've been shown to be the state with the highest mortality rate for air pollution, and that those consequences disproportionately fall on communities of color. Communities of color disproportionately suffer from asthma. It's particularly true in Baltimore City as a result of air pollution. So this is an urgent racial justice issue. The third point is there's tremendous opportunity in this bill, both to accelerate investment in renewable energy and a future green economy, but also to set aside dollars for education. The Kerwin bill, the blueprint for Maryland that just passed, is such an important investment in education, but it's just a down payment. We are going to need to continue to invest to address the learning loss that students have suffered from COVID. We're going to need to continue to invest in early childhood. We have a long way to go to get to universal access to quality early childhood experiences for kids in Maryland from 0 all the way through pre-K. We're going to continue to need to invest in strengthening career and technical education as we prepare young people for a transitioning economy. So this bill's commitment to funding education is vitally important to why it should pass. I hope you'll move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Anthony Field, this is the last of the delegates panel, and then I'll entertain questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Anthony Field, the Maryland Campaign Coordinator for Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I'm going to keep it relatively short because I did submit written comments and the sponsor did a wonderful job detailing the benefits of this bill. So on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund and our tens of thousands of members in Maryland, I strongly urge a favorable report on HB 33. The children of Maryland deserve a world-class education and livable world in which to use that education, and the Climate Crisis and Education Act will work to give them both of those things. The data shows us that if we stay the course and continue our over-reliance on fossil fuels, children born today will see places like Ocean City disappear due to sea level rise. They will live to see once-in-a-lifetime hurricanes, winter storms, wildfires, droughts, food shortages, and other severe conditions happen multiple times a year, and we're already seeing this. To avoid this fate, we must reduce our greenhouse gas emissions at least 60% by 2030 and have net zero emissions by 2045. To achieve emission reductions of this scale, we know that we will need funds. We will need an equitable transition to protect our workers who have kept the lights on for decades. We will need to invest in Black and Brown communities that have been overburdened by fossil fuel infrastructure. And we will need to pay for homes to switch from gas furnaces to electric heat pumps. All of this will cost money, and taxpayers should not have to foot the bill. Big fossil fuel executives should. This bill will improve the economy, reduce racial disparities, protect everyday Marylanders, all while helping solve the climate crisis. Again, I've submitted written testimony, which includes more details regarding our position. CCAN Action Fund, and our Maryland members urge a favorable report. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I have one last person, Jonah.
Yes.
Jonah Kerman-Fabe. He's the last one on my initial panel.
What's the name?
Jonah.
Okay, Jonah Faber.
Yep, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jonah Kerman-Faber, and I'm the National Research Director for Climate Exchange, and I specialize in state energy and health economics. I am testifying today in strong support of House Bill 33. And I'm here to argue that when you look at the numbers, it's clear that HB 33, first and foremost, is actually not about the morality of the climate crisis. It is an economic development and public health initiative. And I'm going to illustrate that using two numbers. I know we like to talk dollars and cents here. So the first number is 73 billion. 73 billion is a conservative estimate of the dollars of public health damages from air pollution that Maryland experiences every year. This is based off the most recent findings from last month that found in that same study that 1 out of every 5 deaths globally is from air pollution. Every study, the story gets worse and worse. You know, here in Maryland, 1/3 of counties in the state have an F rating for ozone pollution. And so there are tens of thousands of lives to be saved in Maryland with this bill. The second number is 100,000 green jobs, which is what this bill could create over 10 years. As a rule of thumb, every $1 million you invest in green recovery creates about 10 jobs. And also that same million attracts an additional 3 million more in federal and private capital than what the state invested. So with those two combined, the numbers add up to 100,000 over 10 years. And so this bill is a very potent adrenaline shot to Maryland's job market, particularly in recovery from COVID-19 and the related recession, and particularly with the investments into Kerwin. We know this because carbon pricing has been delivering on some of these benefits in a modest scale in Maryland already through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, you know, creating 50,000 or so jobs over the first 10 years in the region and 10 billion in economic and health benefits. And that's with what experts consider a very weak program. This bill captures those benefits at a larger scale and specifically for Maryland. For these reasons and many more, I urge a favorable vote on HB 33 in this committee. Thank you.
All right, now questions. I think the first one I saw was Delegate Fisher. Then I thought I saw Delegate Aarons and maybe Delegate Howard. Am I saying that correctly?
I think Delegate Wilson was first. But
no, Mr. Chair, Delegate Aarons didn't even have a question, nor did Delegate Howard.
I wasn't talking to you. Well, whoever was first, let's get us started.
Go ahead, CT.
Thank you, Mark. David, I've got some questions for you. Just listening to the testimony. Could you please tell me, first of all, you're talking about these fossil fuel incentives. Are these the incentives that Marylanders themselves pay out?
No, most of them are federal. Most of them are federal incentives that they've been given to the fossil fuel industry for close to probably 100 years at this point.
And what's the rationale for that?
Well, a lot of the rationale for that, well, this is a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, just
that said, you know, it allows the fossil fuel companies to go into, you know, parkland and federal lands and mine and drill for oil in a much more affordable fashion than if they have to pay for the land themselves.
Okay.
A lot of it's land grants. A lot of
I understand.
it's land grants.
Now I understand. All right. You're talking about the $16 billion per year that Maryland has to pay other states. What stops Maryland from producing that amount of electricity for themselves?
Well, you know, I think that's a really great question. It's probably a question more that I would say for your committee. I mean, I think that there's an opportunity to transition Maryland, and which we have with the Clean Energy Jobs Act of 2019, and a lot of the work that's come out of your committee, frankly, I mean, most of the work that's come out of your committee to transition us to create, you know, renewable jobs. So I think this will help to create those renewable jobs and help us spending Maryland dollars outside of the state.
So it's that initiative, the Green Jobs Initiative, that you believe that will eventually get us to where we're spending Maryland dollars in Maryland for the energy, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope here, that like, why would we spend Maryland dollars in West Virginia and Pennsylvania? Why don't we spend Maryland dollars here in Maryland, right?
Got you. Right.
Local, absolutely.
All right. Now that I'm done with the softballs, I got to ask you, I've heard this bill before. This is one of the bills I think about a lot when I'm out of session, because I know why this bill doesn't go far, but I know there's a need to do something. I know we can't keep going on the same route of depending on coal, saying, well, we've got to do something more. And I understand that. So the thought that this carbon fee, and I'm sorry, I've seen the AG write opinions on pretty much whatever he feels. It's really his opinion a lot of times. So the thought process that, oh, they can't pass the fees down, I find that incredible, that we're supposed to believe that somehow, some way, these businesses will not inject these fees and have the consumer pay for them. I don't understand what safeguards, from what I've read, what true safeguards are there to prevent them from eventually surreptitiously passing these down to the regular consumer.
So I would say that same logic that's being used as far as the Attorney General's opinion has also been used in much more recent legislation that's been passed like very, very recently when it comes to taxes and digital and downloads and that kind of thing. So that's one aspect of it. And number two, the safety mechanism in the bill, should that not go where you want it to go, and I get your question, is the part of the bill, the benefit fund. So the benefit fund is going to make sure that nobody gets held harmless. So if there is a big blow up in a fight between the fossil fuel industry and the state of Maryland, as that's going, this bill has the benefit fund built into it to ensure that Marylanders are not are held harmless when it comes to Marylanders that are in the lower economic quintiles.
And how?
It's a rebate program. So what'll end up happening is that
I remember.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a rebate program, right? It'll go in, and then the comptroller will pay out, depending on your economic status, a certain amount of money per quarter or per year.
And I want you to focus on that as part of the issue that most people that I know have with this bill is, I remember when George Bush sent us out $300 checks years ago, and it probably cost about $600 a person to send us those $300 checks. So at the end of the day, the government is not known for being efficient. So getting individuals, especially impoverished individuals, to trust that, hey, the check is in the mail, which is precisely what that says, is extraordinarily difficult. That's a big sticking point with me. Ensuring that somehow those that watch their tank, that when they fill up their gas, literally keep an eye on that gas, and they stop at $20. Some people don't know what that means, but I want to make sure that, it's just hard for me to trust that that's going to happen, and it's going to happen in such a timely manner that they will actually be able to be sufficient with the income that they have. And that's where I was going with. I think, and I don't know how much of this is dependent upon that. Like, basically, without charging more for carbon-based energy, this bill really has nothing. That's what you're saying, right? And without jacking up the cost, there's nothing to this bill. Is that correct? And you understand the question?
I guess I understand. I mean, the point of the bill is to create a level playing field so taxpayers aren't consistently paying extra money so that the fossil fuel industry can line their pockets with trillions of dollars a year. Basically, what it does is level the playing field. I don't know. I mean, the way it does that is by charging the fossil fuel industry for the total externalities of them doing business, the public health externalities, the environmental justice externalities, the climate change externalities, the sea level rise externalities.
Sure.
That's what it does.
But you said, in leveling the playing field, you said most of the benefits they get aren't state benefits. So how is it's not balancing out within the state, and it definitely isn't balancing out the benefits they get outside of the state. So that's why I'm just trying to understand my logic, because I'm not trying to just, be a thorn in your side on this one, because again, I know we have to do something. I just know that telling people, look, don't worry, your gas isn't going to go up, but the gas companies are just going to have to pay more to put gas in Maryland. That sounds almost impossible. And if we're wrong and our consumers are now paying 16 cents a gallon more, something of that nature, not only is that offensive, not only will that get most of us not reelected, the more to the point, it's detrimental to their existence. And I'm stuck at what we can bifurcate in this bill, what we could take out of this bill as far as to protect our citizens and still push something forward. See, I was hoping you were going to give me more of a balancing by let's give incentives to, let's raise the incentives to our green companies, to our windmills, and to our solar companies. That's what I was hoping I was going to hear as far as balancing the playing field, because anytime we tax somebody, it just rolls directly back down on us, buddy. And I find it very hard to believe that we're going to be able to escape that in this one.
So there's a significant part of the bill, the infrastructure fund, which will do exactly what you just said, which creates, millions of dollars to do exactly what you just said. And as far as leveling the playing field, hey, the fossil fuel industry has been living on the backs of this entire world for over 100 years. Yes. So the idea is, at least at some point, we should start somewhere. And that should, if that needs to be the state of Maryland, then it should be the state of Maryland. But to do nothing just because the grants and the lease options that they get are federal, well, then shouldn't the feds then give the money to the state of Maryland to pay for all of the externalities of the cost of them doing business? Like, I don't see the state coming up. We have enough problems just getting the EPA to work on the Chesapeake Bay and Pennsylvania and the Conowingo Dam, let alone all the sea level rise we have in 3,100 miles of Maryland's shoreline. It's second only to Louisiana. And I don't see the feds coming up with the money to help make all those people whole and all those farmers who are starting to get more and more saltwater infiltration into their property and their crops. I think,
like I said, I understand the need to invest in technology. I mean, I understand that. So you might hear people saying about, the coal companies. I think we have one in Charles County, but the issue that if we put the coal companies out of business, that, people are going to lose jobs. And to that, I'm like, except for Prince George's County, you won't find any beeper repair shops because technology has pushed so far past that we put a lot of beeper repair shops out of jobs too. I know we have to get with the times. We have to get with the technology. My concern is ensuring that we do that in a way that we don't jack up these prices for our consumers, buddy. That's where I remember the bill last year, and that's where that's what's sticking in my craw. We don't have to keep going back and forth.
No, the only thing that I would say is, I totally agree with what you're saying, Delegate. I don't want to lose jobs either, but I will say on the beeper, and now what you see a lot of companies that are coming along and doing new screens for iPhones or Galaxy phones or whatever. So there's a transition period, right? So if we can transition those jobs to renewable jobs and solar and wind and tidal, that's beautiful.
I agree. No, that's exactly what I was saying. Except for Prince George's County, we've all moved on from beepers. But my point was, I want to make sure that that we're not punishing our citizens with good intentions. That's all, and that's why I think I'm stuck at this. We'll have to talk offline. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all didn't talk plenty online. Offline.
But by the way, if there are other folks on the panel that want to jump in, I don't need to just dominate the answers. But thank you.
All right, I saw them all over the place, so I'm going to do my best to try to remember them in order. I know I saw Delegate Fisher early, and I know Delegate Fennell I saw early. So let's start with those two, and then I promise I'll get to everybody.
I'll try to be less long as CT Wilson there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a low bar, Delegate Fisher.
So, Delegate, how are you? It's good seeing you again.
Delegate Fisher, it's wonderful seeing you as well.
I know you're passionate about the issue of climate change, and you've also talked about the emergency that is climate change. And I guess my question to you is are you supportive as a solution, if not the solution, nuclear power?
Well, that's I don't know how to answer that question. I think that at the moment there is in Charles County, there's a big power plant that generates an exceptionally large amount of the electricity that we need for the state. I don't know what it is offhand. Maybe you know exactly what the percentage is, but it's substantial. And right now, I think that's what we need in order to transition. Going forward, I don't know. I mean, it depends, like my previous bill that I had when it comes to energy storage. I think the more we learn, the more we move forward, the more we'll be able to figure out whether we need nuclear moving forward or not, or whether we can get away from nuclear as well.
So you would want to get away from nuclear power? Just that's kind of where I'm going with this.
I know that. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to lock me down on nuclear power. And what I would say is there's a lot of information that we need to get before we get to that point. And I don't know all the information. I will tell you that sorry, my dog's barking. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but yeah. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, there's a lot that we need to do. If you tell me that you're going to vote for this bill, Delegate Fisher, and you're good with this bill, and we go down this road and we create all these green jobs and we create all these solar projects and all these wind turbine projects, and we diversify our energy portfolio and we come up with storage solutions, then I think at that point we start to have the question: Can we do it without nuclear or not? And I don't know the answer to that.
I find that interesting, and I guess that's kind of where I'm going with this, Delegate, is that you are always talking about the emergency.
Right.
And yet the nuclear power industry could literally solve that problem pretty quickly. Because Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant, of course, which is in Calvert County, sometimes depends on the year, of course, and depends on to whom they're selling the electricity, but could probably produce a third of the state's electricity as it currently stands. And it's all carbon-free baseload energy. So it's not a gotcha question. It's a fair question for someone who says it's an emergency. And you could never build enough solar or wind or storage in order to meet the emergency as you have defined it. That's why I asked the question. It's a fair question.
Yeah, and what I would say, I do think it's a fair question. What I would say to you is Fukushima. That's what I would say. Like, I mean, it's all great and wonderful, and until there's a meltdown, until a bunch of people get hurt or get killed. And if solar doesn't produce or wind doesn't produce, you don't have to evacuate 3 or 4 or 5 miles. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, because I think it's a rabbit hole that doesn't pertain to this bill so much. But I will say that there are, to compare, in order to compare apples to apples, you can't just say that nuclear fixes everything and there's no problems. If one of those plants melts down, there are a lot of problems, and you don't have to look any further than Japan to see what happens when that happens.
So the modern nukes, I mean, I'm not going to go into the education process, because I'm surprised that that's something, when you say that there's an emergency, that you don't know. But I guess there's now an emergency in Texas as a result of the stupidity of the climate change activists that have put at least a quarter of wind power on the grid without understanding that people can die when the intermittent power, which is not baseload power like nuclear, when the intermittent power ceases to operate. And so that's why I brought up nuclear, because of the fact that it is baseload power. I just, feel free to comment on that.
Delegate, is it right if I chime in here?
It's really to Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, because we are colleagues and kind of going there.
So what I would say to that is I think it's kind of a big mischaracterization to say that because of the foolish or the stupidity of the environmentalists in Texas. Most of the failure that's going on in Texas right now doesn't have to do with wind. What it has to do with is climate change. What's happened is you have a climate change event, which is extraordinarily cold weather, the likes of which Texas hasn't seen since, I don't know, 60 or 70 years, and natural gas, which they depend more heavily on than wind, not being able to be pumped and used and utilized. So the failure in Texas right now, factually speaking, because I did my research, because I knew somebody was going to ask me this question today, it's climate change, and it's natural gas, and it's not just wind. So when you talk about it like you're going to blame wind on everything in Texas, that's not even remotely accurate, because the vast majority of the failure isn't wind. It's actually natural gas, and a failure of a deregulated utility system in Texas to have any backups whatsoever. So they're deregulated. They can't go out of the state to get anything else. They're kind of.
So this is the last question, Mr. Chairman. So Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo, what you're testifying here about is you're saying that the frozen wind turbines, it's the climate that did it. It wasn't the dumb decision to put too many of them on the grid and making people rely on something that is not reliable by definition.
What I would say to you is, why do we continue to talk about wind turbine failure that represents less than 25% of the failure, when the majority of the failure, over 40% of it, is actually natural gas? Why aren't we talking about the failure of natural gas, which represents 40% of the failure in Texas? Why do we keep talking about wind? Why don't we talk about the majority of the failure, which is actually natural gas?
Which I think is interesting, because I'm just asking these questions for obvious reasons, because I think it demonstrates, everybody has an agenda, obviously, and we know that many of the folks on the climate side, their agenda is driven by payoffs to, no, I'm not saying you, but payoffs to their solar and wind friends. And I get it, but nonetheless, that was my final question, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a lot of people, so thank you. Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Delegate Fennell.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Delegate.
Okay,
Good to
thank
see
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's good to see you, Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo. Thank you for answering that question earlier. But I wanted to ask you in reference to on that PowerPoint, did I see a slide with 50 with the flooding in Cheverly, Maryland? That was just a simple question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo, for this bill, and thank you, Secretary King, for joining us today. Welcome to Economic Matters Committee. I had a couple questions. My good colleague, Delegate Fisher, is a very curious man, and he likes to ask a range of questions about every bill and with every expert that comes in here. And sometimes the rest of us get confused about what a bill might actually say based on the range of questions and directions. So I just want to clarify what this bill does in terms of nuclear. I'm going to tell you what my understanding is, and I want you to let me know if it's accurate. In putting a price on carbon, it's my understanding that what this bill would do was essentially value equally every non-carbon emitting source that's out there. So it would equally value nuclear, it would equally value nuclear to solar, to wind, to geothermal, to all of the other non-carbon emitting sources. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
So this bill doesn't actually pick or choose solar over wind, over nuclear, over geothermal, over tidal, does it?
No, as I had said a couple of times, it just levels the playing field.
So in some ways, if one supported nuclear in the state, this would be one way that one could ensure that nuclear was kind of getting its credit for not being a carbon emitter. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. The second question that I have is actually a follow-up on the questions. Delegate Wilson was asking questions. He and I have talked a lot about this issue of how lower income Marylanders and how do we build policy that supports them. And I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the cost to Maryland. Of course, most of the subsidies for fossil fuels are federal. There have been some in Maryland, direct or indirect, over the years. But the subsidy, I think, that Marylanders are paying to fossil fuels is when we pay for, and I think you mentioned this, but there are direct costs that are related to health and flooding and all of those kinds of things. And those are state costs. Is that right? Those are not being paid by the federal government right now, or are they?
That is correct. A vast majority of those are state costs, emergency room visits, working on other climate change, sea level rise, those kinds of things. Yes.
Okay, so in some ways, then those are sort of the externalities, the non-direct subsidies that the state is paying to the fossil fuel industry. Is that right?
To clean up what they've done. Yes.
Got it. And the last question, and I do think this is something I want to make sure we have a solution for, because I share Delegate Wilson's concern about how do we get the money in people's pockets before before they have to pay the higher price at the pump if it does get sent down. I was just curious, have you talked to the comptroller? Do you think it's possible to do it like sort of prebates. I've heard of that. I'm not actually sure. I'm not in these other situations. I'm asking questions that I basically know the answer to, but on this one, I actually don't know the answer to it. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's possible.
Yeah, in previous years, we have spoken with the comptroller's office about how we would actually deploy this program. And there's been conversation about, payouts on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, semi-annually. And I think that's something that we're going to have to figure out moving forward on this bill, like what actually makes the most sense, given the fact that we are in uncharted territory with the pandemic. We are in uncharted territory with climate change. We're just really in a lot of uncharted territory. So yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of flexibility on the best way to address that.
Thank you very much.
And if there's anybody else on my panel, I feel like I'm doing all the talking, and I've got this incredible panel with climate exchange and the Secretary of Education. And so please, I don't want to be the one hogging all the time here.
Colleague, they may be leaving you out there on purpose.
That's okay. I'm fine with it, Mr. Chair. I'm loving every second of it. So it's great.
Can I make one point just related to Delegate
yes, sir.
question? The idea here is if you reduce the subsidy to fossil fuels, you'll actually encourage the energy companies to invest in other types of energy. I think what we'll see if we reduce the subsidy of carbon is the very same energy companies that today are focused on fossil fuels will shift investment to solar, to wind, to potentially hydrogen and other new technologies that we haven't even fully tapped yet. But at the moment, the incentives are to keep going with fossil fuels because they are subsidized, as Delegate Charkoudian suggested, by both the federal subsidies, but then the indirect subsidies of the state covering the costs of asthma care and the mortality from air pollution and all the negative consequences of climate change.
Mr. Chair, might I also add a comment for the panel on the topic of rebates to households? The question of these rebates is a common one. In my job, I work with all 50 states on writing these types of bills. And in 0 states has the conclusion been that we cannot get money efficiently to the people who need it. There's always revenue streams to work through. There's pathways to do, and that changes state to state. This year with pandemic and based recovery payments from the federal government is also illuminating new pathways that can be taken. But in 0 cases, in states that have advanced bills like this farther than this bill has gone in Maryland, has ever the conclusion been that we cannot efficiently get the money to the families that need it.
All right, let me go to Delegate Howard and Delegate Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked a little bit about subsidies and advancing technologies and things like that, and some of the confusion that's brought on to the committee. And speaking about that, we have a bill talking about power grids up in the megawatts per hour on power grids from 1,500 to 3,000. And part of the argument on that bill was signaling industries to come in. And my question is to the delegate, what was the last, as far as nuclear is concerned, on the floor or in any conversation that you're aware of in the House of Delegates or the Senate, our sister chamber, what was the last conversation that we had about signaling to the nuclear industry, increasing their portion of the RPS or any other type of thing like that, that would have signaled that advancement in Maryland, ergo reducing our need of fossil fuel consumption?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to
it's funny that we continue to mention these type of things, but we don't take any action to signal those type of things. So I was just, I was making sure I wasn't confused. So thank you.
Right. No, but when I think this bill does that, and I think the Secretary of Education made it pretty clear, and I made it clear earlier, like this,
I'm talking about established policy and establishing the direction of the state environmentally. I mean, nuclear has historically never even been considered part of the conversation, not even included in renewable energy as far as a definition, although many experts throughout the United States agree that it should be. And quite frankly, the country of France does it. So, but that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to bring a little more light to the subject. And I thank you, Delegate.
Right. And Delegate, the only thing that I would add to that is that, again, what I had said, I think, to Delegate Fisher, and that is, as far as looking at things from a renewable perspective, something that is from a dangerous perspective is passive. I mean, there's nuclear waste as well from nuclear. So it's not just, is there a meltdown, but there's a lot of waste that comes with it. It's radioactive for generations and generations. You probably know more about it than I do. But so I think again, we need to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, not apples to oranges, if that makes sense.
I get it. I get what you're saying, and I did work at Calvert Cliff, so I do know.
So you know more than I do, then probably.
Yeah, I do know a lot about this. I know a lot, but again, when we reference like Fukushima, Fukushima has been in operation since 1971, and the reason Fukushima went down was not only a catastrophic earthquake, which we cannot predict, relatively speaking, we cannot, or with a high degree of authority and accuracy, we cannot predict. B, that earthquake was predicted at a level 5, it came into level 7, and Fukushima was hit by a tsunami. So that was sort of a storm. And generally, when you're talking about Calvert Cliffs has been in operation for roughly 50 years, maybe a little north of that, with very little incidents. And when you look at nuclear throughout the world, there's very little incidents. Although when there are incidents, they are tragic and rather large, quite frankly, but they're very few of those incidents. And again, you see countries in Europe wholly depending on nuclear power for their energy grid. So, okay, I've said my piece. So David, and I appreciate it.
And Delegate Howard, the last, just to respond to what you just said, the difference is, yes, they could not necessarily predict the earthquake. They couldn't predict the tsunami that followed. But if something like that happens on a renewable scale, well, then the solar panel falls down or the wind turbine tips over. You don't potentially lose hundreds or thousands of people because of a radioactive meltdown. And I think that's a really big difference. Again, this is where I struggle, is to try to make sure everybody knows, comparing apples to apples. I mean, to compare solar and wind or other forms of renewables that don't kill people when they melt down or when they don't function properly, to nuclear, which when it doesn't function properly or it melts down, it kills people. And yes, you can't predict the earthquake, but they come.
Well, not function. Okay, we'll talk later, but not function. Okay. There's safe shutdown methods, and that rarely happens. And when it does, 9 times out of 10, you might not even know about it because it's so minimal. Or anyway.
I got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
So you're specifically talking about meltdowns, which I understand.
Yeah, the Fukushima, Chernobyl, that kind of thing. But
and just real quick, we heard like big executives will pay for this. Well, somebody said that earlier, like big fossil fuel exec. I mean, who is that? Is that somebody with a monocle and a big bag of money running around? I mean, who is the big executive that's going to pay for this? When I hear stuff like that, and this isn't necessarily to you, Dave, but when I hear stuff like that, when I think of that, people are diversified. I mean, some of these things are publicly traded. A lot of these are publicly traded companies. I mean, hundreds of millions of people's 401ks are diversified into some of these stocks. So I would think that they would be ultimately the ones that would pay for some of this as well. I think it's a little wrong, quite frankly, to say, oh, it's just, this some big executive in some far off corner of the universe somewhere is going to pay for this.
Right. I don't disagree with what you just said. I don't think it's necessarily an executive. It's the industry as a whole. I mean, it's the people that, the people that invest in fossil fuel industry, the executives in the fossil fuel industry.
But we all invest in fossil fuel industry. I mean, if you have a T-Rowe Price account, there's probably a percentage, especially given your age. When you're younger, you invest more aggressively, more tech stocks, those type of things. When you get older, you invest a little less aggressively. Some of that's in these blue chip energy companies. So investors in this.
So yeah, I don't disagree with that statement either. The only difference is that, you know, when they don't clean up the mess that they make, then we pay for it again and again. So whatever money that they make, that investors make on the fossil fuel industry by producing fossil fuels, that they think they're making their money, they're also taking some of that money that they see as profit or monies that are going to be in their retirement, and they're using it to pay for emergency room visits, and they're using it to pay for climate change, and they're using it to pay for it in the form of taxes. Just 2 years ago, as you probably remember, there still is a flooding problem in Annapolis. We had to do an emergency appropriation of $1 million just to deal with that. And so why are we paying for it again, is my point. The fossil fuel industry should pay for it in its totality, the whole thing, not just we get to get the oil out of the ground, sell it, and then whatever happens to it after that, whatever destructive nature it has to the earth, is not our problem, especially when they've known this problem has existed for over 50 years and have done everything they can to lie and cheat about it. I mean,
well, I mean, that's also,
all those.
I mean, we're a global community now. And I mean, that argument could be made to the governments of China, Russia, and India. And those
You're
are just
right.
the ones.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
So, okay.
It could be, and it should be, right? You're right.
Right. Delegate Ahrens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I almost forgot my question. I'm older now. I'll try to get it back there. Delegate, just a couple little things. You mentioned $16 billion that we're paying outside the state every year for energy and what have you. And I understand that that's been a hot button of mine. If we were to, quote unquote, level the playing field and start assessing these plants that you're talking about, these power plants equally, what would that do to those plants? Would the price of their energy go up?
There's a piece in the bill that I described earlier about a pass-through, a no pass-through part of the bill. Their costs, meaning not so much the plants, but think about it like big oil, think about it like ExxonMobil, they would not make the profits that they would make. It would come out of their profit margin.
Okay, and I think that was addressed earlier. I find that very difficult to believe, but nevertheless, the profits will go down. The businesses will potentially go out of business because they won't be able to compete, and people will divest of that product. So once we do that, let's say that helps and that does the job, we get rid of fossil fuels in the state. What do we do as a state for energy?
So a couple things. One, to back up a little bit, I don't see this as fossil fuel companies going out of business anytime soon. I don't see that happening. It's just they're going to have to start to pay for the total cost of themselves doing business. Leveling that playing field, Delegate, will allow other renewables to compete on a more level playing field. Instead of the cost per BTU or cost per kilowatt hour being so much lower because of these benefits, it'll be more on parallel. So you would just take jobs that are traditionally fossil fuel burning, research, drilling jobs, and you convert them to solar or wind or tidal or whatever. And then you talk about storage and battery storage or other forms of storage as well.
Okay, in other states.
Well, I would love to do it if we could just do it here in the state of Maryland.
But we can't. We've been, we put all the, in my opinion, again, this is just my opinion, we put all these restrictions on our RPS and what have you, when Maryland itself generates maybe totally 18%, and the rest of the so-called RECs that they go out, they buy from states that produce black liquor, garbage, the same things we're trying to get rid of. So we're just essentially going to take this one business, destroy it in Maryland, which fossil fuels, I mean, people can argue there is pollution, and I'll be the first, I support clean energy. So I'll move it up to Pennsylvania, I'll move it to Virginia, and I'll still be paying these high fees, and my ratepayers, and I don't see where my ratepayers benefit anything other than a much higher cost. And I appreciate what you're trying to do with the bill, but I think it's very disingenuous of Maryland to think that, well, we want to have this so-called huge number, we're going to produce or get all this renewable energy while we're buying black liquor energy, which we're trying to get rid of. We're buying waste energy from other states, and my ratepayers are all footing the bill for that. So if you level this playing field, if you do what you all want to do, that's fine, except that who's benefiting? Not Maryland. And if you close all these things, I mean, the picture you painted with the flooded road in Prince George's County, I would almost guarantee you that we could get rid of every one of these fossil fuel locations, and that wouldn't change that, especially in Maryland. So I appreciate the intent of the bill. It's just, it's very confusing to sit back and say that we're going to be able to get this money somehow. It just isn't making sense in my brain as far as making rationale for Marylanders and the ratepayers of Marylanders.
Right. And you know what, Delegate, I understand that. And the only thing is, as you're trying to reconcile that, I try to reconcile the same thing on the side of why aren't we doing more to invest those $16 billion instead of investing them in other states to then cause the pollution and blow it into Maryland? Why don't we find a way to invest that here in our state and keep our dollar being spent and respent locally? And that's part of what this bill does. So I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I just think that, and a lot of times when people look at Excel spreadsheets or they look at ledgers, it's just moving zeros and ones from one column to the other. And what I'm saying is, let's move those 16 billion or parts of those 16 billion from West Virginia and Pennsylvania. Let's move them to Maryland. Let's create those jobs. Let's create that energy here in Maryland. And
my only comment would be, and we could, this is for later, at what cost? And I'm not sure the cost will work for me, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
$16 billion is a pretty significant cost, but
it's a huge cost. It's just that I'm not sure we can actually do that in Maryland. We don't have if we could do it in Maryland, you would see fields in Montgomery County, fields in Queen Anne's County, and all these other areas. They'd be overloaded with it. I think I've heard this statement. We don't have enough land in Maryland to allow for all that to happen, to fulfill our needs. So it has to come from somewhere else. And that's what I'm saying. It isn't going to fix itself. And there has to be a thoughtful process, because we are hammering ratepayers every year at the cost of buying what we're trying to get rid of in this state from other states, imposing it and telling our ratepayers that that's clean energy, while we're sitting in the General Assembly putting in bills to destroy the very clean energy in our state that we're buying and paying a premium for in another state. And those things are very hard for me to sit back and watch. But I do understand what we're trying to do. We want to end game, but we want to have clean energy, and I'm good with that.
Delegate Arntz, I am happy to have a detailed conversation with you offline about a lot of what you said. I think I want to respect the chairman's time.
Thank you.
But there are options and there are alternatives that I want to respect the time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the bill, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo. Quick question. Would you agree that there is clean energy and there is renewable energy? And would you agree that the uranium ore is necessary for nuclear fuel production only exists in finite amounts in the earth? And even though they might last a very long time, but they're not renewable.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would go so far, actually, Delegate Brooks, to say you kind of hit the nail on the head on a slide that I almost put in here but pulled out. And that is, from a nuclear perspective, we have a source that is clean, that comes up every day and goes to bed every night like clockwork, and it's called the sun. And the reason that we don't use the sun, that produces enough electricity, produces enough sunlight to be turned into electricity every day to power the whole world. Yeah, we can do that. It's every day. It's just sitting there. It just comes up and goes down.
All right. So I think that would probably address the concern why nuclear energy is not considered renewable. So, right,
it would,
thanks.
Delegate Brooks. Thank you for your expertise. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Howard, were your things still up or were you trying to get back in?
Well, I just want to make the comment real quick. You know, not renewable, okay, if it's from a finite standpoint, but there's like 2,500 years of fuel already mined throughout the world. And you're talking about fission reactors. And when you get into fusion reactors, it's a completely different type of material. And the government right now, the US government's given like $160 million a year to R&D new fusion reactor technology. So, I mean, I guess, you know, if we're worried about the energy production 2,500 years from now or 5,000 years from now, I've seen a couple different numbers. I guess from that standpoint, it's a finite fuel source, but I just wanted to sort of defend my position there on why it should at least be included as a clean source. So
yeah, you know what?
Speaking about the one fission, that's only speaking about fission, which everybody already admits is 50-year-old, 60-year-old, 70-year-old technology, and that we're going to start moving into different reactor methods in the future. So,
all right, guys, I just looked at the
Oh, love
list
it.
and we're not even halfway through the
Thanks,
witnesses
Mr.
on this
Chairman.
list.
Thanks for tolerating me.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to pick it up now. Let me go with Julia Haniel.
Hi, yes, that's me. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Julia Hananel, and I'm from Montgomery County, Maryland. And I'm a freshman at the University of Maryland, where I'm a member of the Acclimate Environmental Club. And yeah, I'm excited to testify in favor of the Climate Crisis in Education Act. So climate change is something that's been on my mind throughout my teenage years, like most other people my age. I've grown up hearing about how my father and grandmother lost all their photographs, all their possessions in 7 feet of water, lost their home in New Orleans because of Hurricane Katrina. Severe weather events and natural disasters are occurring. They're occurring more frequently and occurring with far more intensity because of climate change. My family experienced firsthand how a natural disaster can just devastate a community and change your life. And natural disasters are just one of the many crises that are happening because of climate change. By passing the Climate Crisis in Education Act, this would give Maryland the opportunity to take direct action to curb our emissions, which would help curb the effects of climate change. When my friends and I talk about our futures, there's a lot of anxiety and hesitation about whether we'll be able to live somewhere with healthy enough air quality to breathe or live somewhere without severe weather patterns. And there are just fewer and fewer places that will meet these criteria. We can't afford to wait any longer on taking bold and effective climate action. Maryland's coastal location makes it one of the most vulnerable states when it comes to climate change. Annapolis is already one of the most flooded places on the East Coast. I've gone through the Maryland public school system K through 12, so I'm very excited to see a bill that addresses climate change and provides funds for our schools. And I would love to see Maryland be a leader in the nation on climate change. And I'll turn it over to the next witness.
Ms. Hananel, where did you say you go to school? You're going to school?
Yes, I'm a freshman at University of Maryland, College Park.
Oh, wow, that is a great school. Some of the state's foremost thinkers went there.
It's been a great experience to go here so far.
Well, congratulations to you. I know you'll do well.
Thank you.
Let me go to Victoria Benitez.
Can you hear me okay?
Can you speak maybe just a little bit louder if you're able?
Is this fine now?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, Chairman and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I am Victoria Benitez, a 10th grade student and resident of Howard County. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to discuss my support for HB 33. Unfortunately, climate change is the only reality my generation knows. I come here today to advocate for students who share my same concerns about the environment. We cannot continue to ignore the pivotal role that fossil fuels play in the progression of climate change. I would like to acknowledge that as a state, we have already begun promoting environmentally conscious practices. The purpose of HB 33 is to continue these strides to reduce our carbon footprint. As a resident of Baltimore's outskirts, this bill will address an issue that I've seen impact my neighboring communities. Much of Baltimore is considered an urban heat island, meaning vulnerable communities are often overlooked and are suffering due to the insensitivity from fossil fuel companies. This bill should also be considered for its goal to address inequalities in the education system. As a student from Howard County, I acknowledge the privilege it is to have up-to-date electronics and sufficient textbooks readily available. However, this is not the story for many students around the state. Most districts in Maryland do not receive the money they need for students to excel academically, and it is more apparent in students of color. The allocation of funds and its impacts on the children of the future are invaluable investments. In essence, promoting equitable and environmentally conscious decisions cannot be compromised for companies that will continue to reap benefits for destroying the environment. For these reasons and more, I urge a favorable report on HB 33. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Benitez, what school do you go to?
I go to Oakland Mills High School.
And you said you're a sophomore?
Yes.
When you go back to school, tell your teacher I said you earned an A today, okay?
Thank you.
You did a great job. Thank you. Cecilia Planty.
It's Plant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for all the members of the committee for hearing my testimony today in support of the Climate Crisis and Education Act. I am the co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition, and we are a coalition of citizen activists, and we support legislation that you see every day in the General Assembly. Our coalition members strongly approve of the measures in this bill to reduce Maryland's greenhouse gas emissions to zero as quickly as possible. We believe that the state should take an aggressive stance in moving in this direction. We believe that this bill strikes a very good balance between aggressive climate policy that will help us achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045, building greener infrastructure for the future, and supporting those communities that have been most impacted by the dirty energy policies that we are trying to leave behind. It also takes a somewhat poetic approach in making the very entities who have become rich by flooding our state with fossil fuels that they knew caused harm to fund our transition to clean energy. Passing this bill will have the effect of changing our course to a cleaner future while having the polluters pay for it. They have made their fortunes on the backs of Marylanders for decades. We believe it is time that they gave back. We support this bill and we hope for a favorable report in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Petra Smeltzer. Ms. Smeltzer, are you with us? All right, then let me go on to Donald Goldberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Donald Goldberg, I'm the Executive Director of Climate Law and Policy Project, testifying in favor of HB 33. HB 33 uses two powerful tools to combat global warming. First, it places a price on fossil fuels. It does so gradually, so as not to disrupt the state's economy and to give businesses time to adjust. This gradual price shift, as Delegate Fraser Hidalgo has pointed out, will help to re-level the table away from fossil fuels and back towards clean energy. Second, HB 33 takes a portion of the revenue and invests it equitably in clean energy and transportation, nature-based sequestration, and resiliency and adaptation to protect our most vulnerable communities. Solving climate change in a brief period of time, scientists say remains is a daunting task, and the importance of investing in mitigation and adaptation cannot be overstated. But the payoff will far exceed what we spend today. If we make these necessary investments, our children will inherit a better, cleaner world than the one we know today. I would like to just address a point that has been discussed about the bill that seems to be a concern. That's whether rebates in the bill will flow back to protect low income and middle income households in a timely way. I want to point out that there is a provision in the bill that allows ratepayers to receive their rebate on their utility bills, which would mean there would be a perfect alignment between the rebate and any price they might pay. And in most cases, we think that means their utility bills will go down. So with that, I thank you again for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Hope Clark.
Yes, representatives, members of the committee, distinguished committee chair delegate Derek Davis, vice chair delegate Kathleen Dumais, my representative delegate Arentz of Kent, Caroline, and Queen Anne's counties, and delegate Christopher Adams and delegate John Motz representing Talbot County. I'm Hope Clark, the Citizens Climate Lobby Chestertown chapter group leader, asking you to vote to support the Climate Crisis and Education Act, HB 0033. Obviously, I live on the Eastern Shore where climate change is having a devastating effect on our communities. Personally, I see flooding on a regular basis and shoreline erosion eating away at our land cumulatively every year. Quoting the New York Times, to understand the immediate consequences of some of the most rapid sea level rise anywhere in the world, stand among the scraggly dying pines of Dorchester County along the Maryland coast. And the Associated Press, Blackwater National Wildlife Refuge is already seen 5,000 acres of wetland disappear. Our land over here has very little slope. The 5 millimeters of sea level rise, a rise that's only slightly more than 2 half-dollar coins stacked, can translate into salt water pushing 15 feet inland per year. Representatives of our good people here in Maryland, farmers are losing their land. Waterfront businesses are losing revenue. Watermen's businesses are being affected by acidification of the bay and water salination changes. Commercial and personal properties are devaluing at an alarming rate, and we need a solution. My message is that basically carbon pricing is evident. It is said to be the best solution by the best scientists and economists. This type of systemic shift is necessary and coming, and Maryland could be a leader. Many people talk about resiliency, and that's important, but we have to see the bigger picture. We must reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot adapt our way out of this. We need large systemic change. Please, it's the best first step, and support Climate Crisis Education Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Hartwell.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Stacy Hartwell. I'm the co-chair of the NAACP Maryland State Conference Environmental and Climate Justice Committee. I'm here today to ask you to support House Bill 33, the Climate Crisis and Education Act, as a common sense, practical pathway towards a cleaner, more sustainable, and economically prosperous Maryland. By establishing fossil fuel fees, this bill will directly incentivize the reduction of CO2 emissions. Due to their role in the multitude of environmental disasters, fossil fuels are also driving disparities in the COVID-19 pandemic. Very small increases in exposure to pollutants from fossil fuel combustion greatly increase one's risk of dying from COVID-19. This is one of the many reasons why Black Americans are twice as likely to die from COVID-19 than white Americans, as Black Americans are 79% more likely to live near industrial pollution sites, and Black children are 500% more likely to die from asthma than white children. This bill has benefits beyond reducing fossil fuel emissions. It will generate billions of dollars for investment in clean energy infrastructure and our children's education, while protecting vulnerable workers and businesses through the Household and Employer Benefit Fund. The hundreds of millions of dollars for the Kerwin Education Fund will help address inequities in the Maryland public and education system, in part by increasing funds for low-income students who are disproportionately students of color. As the impacts of climate change threaten to exacerbate environmental injustices already confronting the most vulnerable communities in Maryland, House Bill 33 will counter this by facilitating a transition to a new clean energy economy that prioritizes our children's education, invests in resilient infrastructure, and protects low-income households and energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. You know, this committee and the NAACP have worked shoulder to shoulder to achieve great strides on past legislation. On behalf of the NAACP, I'd like to thank you for your bold initiatives. The voters of Maryland have entrusted you with the power to make a positive difference, especially for those suffering the most. We hope you are, once again, bold enough to step into that power and give a favorable report on House Bill 33. The well-being of Marylanders, the safety of our environment, and the longevity of our planet depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Bolt. Ms. Ball, are you with us? If not, Sararia Ben?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the members of Maryland, a grassroots organization focused on state and county level legislation that impacts marginalized communities and veterans affairs. I'm a part of the Rebuild Maryland Coalition. As you've heard today, they've spoke ad nauseum about the economic vitality parts. I want to actually speak about the environmental justice piece. In the 1960s, during the civil rights movement, a massive alarm was sounded in regards to the environmental dangers on public health issues in Black and marginalized communities nationwide. Housed in those communities were Black and marginalized veterans who came home from war to deal with the environmental war. Fast forward to 2021, and too many Black and marginalized communities in our nation and in Maryland are still dealing with environmentally injustices such as water contamination, food contamination, environmental asthma, lung cancer, and tumors, power plants, incinerators, and many of the other issues that you've heard today. Race is the #1 indicator in placement for toxic facilities in Maryland and the country. There is no denying that Black, marginalized, and low-income communities are often the most hardest hit by climate change, and usually the communities least likely to ever be repaired or receive resources. This is why we at Voices Maryland are supporting HB 33, and we hope this committee supports it as well. In my assessment, this bill does a lot to address the climate crisis by connecting economic resources to vulnerable communities while addressing the negative impacts of the environment. In addition, this bill will provide a rebate system built in to ensure that low income and vulnerable residents will not suffer any negative impacts. And I heard earlier that someone was saying that there is not a good government transition. Well, we did receive our stimulus checks on time this year. So I think we have to start trusting government to work. We have to start doing better. But remember, this environmental justice started in the 60s. We have to make a choice to do something now. We don't have another 60 years to wait. We have to do something now. So thank you for your time. We need to move forward, and I hope you give a favorable report for HB 33. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Delegate Frazier Hidalgo, did you want to comment?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I was just
clapping. I was just clapping. That's all. Thank you.
I'm still learning this stuff, so I can't always tell the difference.
Thank you.
Then let me go to, is it Vince McAvoy? Okay. What about Ellen Valentino?
I am here. Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors in opposition to the bill. And I submitted our written testimony. Just 3 quick points, because I think it was brought out, and some of the concerns I was going to raise were sort of debated during the questions. But this is a huge tax proposal, and it would impact every homeowner, hospital, college, business, from the time they switch the light on in the morning and as so choose if they choose to barbecue their grill at night. I mean, the calculations here are enormous. You know, the impact on seniors, fixed income, and residents is overpowering. There is issues with respect to waiting for refunds, rebates, tax returns, and so on. So I know it's a big issue. I will say that I truly respect the sponsor's commitment to the environment. It's an amazing passion, is very impressing. And I appreciate that. But, you know, and also the payers of the bill, this would bankrupt the companies I represent, and they are Maryland companies, with respect to not being able to pass this along. You know, I think his intent was to try to get at another sole source entity, but the fact that we would not be able to pass this along is the way it reads in the bill. And for those reasons, we oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? If not, that concludes our hearing for House Bill 833. Thanks again, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo. It was a very interesting discussion, but I must say I'm glad we're moving on now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the entire committee for their indulgence. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care, sir. And thank you to the witnesses for that bill as well. You all did a great job. Let's go to House Bill 66 now. Delegate Brooks, can you get us started?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Chair Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, and members of my esteemed committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on HB 66. That's the Maryland Coal Transition Act of 2021. The purpose of this bill is to mandate and manage the necessary transition off of coal-powered generation in Maryland 2030. This bill codifies a statewide movement to move beyond coal in Maryland to a healthier, safer, and cleaner energy economy while supporting impacted fossil fuel workers and historically impacted communities. By creating the Fossil Fuel Community Transition Fund, HB 66 requires HB 66 requires that Maryland Department of Labor to establish policies and procedures for the administration of the fund, and requires that Maryland Energy Administration to use Maryland Strategic Energy Investment Fund, better known as SAFE, to provide the funding. This 19th century coal burning technology is dangerous. It's heating our planet, changing our climates, and making our families and communities sick. Specifically, our Black and Brown communities, as race, even more than class, is the #1 indicator for the placement of toxic facilities in this country. In 2019, Maryland coal-fired plants produced less than 10% of the electricity we consume, but dumped out of their smokestacks 54% of the climate warming carbon dioxide generated by the state power sector, and 79% of the smog forming nitrous oxide, and 96% of the dangerous sulfur dioxide. As time passes, it becomes increasingly evident that Maryland is running out of time to address the significant threat the climate crisis poses and our continued reliance on climate polluting, uneconomical coal in the making of is making matters worse. We must transition to affordable clean energy resources like solar, wind, and in order to stave off some of the devastating effects of climate change, energy markets have shown that burning dirty coal is not financially beneficial. The question now is Maryland coal plants will close, and when? Yeah, so what does this bill do? This bill mandates and manages the necessary transition off of coal power in Maryland by 2030. This bill specifically prohibits the carbon dioxide emissions rate for certain affected electric generation units from exceeding 180 pounds per million of BTU, establishes the Fossil Fuel Community Transition Fund, and requires the Maryland Department of Labor to establish certain policies and procedures for administrating that fund. Why is this bill important? Well, it codifies a statewide movement to move beyond coal in Maryland to a healthier, safer, and cleaner energy economy while supporting impacted fuel fossil workers and historically impacted communities. Here again, power plant produces less than 10% of the electricity, but 54% of the climate warming impact. For that and other reasons, I respectfully request for a favorable report on this bill. Mr. Chair, I have some witnesses. I actually have some panels, and I'd like, if you don't mind, I'd like for them to go in this order. David Smedick from our Sierra Club, Ricara Jones from 1199 SEIU, and Charles County Commissioner President Reuben Collins. And on the second panel,
let's stay there first. That's a lot to remember. So we'll
Okay, all right, Mr. Chair.
go with those three first.
Okay, sure.
So Davis Smetic will be followed by Ricard Jones.
Yes, and then I'm
By
Charles
Ruben
Penn.
Collins in
Yes.
that order.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Smetic, and I'm a senior campaign representative for the Sierra Club. On behalf of the Sierra Club and its over 70,000 members and supporters in Maryland, we respectfully request a favorable report on HB 66 and thank Delegate Brooks for his leadership. I don't want to repeat what's in our written testimony or what Delegate Brooks just relayed to the committee. So I want to highlight just a couple key issues for the committee to consider as it can move for a favorable report. First and foremost, this is a drastically different situation than the bill was presented last year. In the last 12 months, 95% of Maryland's coal capacity has indicated its intention to actually stop burning that fuel. We're talking about 5 of the 6 power plants that came into 2020 in Maryland have indicated that they are actually going to stop burning the fuel in the coming years, which really drives home the urgency that we need a managed transition plan. Delegate Brooks and Senator West on the Senate side had direct discussion with members in the opposition of the bill over the last year, coming to negotiations and consensus around the schedule for the transition off of those power plants. And we actually do recognize with the downturn in economics facing the plants that this schedule does work for the power plant companies, and they have removed their opposition and in some cases are even supportive of the compromise solution before you. Finally, I will also note that the bill implements a recommendation from the nonpartisan Maryland Commission on Climate Change, which is made up of state agencies, fossil fuel and clean energy industry representatives, members of the public, and labor unions. The commission did call on the General Assembly to pass a bill that ends coal burning at Maryland power plants by no later than 2030 and supports impacted workers and communities. That is exactly what HB 66 does. And we're excited for the committee to dig into this issue due to the urgency associated with this, this transition that the coal industry is facing in Maryland. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to the questions and discussion.
Okay, do we have any questions for David? See none. Okay, now we'll go to Ricard Jones. Ricard?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Ricard Jones. I am the political director with 1199 SEIU. We are the largest healthcare union in the nation. We represent thousands of workers in hospitals and nursing homes across the state of Maryland. For our members, this bill is important because of the health outcomes caused by coal plants, which affect both their professional and personal lives. Professionally, their workloads and resources are stretched really thin when they have to respond to coal-related illnesses. We all know that coal plants discharge heavy metals like mercury, which end up in bodies of water and soil and can impair brain development and cause cancer. We also know that they lead to respiratory issues like asthma, and that for nationally Black and low income people face the highest risk from coal pollution. So we support this bill because of the public health impact, the opportunity to invest in clean energy, and the dedicated funds that will go to support affected workers through clean energy job training, retirement support, and wage replacement. Just finally, I do want to thank this committee for passing the Hospital Employee Retraining Fund last year. We saw a workforce shift among our healthcare members, and you did pass a bill to assist with our members' transition to make sure they had the funding that they needed. We think this bill is very similar. We think it's a step in the right direction, especially since the companies have already announced they are making this transition away from coal. We really want to make sure there's a planned transition to support the workers. We hope that everyone will come to the table to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ricard. Does anyone have any questions for Ricard? Okay, if not, now we'll go on to Commissioner Ruben Collins.
Thank you, Delegate Brooks, Chairman Davis, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Ruben Collins. I'm president of the Charles County Board of Commissioners, and we respectfully request a favorable response to HB 0066, the Maryland Coal Community Transition Act of 2021. Charles County is working to be a leader on growing the clean energy economy in an effort to build a thriving local economy and to ensure that our residents breathe healthy air, have clean water, and are doing their part to combat climate change. For more than 50 years, our county has been home to the Morgantown coal-fired power plant, which, while it has provided energy to our homes and businesses and jobs to our local economy, it's also a major source of air, water, and climate pollution. As we've witnessed across the nation, our coal power plants are closing at an alarming rate, and I'm looking to proactively lead our county in the response to the shifting energy landscape. In December of 2020, Genome Holdings announced that they will retire their coal-fired electricity units at the Morgantown power plant by no later than 2027. This shifting energy landscape is at our doorstep, and I'm requesting that the General Assembly's support in managing the transition off coal across the entire state and in Charles County be considered. HB 66 provides the certainty for Charles County to know that the coal transition will happen and our air and water will be cleaner for it. Critically, though, the bill provides frameworks for economic support and recovery as we face the loss of this facility. And that's something that I want to make clear in terms of our overall commercial tax base. That particular facility is our highest commercial tax producer. And so it's critical for our county to be at the table as the legislature considers this type of transitional legislation. We want a seat at the table when the state is making decisions on managing the transition off coal. We need transition programs and planning processes like those in HB 66 to help aid local governments and communities facing the generational shift to the clean energy economy and away from fossil fuels. President Biden has recently announced that he has established an interagency working group on revitalizing coal power plant communities. HB 66 will help ensure Charles County is primed and ready to work with the state and federal government to plan for a more responsible transition away from fossil fuel facilities that we've seen in the past across the country. With that stated, I thank you again, Chairman Davis and Delegate Brooks, for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the citizens of Charles County, and we ask for a favorable report on HB 66. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Does anyone have a question or any questions for the Commissioner? Okay, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner President Collins. Just a brief question. How do you envision, because I know this is obviously we're in the same county, and this is going to be a big hit to our commercial tax base. How do you envision us surviving this transition as far as ensuring that we still have a viable commercial tax base if this goes the way of the dodo?
Well, the way it appears, Delegate Wilson, and it's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. The way we anticipate this happening, it will be gradations in the transition. The county is actually in the process of negotiating with Genome at this stage to prepare in more detail for this transition. If it were to happen immediately, it would be a tremendous
Hold on, Commissioner Collins. Hey, Ben, thank you. Go ahead. You're fine.
No, I was going to say, if it was to hit us immediately, it would be a tremendous hit on our county. What we want to do is be partners with those that are actually authoring this bill to ensure that it provides opportunities for a transition that puts in place the needs to train workers that will be hit by this. In addition, it provides a mechanism for potential future economic development. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to position ourselves. We don't want to get caught flat-footed, because at the end of the day, the trending is very clear throughout the nation. These coal plant facilities, they are out the door. And what we want to do is be partners, and we want to be major players as we begin the process of actually preparing for a future more with energy more in line with renewable energy. And so but to answer your point, your question directly, it will be in gradations. I mean, what we're trying to do, because what we don't want to happen is exactly what you stated, where, the closing is next year, and then we're left, in the dark without any clue on, okay, how should we address this? This is why the county is taking an aggressive position in being supportive of this legislation, and in anticipation of how this will impact our overall economy.
And I appreciate that. That was one of because if we're going to lose such a, a large commercial tax base, I would hope that we can find a way to put ourselves near the front of the line for these renewable green energy, not jobs, companies, because as you and I know, there are a multitude of people. Most of our citizens don't work in the county. Our tax base should not be dependent on our residential properties. And I want to make sure that we can work together to ensure that when these jobs come online, that we're not just setting up jobs in other counties, but we're bringing companies to Charles County to ensure that we have access and we can replace this as we see the decline in the coal-fired plants. And so I appreciate your input on this, and obviously I look forward to hearing from you again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions for the Commissioner President Collins? If not, we're going to move on. I'll go to my panel two, Kristen Habersham.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Delegate. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm the political director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Maryland LCV strongly supports HB 66, and we thank Delegate Brooks for his leadership on this issue. Thanks to the bold and important work of this committee, with the passage of the 2019 Clean Energy Jobs Act, Maryland is on the path to the forefront of climate policy nationwide. HB 66 will continue this path, recognizing that as we elevate clean energy technologies of wind and solar, we must also move away from dirty energy sources, including coal. The health of environmental imperatives of this bill are clear. 88% of Marylanders live in counties unable to meet the clean air standards set by the EPA, leading to significant negative health impacts, especially in communities of color. And coal-fired power plants remain a leading source of Maryland's in-state climate pollution. If we are to do our part in addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health of our communities, we must stop burning coal for power. The imperative, however, also lies in ensuring that the workers and communities that rely on these jobs these plants provide are protected against the economic devastation of plant closings without adequate and just transition. We must provide protection against lost healthcare coverage and wages as younger workers retrain to new clean energy jobs, as well as early retirement assistance for older workers for whom retraining is not an option. The kind of abrupt closure seen when the Dickerson plant closed in the spring of 2020 with only 90 days notice hurts both workers and the communities that depend on that tax revenue. This is why Maryland LCV is strongly supportive of the Worker and Community Transition Fund and long-term planning process created in this bill to help transition current union workers with good family supporting jobs into new good family sustaining jobs. A successful economy is one where no one is left behind and everyone can breathe clean air. Maryland LCV strongly supports this important legislation and urges a favorable report on HB 66. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen, and I apologize for butchering your last name, but
it happens.
I tried to remember whose last name is Habersham, so okay.
It happens all the time, Delegate, not a problem.
Sure. All right, does anyone have any questions for Kristen? Okay, if not, then we're going go on to Reverend Kobe Little, NAACP. Reverend Little.
Yes, sir. I'm here, Delegate Brooks. Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Delegate Brooks and members of the committee. I'm Reverend Kobe Little here on behalf of the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP in support of House Bill 66, in support of House Bill 66, which is the Coal Community Transition Act. You've heard the testimony about the differences between this year and last year. We're encouraged that we are seeing a reduction already in the number of coal burning plants in Maryland. And now our focus is shifting from the environmental justice part of this equation to the economic justice part of this equation. This legislation is important to provide support for the workers who will need to find new opportunities. And for this reason and others, the NAACP offers its wholehearted support again this year for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Little. Does anyone have any questions for Reverend Little? All righty. Okay, I see my chairman is back. I'll just go ahead and turn it back over to him. Chairman Davis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Teresa Ball.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee for having me today. I'm Teresa Ball, a resident of Charles County, Maryland, where the Morgantown coal-fired plant is located. A frightening reality. I'm a part of the statistic that notes 68% of African Americans live within 30 miles of a coal-fired plant. I have grave concerns about the health impacts due to exposure to the harmful emissions from this plant. Moreover, I have concerns about what happens in the aftermath of this plant's shutdown. What happens if the plant lays off workers? What happens if my county is hit with a huge revenue deficit? How does this impact me, my family, my friends, and my community? For this reason, I support and believe HB 66 is critical to the state of Maryland, as it not only establishes a date for ending the use of coal as a source of electric generation, but most importantly, the bill ensures that the state of Maryland plans for this inevitable shift. The shift to a green economy is what we would all like to see, but how we get there will require much planning and deliberation to ensure that we protect our local economies, to include the workforce that may be impacted by the transition. My hope is that you, our delegates, those whom we vested public trust, will make a decision to ensure that Maryland is prepared. By supporting this bill, you vote yes for planning and protection through the creation of a state-level task force, a key component to the transition from fossil fuel reliance in the state of Maryland, as well as funding to assist communities like mine. While you are considering your vote for this bill, it is my hope that you will remember me, remember my concerns and my voice. I'm asking for a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Clark.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I represent some 5,000 members, 5,000 Maryland residents and members of Local 26. I, along with the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, strongly oppose closing these electric generation stations. Not because we're not ready for green jobs. We are. In fact, as I speak, we're training young men and women for green jobs of the future in our Lanham facility. The fact is, HB 66 is not ready for the future. Let me explain. Our state, Maryland, consumes 1.5 times the amount of electricity it produces. Technology does not allow us to store solar energy, and the storage of solar energy might not ever happen in our lifetime. I hope it does, but it might not. Offshore wind is great. In 2022, the Trade Point project will go online, which is great. I talked to the owner operators last week. They're excited, but they realize it won't put a dent in our power deficit. And I've been tested. My major concern about testifying in front of this committee is I have one specific point I want to stress. If HB 66 passes and these plants close, Maryland will replace the energy loss by purchasing electricity from Pennsylvania and West Virginia. Delegates, the electricity made by these states is produced by coal. It's very important. It's produced by coal. I'm all for a cleaner environment, but I question moving coal burning power plants from Anne Arundel County and Charles County to neighboring states that border Allegheny and Garrett County. Because as you know, smog knows no borders. As a union rep, I do care about jobs. However, I worry that this bill will result in rolling blackouts during the summer. I would really regret not speaking up for my fellow Marylanders now to prevent power losses in August. So I asked you to put the cart before the horse, let technology catch up, and before increasing our state power deficit. But most importantly, let's not replace coal with coal. Thank you very much.
Donna Edwards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify in opposition of House Bill 66. Although I've heard that it's changed since last year, it's got many of the same opponents in it. Labor cannot support any bill by legislative decision that terminates a worker's job. I told the proponents, as did all of our unions impacted by the bill, and we expressed that we needed the dates amended from the bill in order to continue conversation. And of course, they said it was a non-starter because the bill is about closing the power plants, not so much about the transition. So secondly, in reading the code, the Maryland Code statute establishing and prescribing for SEEF, there is no enabling language in there that will allow a direct payment to an individual waiting to retire or a payment to an individual who has lost wages. Other than the direct payments to workers, the Fossil Fuel Community Transition Fund is duplicative of several of the programs already available to counties and cities and businesses. There are over a dozen programs paid by SEEF already available to counties, cities, and businesses, which offer the grants that are totally in line with HB 66. The language for the worker retraining is directly lifted from the statute requiring it now. Fourth, there is no SEEF money reliable enough to pay for this. SEEF does not have the money for this. If there was a great concern for the just transition of workers, why is it that Sierra Club in its agreements with Talon Energy did not negotiate for a transition for workers? Instead, in both press releases, they say they will work together to get legislators to invest in a transition, to get the states to pay for a transition for affected workers. We support Delegate Chee's bill. We support Delegate Charkoudian's bill. We support the expansion of clean energies all over Maryland and investing in those businesses. But HB 66 is beating a dying horse, and they're using legislators and workers to do it. We ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Gary Griffin. I'm a rep for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The IBEW cannot support legislation with date-specific closings of generating facilities that do away with good-paying jobs and benefits, especially without having replacement alternative energy sources in place, much less a plan in place for a just transition for the displaced workers. The advisory council created by the bill is required to develop a plan. The draft to be submitted by the end of 2021, the final to be submitted by the end of 2022. The bill includes a facility closure before the draft plan is even due. It would seem to me some kind of plan should be in place before legislation is passed that so heavily relies on such a plan. The plan shall identify closures affecting 50 workers or more. What about facilities with under 50 workers? Are they left behind? The plan shall identify funding to fulfill the goals of the plan. What happens to the workers if for whatever reason that doesn't happen? The Community Transition Fund created by the bill states funds will be allocated 50% worker retraining, 30% clean energy projects, et cetera, 20% for lost tax revenues to the counties. 50, 30, 20% of what? There is no data to show how much money will be required or available to assist workers and their communities. Owners of retired units are required to report layoffs, workers, and their titles. How is this to be monitored and enforced? Maryland does not need another law pertaining to the workers with no enforcement mechanism. Regarding SEIF, how many other laws, programs, et cetera, draw from this fund and or will in the future? There's no data showing the fund will be able to sustain funding for HB 66 in the long haul. There are too many unanswered issues, questions, and too many workers' livelihoods at stake, not to mention the impact on the communities to support this bill. On behalf of myself, the IBEW, and the over 15,000 IBEW workers that reside in Maryland, I respectfully urge you to give HB 66 an unfavorable report. Thank you for allowing my testimony and consideration of my recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Fennell. Do you have a question, Delegate Fennell? All right. If not, then that.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Valderrama.
Okay, just a quick one, just because I thought it came to me when, anyway. I was actually going to ask Mr. Clark, but there were no Q&A after that, so I'll just ask any of you. I think all three of you mentioned something about you can't support this legislation because of the set dates. Can you just please explain that part to me? If it didn't have set dates, then you do support the legislation? I'm trying to understand what the set dates have to do. And if you could, get into detail about that as far as the dates are concerned. That's all I want to know.
I will speak to it if others want to, but the bottom line is that I'm president of workers of labor, and I cannot support that on such and such date. I support your job being terminated. That just is not something I can do. Unlike, and I respect, the hospital retraining bill, we totally supported, but you all didn't close the hospitals. The medical system decided to do that. And just like now, the market will be closing and shutting down coal-fired power units. We know that. But to have labor say, yes, we supported a bill that said on such and such date, your job is terminated, that is not something that I can do. That's an absolute. We want to transition. We definitely have been working with legislators talking about that. This bill does not help with the transition because it does not dedicate the funding that is necessary for the workers and for the communities.
Okay, so just to piggyback, so how does that put so Ms. Edwards, you made a comment, not Mr. Clark, that this puts the onus on legislators now, saying that we would be the ones saying these people will lose their jobs?
Because you will be passing a bill that has absolute dates in it when you are closing down their jobs. Not the market. Legislators are saying that these are all coming offline on such and such a date because of your decision.
I see. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Carol Henry Alexander.
Mr. Chair.
Carol Henry Alexander.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Carol Henry Alexander, and I'm a visual artist and resident of Clinton, Maryland, testifying today in support of HB 66. Over the past few months, I've worked with Interfaith Power and Light, DMV, to engage congregations.
Mic is on. Hold on.
I'm going to.
Hold on.
Over the past few months.
Hold on. Let's not have that again, folks. Please keep your microphones muted if you're not speaking, have your microphones muted. I'm sorry, Miss Alexander.
No problem. Over the past few months, I've worked with Interfaith Power and Light DMV to engage congregations of many faith traditions all across our state in lighting the way to a coal-free Maryland. I want to share with you an experience that I had while working with PG Parks as a teaching artist. We were painting a mural on the front entrance of a community center. My inhaler dropped out of my apron pocket, and almost every child said, "Oh, you have asthma? So do I." And there were suddenly 6 inhalers being held up by my students to show that they too are asthmatic and must carry a rescue inhaler with them at all times. In that moment, I saw as plain as their beautiful faces smiling at me that our kids have a right to breathe clean air. My life's work as an artist is inspired by my love of Great Spirit and my respect for nature. In this artwork, which you can see in my written testimony, I illustrate our communities standing together in defense of their well-being and the well-being of the earth. People of faith took pictures with the artwork in December. Take a second to look through these pictures now. In Germantown, you can see Mary Kay Smith with her homegrown Christmas tree. And Corey Mahed is in Cheverly in front of her solar-powered home. In Silver Spring, there's Andrew Gone with his menorah. And the whole Wikamiko interfaith groups show their support on Zoom, plus so many more. In the past year, we've seen 5 coal plants close or announce plans to close. Our focus now must be to ensure a just transition for the communities that surround these power plants. We must care for both our neighbor who has asthma and our neighbor who has worked at the coal plants. We need you, our representatives, to pass this legislation and provide support for the workers and their communities. Faithful Marylanders know that a clean energy economy is our future, and our communities are depending on our elected officials to chart that path forward. Thank you.
Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just, I heard the obviously labor representation. I got their issues, Donna, with basically the closings and us setting the dates. And I'll be brief. My worry is that we're not going to have a plan. This is going to happen whether we decide to or not, and it won't be by the market. And if that happens, I don't want to be behind the 8 ball because we really don't have anything in store. And I don't think it's going to be the market that closes the coal-firing plants. I highly doubt it. I believe it's going to be technology, and I believe it's going to be the will of the government, if not the state government, the federal government. And I'm worried, especially in communities like mine that depend on this coal-firing plant, that we're not going to have any say in the game of when it stops or get any benefit. This reminds me, the way I was viewing it is when they decided to stop doing tobacco. That wasn't the market's decision. And we paid these farmers to not grow tobacco. We found a way to supplement the incomes for the workers in the county so that we could do something that was for the greater good and the health of our country. I believe this is how they're going to treat coal and coal-fired plants. And in doing so, we will be behind that power curve. I understand this is not a perfect bill. There is no perfect bill. This is definitely not a silver bullet. This was the attempt to try to preempt what we believe is either going to be federal government or state regulations that start closing, especially the smaller coal-firing plants. And we were trying to get ahead of the game. So while I do understand the nervousness, my worry is, Ms. Edwards, or for any other guys here for the labor, is that by the time if it happens, it's going to happen sooner than we think, and we're not going to be ready. which is why I was, supporting the idea behind the bill. Donna, and you're the last one I heard speak, if you don't mind.
No, I'm glad to talk about it. I mean, we're very concerned. I have delved into it. I've looked at the statute. I've looked at SEAF. There is a lot of money in SEAF right now available to the counties and the cities. And in fact, Charles County has a few of the grants that actually do the things that are right now in House Bill 66. We've got to look at a funding plan. The last part of the bill, which is actually where you delve into a plan, is probably the most important thing that you have. And looking at what do you need, when do you need it, and how much do you need, so that you can come forward and say, we need to have this funding source in order to help the communities that are going to lose this tax base, and also the workers that are going to lose benefits that they've worked all their lives for. House Bill 66 does not have guaranteed or any funding. SEAF money, I'm looking right now at the report, and it is millions of dollars off the mark from where it was in 2018 and 2019. So I'm very concerned that this is not the avenue. And if we pass it, we'll think that we have an avenue and we really don't. And that's the scary part.
So we're kind of on the same sheet though, because I see your point, like this is definitely what you would not consider the best vehicle, but we've got to find that vehicle. And even especially with Delegate,
totally agree.
Him being a sponsor, if you have ideas of how we can make this a better vehicle, now granted, there is no money available. So we'll never have that guarantee that everybody's going to get the money they want, everybody's going to be retrained. But what I refuse to do is wait until it's too late to have any kind of plan. And then we're just sitting back depending on the market minus our coal industry. So I hope that you can get together with a sponsor to try and find some viable mechanism of getting the policy behind this moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks. Yes, Donna. I'm looking at the SEAF report as well, and I'm looking at what came in for FY 2018, and I'm looking at what came in for FY 2019, and it was this substantial higher amount. Then I'm also looking at what came in for FY 2020, and that did drop some. Yeah.
30 million.
Right. Well, but it went up 30 million the year before. So you're going to have those fluctuations. Yeah. It depends on the auction. Yeah. Also, I had an opportunity to look at your response, the resolution from the AFL-CIO, and on resolution 7, where the AFL-CIO has developed strong policy proposals for protecting workers who are impacted by climate protection policies. These proposals provide a just transition, including 70% wage replacement and 80% health benefits replacement for up to 3 years, as well as a bridge to retirement funding for workers who are near retirement. So it seemed like the body has concluded that at least there is an opportunity for trying to negotiate some type of transition or something to try to make this particular bill better and work out to the benefit of the workers. In the bill itself, we've got some mechanisms in there to help the workers that are affected. As a matter of fact, 50% of the fund's going to go to that. Also to help those particular counties that are impacted, and also something in there for training. So we're trying to do something. We don't want you to go and then the workers to go and just fall off a cliff. So that's why we are trying to be proactive to address something that eventually is. These plants are going to close. So why not be proactive and try to do something that's going to at least not harm the workers or the other affected individuals to a degree, or do to a sense where we can mitigate some of the consequences that they're going to experience. I'd like your comment on that.
I totally agree that we have to have a vehicle. This is not it. I don't want to be supportive of something that has false hope in it. Secondly, there is nothing new in this, with the exception, nothing new. CEF provides for retraining grants. They provide city and counties and businesses with several opportunities in many ways. And as I keep reading it, I could really write a grant to probably pull down money from any single one of these, saying that it is going to move forward and retraining, but it's not the money that you need. It's not there. And the two things, as far as providing a transition to retirement for somebody who might have worked, you know, in their 3 years or 2.5 years from retirement, that's not enabled in the statute. So that whole statute needs to be changed to be able to give a check to an individual that is not looking to have another job, that is not looking to be retrained. There's also, in the bill, it says, you know, for anybody who's lost 75% or more of their wages. Well, you're just going to send a check to individuals on that. It's really kind of not something that you can look at. Also in the study, it says to look at anyone that's going to lose 50 jobs or more. Well, some of these people, let's face it, the people, men and women in these jobs now, they know that closure is coming, so they're starting to leave. The other thing is that it doesn't take into place the multitude of the building trades that provide the daily maintenance, so their jobs are gone. The railroads that go in with the coal, so their jobs are gone. So Maryland has to take, you have to take a 35,000-foot view of what is a transition. And maybe it's not even a bill that is directly related to coal, because hopefully as we move forward in the next decade in our new clean economy, there'll be other sectors that are just as, you know, losing jobs as well. So I totally understand and appreciate what you're trying to do in a transition. This bill is more about making sure there are dates so that, you know, Sierra and others have been able to say we're closing the coal plants, than really helping the workers. And it's got a good information in it, but those words are already there. They're already in the prescribing statute for CEF, and they're already in many of the CEF programs. So what is it that we need to help our communities and to really guarantee the funding? And I'm reading from the New York here. New York did a whole study on transition, and they estimate it's about $300,000 per worker for a real just transition. Now, that's probably not the cost that it would be here in Maryland, but we really need to get our heads around it. And I agree with you. We need to do it as fast as we can, but HB 66 is not that avenue. It's a false promise.
Well, I
thank you.
Sure,
thank you very much.
Thank you. But then what, anything that you could offer, you think that's going to make it a non-false promise? I mean, we're by sticking our heads in the sand and not trying to do something to mitigate what eventually is going to happen, I don't think it would be the right course of action to take. Yeah. So I think perhaps if you'd like to discuss this with me in detail and see what we can do to make it better, like the Delegate Wilson said, there's no bill that's a perfect bill, but we can do things to make it better and at least try to make that eventuality make it a little less taxing to the workers, because by us not doing anything, those jobs are going, those plants are going to retire, and that's just real. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Delegate Impalaria.
Donna, good. Thank you. I'm on. Donna, good to see you. And you know, I'll be honest with you. All this testimony is very frightening. Delegate Wilson saying this is going to happen. We're basically on the wrong path, but we got to figure out what we're going to do to turn it around. And I've been here for a while, so I've seen this happen before. And I remember the efforts to shut down the coal plants. And I also remember when that happened, that the coal was leaving by rail on a regular basis, coming down to the harbor. The port was making a fortune off of it, and it was getting shipped over to China. So while we are going to kill jobs here in America, this sounds like a really good bill, once again, for China and Europe, because this coal is going to go over there, they're going to burn it, and they're going to make money with it, and they're going to make products, and they're going to ship them back here. So if the overall goal is to make the earth cleaner and less polluted, sounds like the real answer would be you got to shut down the coal mines, because this isn't going to shut down the coal mines. What this is going to do is change where the coal is headed. So the coal is no longer going to be headed right here in this country to benefit us. This coal is now going to be headed overseas, as it did in the past. And I live in Baltimore, and I'm at the port all the time, and I saw those huge stockpiles of coal, and they couldn't ship it out fast enough. I mean, that's how much coal was going overseas. And I know from your point of view, you want to save jobs and keep jobs here. But didn't you see that too? Didn't you see that coal going overseas and getting burned overseas, creating jobs overseas, and basically building their economy and killing ours? And that was for you, Donna. And I know you support the guys down at the port and the rails, and that is going to happen. That's a reality. That's going to happen.
There is the reality that we have got to do something to clean our environment. It is the policy of the AFL-CIO that we need a very broad basket of all the energy sources that we currently have. We have not taken a position that coal is not part of that posture to get as a bridge to move us forward, as is natural gas. And so we see all kinds of opportunities for growth in the energy industry. And again, that's why we are supporting several of the bills that are for clean energy, for putting money, Maryland money, into researching battery storage and expanding nuclear, and also looking at tidal and geothermal. I mean, you know, we're part of the solution. We've been training for 30 years on green jobs. It's nothing new to us.
And Donna, that is an excellent answer.
There are 2,700
What you're saying is you were saying that we are burning coal way cleaner. That's why we're burning it again. All these technologies have come into play, and we're burning it clean in our front yard. What this bill says, we're not going to burn it in our front yard anymore. We're going to move it to our backyard, and we're going to burn it in dirty, filthy plants, and we're going to pollute the environment. And I always thought it was one earth. I thought if we were polluting China, we're still polluting the earth. And if global warming is really global, then we need to keep burning that coal here in this country, where we have the regulations, where our plants are up to date and burning it 100 times cleaner than the coal is being burnt in these other countries. And I thank you, because that's the true answer. You're right. You have worked very hard with this committee to make sure we update these plants and that they're clean burning plants. And instead, we're going to go right back to shutting down the clean burning plants and sending this coal over to other countries to be used against us in dirty plants. Just doesn't make any sense to me. So I reject the feeling that we have to do something because this is going to happen. This is like saying, you know, we got to rearrange the chairs on the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's ridiculous. We got to try to keep the boat afloat and keep things going and not do something foolish like this. And thank you, Donna.
Anyone else? If not, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 66. I'd now like to go to Delegate Buckle if he's with us for House Bill 682.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Coming from a county that actually produces coal and has a coal-fired power plant in my district, it was fascinating to sit here for the last half an hour and listen to the debate on the bill. Very, very interesting. But I'll skip that and go directly to 682. I know you've had a long day. What this bill does, it came in part as a result of the task force on the economic future of Western Maryland, in which I serve as the co-chair with Senator George Edwards. and also a variety of other stakeholders from across the state. Senator Hershey has the cross file in the Senate. What the bill does very basically is it allows qualified biomass to be a bigger factor in the renewable energy portfolio standard for thermal biomass. I know your committees deal with these issues frequently, so I won't belabor too much of what is going on in the historic use of this renewable energy portfolio standard with thermal biomass. But what seems to have occurred is this. Our current provision of the law says that in order to qualify for this credit, that the fuel has to be made from primarily animal manure, including poultry litter and associated bedding to generate thermal energy. So it has to be 50.1 or 51%, however you want to look at it, composed of those materials. And then the operator could blend in qualifying biomass, which is predominantly wood products, sort of the byproduct of wood production for other services or other products. That could be mixed in, or food waste that is also defined in the statute. That could be mixed in, but that could not be the primary source of the fuel in order to qualify to be part of the RPS and enable that operator to get the benefit from it. What that has proven over the years to mean is that there really is no qualifying thermal biomass under this exception, because it's just not as technologically feasible. It's not as economically feasible to produce. Western Maryland, the Eastern Shore, and a lot of parts of Maryland have a significant forestry industry. In my county, unfortunately, within the last year and a half, we lost the Verso Luke paper mill, which was probably the largest purchaser of wood pulp products in order for paper making, likely in the state, certainly in Western Maryland. Those 700 jobs directly, and hundreds of other jobs in the wood and pulp paper industries and shipping industries, forestry and logging, those jobs are going away. Some of them have already gone away and may never come back. What this is designed to do is to take a clean fuel source, the woody biomass, and allow it to be the primary source of the thermal biomass system, the burning system, and qualify for the RPS RECs, so that it no longer has to be 49% or below. It can be 50.1, it can be 100%. That would have various salutary effects. I think it would get more green energy onto our grid. It would promote job creation in these industries using that form of the woody pulp or woody biomass, which is more technologically feasible and economically feasible. So we get more of this activity. We'd use more of our RECs in the RPS system for businesses and companies here in Maryland, instead of allowing it to go to qualifying sources outside of the state of Maryland. And it would create jobs. It would create a market for a wide variety of these wood products and wood byproducts that could be used in these thermal biomass system operations. And that would create hundreds, perhaps thousands of jobs, income, tax revenues, not just for the Western Maryland forested counties, for the Eastern Shore, and really, again, Harford County, Cecil County, every place, almost every county, with the possible exception of maybe Baltimore City, doesn't have a lot of cuttable timber. But almost every other place probably does. And so what the bill would do is fix this anomaly in our historic RPS system and make the woody biomass a potential freestanding or majority of the mix qualifying factor for thermal biomass REC credits under the RPS.
Any questions, Delegate Charkoudian?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Delegate Buckle. Do you know if incineration of biomass creates emissions?
I'm not an expert into what type of emissions it creates, but I'd be almost certain that it does create some type of an emission.
It's a burning. Right?
Sure,
Presumably
sure.
burning, yeah. So, there's a lot of debate in this. We do have other things in our RPS that create emissions. And so I know this might seem hypocritical, but I think a lot of us are concerned about the things that are in our RPS that create emissions, because it's supposed to promote clean energy. And if something's creating emissions, then by definition, it's not clean energy. And so I guess the concern is, I just wonder if you know more about that piece. I appreciate that it potentially creates jobs, but we are trying to be careful that we're whether someone creates jobs or not is sort of not what the RPS is about. The RPS is about how do we promote clean energy. And so I'm just wondering more about the emissions. And also, do you know who regulates the emissions? Do you know how much emissions, those kinds of things, if we could just.
So there are no operating systems in Maryland using this today because of the way the statute is created. So this isn't creating a new standard or a totally new entity under the existing RPS. The existing RPS says that if you could technologically and economically do it, you could go out tomorrow and burn a formula or a mix that is primarily poultry litter. So 51%, and then you could mix the wood in. So I don't have any information as to what emissions are created within that standard here because no one does it.
Got it.
But as you mentioned, the ability to do this at 49% mathematically, it exists under our current law. But at 49%, there's no way for them to do it. It just doesn't work. It's an empty statute, essentially. And so that's the goal, is to create a way that conforms with the existing statute, but simply allows it to become a practicable value under the RPS standard.
Yeah, no, so I appreciate what you're trying to do. I guess the concern is, at a time when I'm hoping that what we'll do, and the chairman has a bill, I'm hoping we'll pass it to remove black liquor. I'm hoping we'll be moving in the direction of really a cleaner and cleaner RPS. By clean, I mean one that doesn't produce emissions. It wouldn't be the time to expand emission creating.
We're saving so much electricity here in the House of Delegates building that my lights went off automatically in the middle of the hearing. So,
And I do have a bill on efficiency, so I appreciate
there you
that
go.
your room is working so well in that vein. Anyways, I guess at this point, I just was wondering if you knew about the emission side of things. At this point, I'm just debating the bill, so I'll stop. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate that, and I'd be happy to talk to you more about that. I mean, again, because this is not really used at this point in Maryland. I don't know that anyone is regulating the emission in Maryland, but I assume that it would be MDE.
MDE, yeah. But the point, I guess the broader point is that there are emissions from this, if we had it, what we have theoretically. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Buckle, you brought up an interesting point, and I'm glad you're trying to bring legislation forward to create more jobs, especially in your area. Now, you were mentioning that Luke Mill is no longer there.
Yes.
Do you tell me what types of jobs were there at Luke Mill? I think there was one certain type of job category that was there at Luke Mill. Do you know what that was?
Well, I mean, Luke Mill was largely unionized.
Well, that would be it.
Yeah, it was a largely unionized industrial facility that produced a particular type of paper. It was one of the world's leaders for many, many years. If you've ever used or read a slick or glossy magazine, the magazine text, the paper feels very slick and glossy. There's a very good chance that paper was produced at certain points in times in Allegheny County, Maryland. But that is now closed down, and they're actually in the process of dismantling the paper machines now, shipping them to Turkey, where they will be reassembled and used in the Republic of Turkey.
So, and they were a large number of high-paying union jobs, correct?
I think that's fair to say. I mean, most of
the now you guys
50
used
to 75,000
to have. I'm going to keep going with this team. You guys used to have Alcoa. They smelted aluminum, heavy energy builder. What type of jobs were they?
So Alcoa was a little east of us in Allegheny County, still in Western Maryland, but not in my county. But Alcoa was the same type of industrial position. That's been closed for probably 15 years now, at least.
But what type of jobs were they?
Generally heavily unionized industrial positions.
High-paying union jobs. You used to have Kelly Springfield, too.
Yes, they did. I had two uncles who worked for the Kelly Springfield Tire
And what kind of jobs were they?
Same type of jobs. They were
high-paying union
significant jobs in our community. We also had the corporate headquarters worldwide for Kelly Springfield that was based in Cumberland until the plant closed, and then ultimately the corporate headquarters also moved to Akron, Ohio.
So it just amazes me that it seems like Western Maryland over time has been attacked and been stripped of most of their high-paying union jobs. And it doesn't seem to end. There isn't that many left up there.
There aren't.
Like they want to go after them too. And they were all good tax-paying people. They were all proud people. They weren't asking for handouts. And it does seem to me that Western Maryland has taken an unfair burden of losing high-paid union jobs compared to the rest of the state. I don't think anyone, population-wise, have lost as many high-paying union jobs as Western Maryland has, and mostly because of failed energy plans.
I think Delegate Impalaria, many of my constituents would share that. I'm wondering if you've been to Allegheny County and maybe had a cup of coffee with my constituents, because I hear similar suggestions often, unfortunately.
Well, I don't go up there. There's no jobs up there. There's no reason for it. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, Gary
Mr.
Allen?
Chair, I
Yes.
did have one. I forgot to say one thing. In your packet of materials that were provided, there are some clarifying amendments from, not from me, but if the committee chooses to move forward with the bill, I would offer them. They're from the Association of Forest Industries and the Maryland Forest Association. And it's just some language that changes some legislative terms that really aren't industry terms that don't make sense in the existing definition of qualifying biomass. So if the committee moves forward, and we hope that you would, I'll make sure to get those amendments drafted, and we would view that as friendly to our purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Allen. I'm president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation, and we strongly support House Bill 682, the revision of the state's RPS standard to authorize the use of biomass systems fueled with qualifying biomass for eligible renewable energy credits. With these changes, we think the entire forest community can support this and further steps to make biomass energy a part of Maryland's clean energy future. We think these changes are long overdue. This past year, in partnership with several other organizations and 3 state agencies, we helped plan and present 5 webinars on spurring the use of biomass opportunities here in Maryland as a part of Maryland's clean energy future. A clear consensus emerged from those conversations that the major barrier to actually looking at combined heat and energy programs here in Maryland is the narrow definition in current law, which the delegate has addressed in this particular bill. Therefore, we urge a favorable consideration of this report. Let me respond to one comment that was made a little bit earlier and simply say that biomass energy is a niche market opportunity, combining heat and energy for Maryland's clean energy future. Biomass is an excellent choice for this purpose because it can meet tough air quality standards and strong energy efficiency goals, and therefore it is a competitive and excellent economic and investment in our energy supply chain. And this clarifying language, I think, is a positive step forward in helping plan that sustainable energy future for Maryland. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify before your committee.
Thank you. James McKittrick?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, James McKittrick with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, here in support of House Bill 682, which allows thermal wood systems to be an eligible source of thermal renewable energy credits. So you may ask yourself, isn't woody biomass already authorized in statute as an eligible thermal renewable energy credit source like geothermal or solar thermal? Well, the answer is not quite. Current law only authorizes woody biomass as a thermal rec source if it is 49% or less than half in an animal manure, i.e. poultry litter system. So what House Bill 682 does is it strikes the primarily that is currently in statute and allows woody biomass to stand on its own as an eligible source along with other sources in law now. DNR's interest in incentivizing woody biomass is to use market forces to drive increased forest management, leaving our forests healthier, more sustainable, as well as increasing the efficiency of the state's largest carbon sink, thereby mitigating the impacts of climate change in Maryland. You're going to hear a lot more about how woody biomass is preferable, but I'll skip to the fact that scientific research from U.S. Forest Service and others demonstrates conclusively that wood thermal projects yield cost-effective greenhouse gas abatements. MDE has the strictest emission standards in the nation, and I believe the EPA even modeled its air standards off that, off the work that we have done in Maryland. So if you crack open the RPS's annual, or PSC's annual RPS compliance report, you'll see that thermal renewable energy credits are just a footnote in the overall Tier 1 compliance. It is not expected under the department's estimates that a woody biomass standalone as an eligible thermal source will change the extremely negligible impact that TRECs have on the Tier 1 market. Recognize my time's dwindling. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in support of this bill and also support the clarifying amendments that the Maryland Forest Association has brought about silviculture products and natural wood waste, just to make sure that the language in the bill fits what's actually in the working world. And you know, I'm not going to go over the bill. I think it's been discussed in quite well. I will kind of talk about some of the discussion on emissions and things like that, and utilizing woody biomass and making sure our forests stay productive and viable is absolutely essential to meeting carbon sequestration goals. We've got bills in this session that are looking to add 5 million trees to be planted in Maryland, bills to add 500,000 trees to urban sectors. And we all understand that the use of forests are going to help us with our climate change issues and our GHG or greenhouse gas reduction goals. But we have to make sure that we use those trees. They can't just be planted and never done anything with. They do reach a maturity where they actually start to go backwards when it comes to actual carbon sequestration. And so having a good forestry industry is absolutely critical to sustainability. And so I would say that it's sustainable. It's a sustainable project. And honestly, every type of energy generation creates emissions, whether it be solar panels, wind turbines. And if you really think about solar panels and how much property and how much land and how much agricultural land they're going to cover, the loss of carbon sequestration because of that, the use of steel, the use of the panels that are created in China through coal-fired power plants are all going to create emissions. And so I think just throwing this out because it has a possible emissions is probably a disservice, and we'd hope that you would move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Hill.
Thank you, Chairman Davis and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 682 with the clarifying amendment suggested. I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association. MFA represents the forest community statewide. By forest community, I mean the entire forest supply chain, from the family woodland owners to foresters to loggers to manufacturers. We are a conservation-minded group that wants to see forest remain as forest and believe that that is best accomplished by promoting sustainable forestry practices and encouraging strong markets. There are approximately 158,000 private landowners in Maryland that depend on strong markets for their to meet their management goals. Having various outlets ensures that forests aren't subject to high grading, where landowners are left without long-term economic potential and with unhealthy tracts stocked with poor genetic and low quality trees. Strong markets also provide financial incentives for families to retain ownership. Without markets, woodland is prone to land use change and fragmentation. The industry is not a threat to the forest, but is instead an integral part to its long-term success, health, and viability. Our forests are in trouble because we have seen such a rapid decline in the forest products industry across the state in recent years. MFA is not alone in its concerns. Last year, federal grant funding was received to develop an economic adjustment strategy for Maryland's forest product sector. The administration widely supported the initiative. The Department of Commerce, Natural Resources, and Agriculture were among the funding partners. Although the final report has not been released, key early findings showed that biomass as one of the most promising opportunities. Their analysis showed 2 million tons of wood from urban and rural sources could be utilized annually to fuel community scale energy projects. The biggest hurdle, the current RPS language, which requires a specific recipe in order to utilize wood, which is also loosely defined. Passage of this legislation would remove that barrier. On behalf of the forest community and the local economies that this bill would benefit, I respectfully ask for your favorable review. Thank you.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Delegate Buckle, how are you?
How are you, Delegate Fisher, my friend?
I'm good, thank you. Question, isn't Western Maryland the only region of the state that actually has wind turbines that are built and in operation?
That is my understanding. There are 2 wind projects operating for several years now in Garrett County, and there is one project that is winding its way through the Public Service Commission approval process in my district for Allegheny County, and I believe that's right. Those are the only places in the state that actually have wind projects.
And as I recall, there was always the promise, and we hear it a lot, I know in this committee, of how many incredibly great, wonderful jobs are going to be created once the wind turbines are put up. How many jobs are actually permanent in Western Maryland for those projects?
There's a handful. There's few. I mean, wind turbines generally tend, unless you have situations like we have right now in the country where they lock up and they have to go out and be serviced, they generally tend to be fairly low maintenance and service at that point in time.
Yeah, so it's just a handful. And my understanding is that on one of the projects, because I remember this years ago, there was a huge article, I think, in the Baltimore Sun and maybe in the Wall Street Journal. There was actually clear cutting that had to occur of trees of a forest in order to actually build the wind turbines. Isn't that
Yeah,
correct?
I think there's a project right across the Allegheny Garrett County line that they had to do that in order to put them on the ridge. Obviously, the wind power works better if you're in a clear ridged area in the mountains. The wind blows. Believe me, I live on a mountain. The wind blows a lot more there than what it blows here. Believe me.
And so the wind turbines they actually had to mow down kind of part of a forest to build them. So, and then with your bill that you're proposing, there's the possibility of hundreds of jobs because it would be kind of an ongoing industry, right?
That's right. I mean, our hope would be that one of these generating facilities using the qualifying biomass, the woody biomass, would actually locate. It would be economically feasible for them to locate as close as possible to the source material. So not just for Western Maryland, but the Eastern Shore or other heavily wooded areas may be able to create a power plant, for want of a better term, that would feed that thermal energy into the grid and would also provide jobs for people managing the forests and using these woody byproducts that they would have economic value instead of simply throwing them away, essentially.
Right. And just lastly, Mr. Chairman, but also Jason, it's my understanding is that when, you have a forest and trees naturally shed branches and all that stuff, that they releases CO2. And so that's at least my understanding. I'm not an expert on this subject matter, but I've read a few articles about this, and I've always wondered why there isn't more collection of that biomass and then using it for energy, since it's releasing CO2 anyway. So.
Right. I think that is the conundrum is, in our state, you certainly would have to change the laws the way we're proposing to allow people to make more advantage of the product. But in general, it's just a question of, is there a market that fits economically to go out and collect the material and produce it in an environmentally sound way as possible? I appreciate what Mr. McKittrick said and others have said, that there really is a way to do this that is a very environmentally sound way that has a net positive effect on terms of overall carbon emissions, which is great.
Thank you, Delegate Buckle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Mounts.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a question for Mr. McKittrick from the Department of Natural Resources. You were mentioning the department's goals with regards to woody biomass. What were those goals? And can you repeat it for me?
Right. So, our goals are twofold, right? The first is to support the forest industry in Maryland, which drive forest management throughout the state to keep our forests healthy, right? So we have, a challenge currently where many of our neighboring states are offering incentives for thermal woody biomass systems. So, I'm going to say combined heat and power. I'm not the expert in combined heat and power. I think some others who are, but these are systems, thermal systems that are best utilized in sort of manufacturing settings, commercial settings, and in institutional settings like hospitals and schools. And so we've actually had at least one business that I'm only familiar. This is only one case that I'm familiar with, and I'm sure there've been others where we've had businesses try to site in Maryland, good union paying jobs, and have those find out that we don't offer actually just a straight eligibility for wood biomass systems, and so they would take their jobs and their business elsewhere. But that's really more of an issue for commerce. But for us, the bigger picture is about how do we maintain and grow Maryland's carbon sink. So this is a big, obviously big question when it comes to how the state is responding to the issue of climate change. Our forests are the largest carbon sink. There's not a larger carbon sink in Maryland. And the unfortunate reality is, as forest management becomes more of a challenge, that the strength of that carbon sink is not growing the way that we would like to see. So, if we can incentivize the forest industry, if we can grow the forest industry back, it clearly has some ground it needs to make to get back to where it was and beyond. I think this is, certainly one of the ways we can do it.
That's on the Eastern Shore also, correct?
What's that?
That's the carbon sink.
Correct. It's everywhere there's forest, there's a carbon sink. I mean, it's all one giant network of, fighting climate change.
Thank you.
Delegate Impalaria.
Yeah, I want to follow up a little bit on what the issue was talking about. Now, it's my understanding that a tree has a carbon footprint. It's the amount of carbon that's going to come out of that tree. And that carbon footprint is the same regardless whether that tree is burnt in a furnace or if it falls on the ground and decays. Is that correct? That's the way I've always understood it. There's a certain amount of carbon in the tree, and whether over time it decays or it's burnt, that carbon is going to be released into the air. Is that correct?
That's actually a really great point. It's sort of correct, right? It's a you look at fossil fuels and the carbon cycle of fossil fuels. You burn the fossil fuels, and then there's CO2 and emissions. It's an open loop. It's not really even a loop. But if you look at look at forests and trees, and it's actually a closed loop of a carbon cycle, right? It starts with the storage of carbon in the trees. It's released. That is then absorbed back into the forest. It's a circle of life. It's really self-sustaining. I don't know if that helps answer your question, but I just wanted to point out it's a much broader, question of whether it's, down on the ground, in a landfill, or if it's being burned.
Yeah, and that was my point. People are saying we shouldn't be burning trees and we shouldn't be doing this because it releases a carbon footprint. But the truth of the matter is it's going to release a carbon footprint no matter what. Now, coal, it's different. It's buried underground. It's brought out and then it's burnt. That coal carbon footprint is kind of captured and underground. But a tree is not underground. And when it falls over on the ground, whether it is burnt in a forest fire or it just naturally decays, that footprint is that footprint.
Right. And the game is really about storage, right? How can we allow the storage of as much carbon as possible? The storage that happens with younger growth is far more aggressive. The storage by dead and dying trees is next to nothing. Our goal should be, through forest management, And through market-driven forests for forest management, we should be ensuring that there's the most optimal sequestration happening as possible. And I think that really requires us to kind of go beyond the elementary school thinking of, if you burn something, it's automatically bad. Trees, the ecology and, of our forests and the role in our environment is far more complex than that.
Yeah, well, you said it's that. It's kind of like it's this or that, but in reality, they're the same. So decaying or burning, they're the same. Thank you.
Did I miss anyone?
Bill Miles, AFI?
No, I meant that wanted to ask questions.
Yeah.
Did I miss anyone that wanted to ask questions?
Yeah.
If not, William Miles.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Miles on behalf of the forest industry by way of the Association of Forest Industries. And I absolutely love this questioning and some of the issues we heard today waiting for our bill hearing. We've learned a couple of things that I wasn't going to testify on, but I'll briefly talk about. The beauty about using wood is it's homegrown. We're not having to import it. The second thing of it is it's renewable. Trees grow back. And unlike fossil fuels, wood represents an absolute carbon neutral source of energy. For all those reasons, wood is often overlooked, but keep in mind, wood is in tier 1, and by the removal of an adverb, primarily, that was put on 12 years ago when there was a project that never came to fruition, that will give the forest industry a market and provide jobs that right now there's one adverb is stopping. And when you think about combined heat and power for thermal, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about a source of energy for hospitals and colleges and universities that is so much more cost effective than fossil fuels. And then one point, because I know you've heard a lot today, and not a lot of people talk about it, but the importance of sustainable forestry management, which you cannot take place if you use it for energy, was espoused very clearly in the Sustainable Forestry Act of 2009, which said this: a healthy Chesapeake Bay requires a healthy forest system. And it's the same thing with homegrown energy production. We must sustainably manage these forests. And in Maryland, you don't cut a tree down without jumping through all kinds of hoops. Our BMPs are the most stringent probably in America. And the amount of wood available, if you look at the green handout that DNR pointed out, we have about 500,000 tons of wood a year from roadside clearing, from ice storm damage, from urban cleanup. Every 100,000 of that 500,000 a year is 40 new jobs. So forestry answers renewable energy, a clean bay, and green jobs. And we really support this bill. Please remove this adverb and we can get on with it. And we're not asking for any subsidies from taxpayers. Let the market work for us and we'll work with the market.
Robin Jessica Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Robin Jessica Clark, Maryland staff attorney with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Picking right up on the conversation about the Chesapeake Bay and how much we need our forests. We do need our forests. Forests are a tremendous asset for Maryland and their carbon capture ability for sure. Anytime, however, a forest or a tree is cut down and burned, that is releasing greenhouse gases into the environment. It's releasing carbon dioxide emissions. It's releasing nitrogen oxide emissions. Nitrogen oxide can fall directly into the bay, cause additional nitrogen pollution in the bay. A third of the nitrogen pollution in the bay is coming from the air. I think I already spoke to the committee about that today. But just to be very clear, it's very important that we maintain our existing forest stock. And I work with some of the folks on this call on other pieces of legislation to do more tree planting, to do more forest conservation. We also work at CBF to manage the state's poultry litter manure in particular. And we've experimented in that sphere with thermal biomass systems that would burn that poultry litter, and have yet to find through pilots a system that did not release polluting emissions into the air. So for these reasons, we have deep concerns about this expansion of biomass systems in state code. We really hope the state will consider going the other direction and look at composting and anaerobic digestion as the way forward. Thank you for your time, and I urge the committee's unfavorable report.
Mike Ewald. Is Mr. Ewald with us?
He is not.
All right. Stephanie, are you supposed to be speaking for him?
On another bill, the next one coming up,
Got it.
875.
Okay, then that concludes our hearing for House Bill 682. Let's go to House Bill 875.
Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up. I had one question for the Chesapeake Bay I had a question for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Yes.
Sorry. Have they gone?
I'm here.
I don't
I'm
believe
here,
so.
Delegate. Nice
just
to see you.
very quickly, I know it's late in the day, but this legislation has a dramatic impact on our district. And our district right now is under a lot of pressure. There are a lot of people who are moving there. These woods pay. So landowners that own woods, if they're not viable and there isn't a way to use them, they lose value. They depreciate very quickly. And this would replace a huge void that has recently been created. Do you have any concerns about the existential threat that is posed to this valuable, very environmentally sensitive land to growth and development? Because landowners are left with little option, but if the land doesn't hold its feasibility, they're selling that land and it's being developed. What is the environmental, do you see an environmental existential threat? Because I do firsthand every day.
I think I understand the question. It's probably a broader topic, but I do want to express that we are very concerned about conversion of forest lands for other purposes across the state, and certainly concerned about development on the Eastern Shore, where you have some really fragile situations, low-lying areas, so much.
We have land right now that you couldn't sell 5 years ago. Right now is selling for double, almost, well, not double, but almost double the value of his list price before. And it's being sold for development, not for preservation.
Yes, we are working on a statewide level, but also county by county, the strengthened forest conservation law against development, and also working this year on a 5 million tree planting initiative, a lot of which would be focused on agricultural buffers.
Gotcha. I just want to make that point because, on the shore, the state and the federal government are buying up all the land. They're trying to take the place of the traditional landowner, and that just doesn't work. And at some point, we're going to come to a position where counties won't be able to pay for things because all that money comes off the tax tolls, and the county are very, 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 it's a hot button issue with the state and the federal government stepping in to take the place of what used to be privately owned and maintained land. And that is a very important part of this discussion, and it hasn't been mentioned, and it's late in the day. But if we were to have this discussion back home, I think you'd see my county council members standing up on their chairs, banging on their desks saying, wait a minute, Annapolis, look at what's going on around us. Are you aware of, you're telling, you're shutting this land, you're taking this land and making it unusable, and it's going to sell and it's going to be developed. And it is environmentally sensitive. And no, we don't want the state or the federal government to keep buying it, because that is a huge problem for our counties. I just wanted to share that with you.
If I might just say briefly, I don't know of any focused effort by Chesapeake Bay Foundation to try to get land into the ownership of federal or state governments. Most of the forest land in our state is in private hands. And what we try to do in part is work through the Department of Natural Resources programs where that would allow those landowners to continue to own their property, but to manage the forest and maybe even access funding from the federal government by way of easements, but
And
not,
thank you.
not ownership. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I don't mean to cut you off. I've taken you way off the bill. It's late in the day. That needed to be said in this discussion. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. That concludes House Bill 682. I'd now like to go to House Bill 875, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, Qualifying Biomass. That's me. And this will be real simple. This is black liquor. For years, we can debate whether or not we believe black liquor is renewable energy or not. For me, it really isn't. The only reason why I supported it remaining in RPS, quite frankly, was Luke Mill. That was a plant up, well, we know where it is and we know what it was. It was a large employer. And so with those jobs that were there, I wasn't willing to do anything to harm that out of respect for that region and the representatives out there. Luke Mill closed its doors, I think it was the summer of 19. And so at that point, all of my arguments for not supporting removing it from the RPS were gone, quite frankly. And then we heard, oh, wait a minute, somebody else is coming and all those kinds of things. It hasn't happened. You know, I've been told of rumors and so forth, but it hasn't happened and it's not likely to happen. While I can protect jobs within the state, what goes on outside the state respectfully is not my concern. And that's basically what's going on here, is protecting industries that are outside of Maryland. That's really the roundabout argument that's being made. So I don't need to go into great detail. We know what this bill is. We've dealt with it, maybe with the exception of Delegate Pippi, I don't know. But for the rest of you, we've heard this for a number of years. We know what it does, and you know that's sort of where I'm at. So with that, Delegate Mouts, then Delegate Walker.
I'll have my hand up again, Chairman. I'm sorry.
No problem. Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of new to the committee as well. Can you tell me, like, what brands are you talking about? We talk about black liquor.
Johnny Walker. Black liquor is a residue from paper, from the
okay,
from the paper to it's a residue left over from the paper mill.
Man, say, man, dang, Newports, Johnny Walker, man, you tripping, man. All right.
Anyone else? If not, let me go to the witness list for House Bill 875. Let's start with Robin Jessica Clark.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, me too on that. I hope that this bill is successful.
Okay. I was going to call Mike Ewald, but I believe Stephanie, you're speaking for energy justice today.
I'm on. I just got on.
Mike is back.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry I couldn't testify as planned on the last bill. But good afternoon, or evening almost. I'm Mike Ewald with Energy Justice Network. We strongly support this bill. We'd encourage you not to amend the bill as the Senate did to allow mill residue other than black liquor to get credits. 9% of the credits that are going to the same paper mills that are burning black liquor are from other biomass such as mill residue. Maryland residents have been subsidizing a dozen paper mills to date, not just the Luke Mill when that was still open, but mills in Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, and Wisconsin. And in 2018, 6 of those mills were also receiving credits for burning biomass other than black liquor. So if we don't want to keep subsidizing these out-of-state mills, we need to be comprehensive about it. Biomass credits also flow to 3 tree burners in Virginia and Kentucky, with 93% of those credits going to a plant that all they do is burn trees in South Boston, Virginia. Those subsidies ought to be cut out as well. We know that biomass is 50% worse than coal for the climate and is comparably polluting on several other measures. And it doesn't benefit Maryland to throw money at tree burners in Virginia any more than it does to subsidize out-of-state paper mills. Maryland stands out in supporting black liquor. Of all the states in the regional PJM grid, Maryland represents a full 2/3 of all the black liquor renewable energy credits used to meet these state mandates. These credits are also the largest source of dirty energy granted in Maryland under this law, and it's been increasing dramatically just in the past couple of years. When the Luke mill was operating, they were the largest air polluter in the state by far. They were 20% of all the industrial air pollution in the state, and actually almost half of the state's industrial emissions of sulfur dioxides. We would also encourage you to remove incinerator and landfill credits, as Delegate Ivey's House Bill 332 would, and incorporate that into this bill if you could. Thank you.
Justin Gallardo.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. After testifying favorably in Delegate Ivey's 322 addressing waste to energy, I'm very glad this bill to address black liquor. Both Mr. Chairman and Speaker Jones are right to say it's an important step of fighting climate change, but it's also for wildlife and human health. And as I stated before, when subsidizing dirty jobs, you bring undesirable and damaging impacts. Since the closure of Luke Mill's paper plant in April of 2019, the black liquor has seeped into the Potomac River. But this doesn't have to be the future. This does not have to be the future of Allegheny County, as its economy is very diverse from healthcare, education, manufacturing, transportation, and tourism. In fact, Speaker Casper Taylor, the former speaker, which your building's named after, his marquee accomplishment was attracting tourism to the Rocky Gap area. And while Allegheny County's income is on the lower end of the spectrum, it's not a persistent poverty county like Somerset County on the Eastern Shore. It has the infrastructure to move forward. Allegheny has 2 HUB zones in South Cumberland and Frostburg through the Small Business Administration. So I think it's time that we focus on a new chapter for Luke, and that starts with altering the definition of biomass and stop subsidizing this. I think we're off to a great start in cleaning the RPS, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. And I asked for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan Nowicki.
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Thomas. I think Stefan signed up for me. So if I can.
Who are you with?
Domtar Paper. My name is Steve Thomas. I'm with Domtar Paper. Stefan is a co-worker of mine.
Okay.
I'm the senior manager of energy programs for Domtar. Domtar opposes House Bill 875. But saying that, we do support the RPS program and the goal that the RPS program has. And the reason why we oppose the bill as it is, right now, Maryland ratepayers are paying about 524, or this is what I figure, 524 million for the RPS in 2021. So the reason why they pay that, there's this annual review that we do actually helps us understand where we're at in the program, whether the program is balanced properly. So, the questions that need to be asked are, is the price for renewable energy credits prompting new wind, new renewables into the program? And we can look at the numbers and say, yes, that's happening. Every year there's, for the last 5 or 6 years, we've had more than 500,000 new wind wrecks coming into the Maryland program. So the price is high enough to prompt new wind to be brought in. At the same time, we have to ask, is the price so high that Marylanders are paying a premium for something and not getting the benefit? So, and And the answer to that is it looks like the answer is that the program's balanced, because we are inspiring new development. At the same time, we're not jeopardizing support of the program by paying too much. And if you pay too much, you're going to draw too much too quickly, and you're going to get you're not sending the right financial message that the new development has to eventually start to compete with traditional generation methods. So that's the gist of my arguments. I have other arguments in my written testimony, and I'd encourage folks to look at that, but I'll take questions as necessary.
Jerry Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jerry Schwartz. I'm the Senior Director of Energy and Environmental Policy at the American Forest and Paper Association, the National Association of the Pulp, Paper, Packaging, Tissue, and Wood Products Industry. Our members' employees are essential and critical infrastructure under Maryland and federal guidance. We respectfully ask the committee to give a negative rating to a negative report for the bill. The industry in Maryland employs 6,000 people, pays $1.8 billion in state and local taxes, and has a payroll of $374 million, producing corrugated and other packaging and sales displays, among other things. We still have a significant presence in the state. On average, approximately 2/3 of the energy used at our member mills is generated from carbon neutral biomass. We've voluntarily reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by over 23%. Bioenergy from our mills residuals provides enormous greenhouse gas reduction benefits. It avoids the emission of approximately 181 million metric tons of CO2. That's roughly equivalent to removing about 35 million cars from the road. In addition, the Obama administration EPA never questioned whether biomass is renewable, and it also concluded that black liquor is at least carbon neutral and can have it even better than carbon neutral, be even better under certain scenarios. The RPS program has cost Maryland ratepayers over $650 million from 2014 to 2019, and could cost a total of over $7 billion by 2029. The bill would remove over 29% of the supply of RECs, while the demand is significantly increasing, risking even higher costs for Maryland ratepayers. The Maryland RPS is dominated by out-of-state resources. In fact, in 2019, only 18% of Tier 1 Maryland RECs were from in-state resources. Both wind and black liquor were less than 2%. Also like to note that the original RPS never banned emitting sources. The original RPS always included emitting sources as renewable and clean sources. Thank you.
Thank you. To Mr. Nowicki and Mr. Schwartz, do you see this? Or can you see it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, do not.
All right.
No, sir.
Hold on. Give me a second. Can you see this now?
No, sir.
You don't have to read it, but can you see it?
No, no, sir.
It looks like a chart. That's as best as I can
No,
tell.
what this is a very thick document, a bill that I was handed today from the governor's department. It's a departmental bill from the Maryland Energy Administration. The committee may be familiar with it from a couple of years ago when it was an administration bill called the CARES Act. This very same bill that's before you is also in the administration's bill that would remove black liquor from the RPS program. So here we have Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, progressives, everybody's saying the same thing, that this is not renewable and it should not be a part of our RPS program. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Domtar. I'll go and then let Jerry go. The heating value from black liquor is 100% renewable because it's from forest products. I mean, a lot of our mills are 100 years old. This product has been, it's a result of pulping And, you know, with a 100-year-old forest that's supplying a mill, that's been through probably 4 life cycles of the trees in the forest. So, you know, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't renewable. I mean, it's actually the tree is made up of 4 primary components, or 3 primary components: the glues, the sugars, and the fibers. The fibers are taken out, and that's what we make paper with. That's what we make pulp with. And the glues and the sugars are left over, and that's what is burned when we burn black liquor. It's 100% biomass, and it's completely renewable.
Just add, Mr. Chairman, as Steve said, the basic resource is trees. We know there are more trees in the U.S. today than there were 50 years ago. We also know that in Maryland, the carbon stocks have increased 21% between 1990 and 2019. So these trees are being renewed. You heard from a lot of speakers from the previous bill that the forest products industry is one of the things that creates the demand to keep forests as forests and helps keep them renewable.
Okay, and then I'll just show you this last document and I'll move on. This is written testimony from the Maryland Energy Administration and the Maryland Department of Natural Resources supporting the bill favorable as amended. They basically want us to put it in the posture of Senate Bill 65. I think it just names black liquor as opposed to speaking of residue. But we have 2 administration agencies that are encouraging us to do it, in addition to them putting in their own bill asking us to do it. So that's, I guess we just have a bit of a difference of opinion as to whether or not it's renewable, but I just wanted to emphasize that there's literally a bipartisan meeting of the minds on that particular point, that the black liquor part residue, we'll name it as such. So anyway, I certainly appreciate your testimony and sharing your perspective with the committee. Delegate Aarons, then Delegate Charkoudian.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I appreciate this, and Mr. Ewald, Mr. Gallardo. The only thing that bothers me about this, or one of the things that bothers me about it, is we in Maryland are buying or using RECs to purchase black liquor from other states. And I just wonder from you 2 guys, are you okay with that? Mr. Gallardo, Mr. Ewald?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you okay with us, because we tout we have 18%, or we're buying all these RECs, we're trying to be renewable, we set our RPS at a high rate, we buy these renewables to satisfy and get our numbers up. A good portion of those renewables are black liquor from other states. RECs are used for that. Are you okay with that?
No.
Okay.
No,
So-
not at all.
Okay, then why are we allowing that to happen on that side? We're using Maryland ratepayers' money to buy black liquor somewhere else, and that's okay because we're funding another state, and we're good with that apparently, because that's still going to our numbers, and we're happy with that as a group. But yet you're going to stop that in Maryland. Those things don't fit for me as a person.
Well, the line that we draw is clean versus dirty.
Well, but we're buying these things. We're using RECs to do this. We're buying dirty energy.
Yes, I understand that. I'm trying to answer your question, Delegate. The issue is not whether it's in-state or versus out-of-state. When the Luke Mill was running and was the filthy plant that it is, as the biggest polluter in the state for many, many years, and not just the biggest, but by far the biggest, we were opposed to it then too. It's not in-state versus out-of-state. It's clean versus dirty. And now that there's more interest because that Luke Mill is closed, it's the time to do the right thing.
So are the out-of-state providers clean?
Some of them, we're subsidizing landfills in many other states.
I asked you a question. Are they cleaner than what we would produce?
Are you talking about paper mills in out of state versus paper mills in the state?
Correct, yes.
I have not done that kind of comparison.
Okay, thanks.
I've seen data
pretty
on other paper mills, though.
fine. I appreciate your answer, but I think it's a little hypocritical that we're going to sit here and tout that we're doing the right thing. We're hitting these RECs. We're using our RPS to go buy RECs. Dirty energy, what you're saying is dirty energy from another state, yet we're putting businesses in Maryland out of business to go buy it somewhere else. Thank you for your answers.
Well,
I'm done.
no one's being
Thank
put
you.
out of business because there are actually more jobs in the clean alternatives than in paper mills that have been burning this for decades anyway. Thank you.
I thank you.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the two gentlemen, and I'm sorry, my internet got cut off. And so I missed the names of or I lost track of the names of the two gentlemen who were speaking in favor of the bill in response to your question, Mr. Chair, about whether it's clean energy or not, and talking about zero carbon, net zero carbon impact when you burn wood. Who was that?
It was either is it Schwartz
Yeah,
or
it's probably
Thomas?
You were arguing, you were articulating, Mr. Schwartz, that you believe it is clean because of the life cycle issue. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that was Mr. Thomas, but
Yeah. So
the-
maybe the question is for Mr. Thomas.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas, thank you. Sorry. So there's actually debate about how we should count the life cycle when you're burning wood and biomass. But I think the issue, and it's similar to the one I asked earlier, which is when you burn black liquor, in addition to the question about carbon dioxide, are there other particulate emissions, nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide, other particulate emissions? And do the facilities that burn black liquor, are they required to abide by emissions standards set by EPA or MDE? Well, I guess not MDE anymore, but EPA and other emission regulating agencies?
Maybe I will take that question. The answer is yes. And
Okay.
you heard from some.
That's actually, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Just we've been going on for a while. That's actually the main question I wanted to know, is that are there emissions that make people sick, like NO2, yeah, nitrous dioxide, that's what I meant to say, and other particulate emissions? Because I think to the chairman's question, you could take different pieces of science and argue about the net carbon emissions, but I think the broader issue of creating pollution and subsidizing that pollution as clean energy, I think in my mind answers the chairman's questions clearly, whatever you decide to do with how you decide to calculate the net carbon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Did I miss anybody? If I did, speak up. Delegate Howard?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. We were just talking about net carbon emissions, but if we're just eliminating black liquor from Maryland, but buying it from Pennsylvania or Virginia, neighboring state, I don't understand how maybe somebody on the panel that was just asked the questions about Delegate Charkoudian would speak up. I don't understand how, so, these emissions, I mean, they don't really recognize state lines, so they are airborne.
Delegate, I'll answer it. To be honest, I wasn't aware of it. I'm more than happy to amend it to prevent us from buying it.
What was?
All right. Mr. Chair, can I just jump in with my understanding, and maybe council might help, because I'm confused. It was my understanding that what this bill did is it prevents us from buying black liquor recs, period. And at this point in time, all of the black liquor recs we're buying, now that Luke Mill closed, are from out of state. So for all intents and purposes, what it does is it means that we're not buying black liquor recs from out of state anymore once this bill passes. That's my understanding of the bill. Is there?
That's my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Now that I think about it, that would probably be a Commerce Clause issue. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob.
Is that why the Senate killed it last year? The same exact bill, the Senate killed it on a bipartisan vote 7-4. Is that why they killed it? And they killed a clean version of the bill last year.
I think there was some discussion based on the what's included in the mill residue versus the more specific language the Senate passed this year, which singles out black liquor.
All right.
This bill would ban black liquor entirely in whatever form. The question is whether the bill is introduced also bans other forms of mill residue that some people think should go forward, as opposed to black liquor, which is the specific product that the Senate bill that we have in our possession now has banned and was included in last year's or 2 years ago CARES bill from the administration.
it's my understanding that the new version of the Senate bill is more narrowly crafted in that it speaks specifically to black liquor.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we've been asked to amend the bill by the administration to reflect the Senate version.
The governor?
Yes. Or not, it was from DNR and who did I wrote?
MEA.
MEA.
Okay. All right, I'll get in touch with them. Thanks, guys.
All righty. I think that's everybody for 875. So with that, let's switch over to 890. We're getting close. We're getting close. 890. This is the stride bill. You should have my written testimony. So I won't go through that. Hopefully you have it. If not, I'll read it to you sometime when we're doing other stuff. I'll give you a personal read, but it should be in your file. What I wanted to say to get more direct to it, look, we all see what's going on. I want to take a little different view. We had a discussion earlier about what was going on in Texas. Was it was the problem caused by the renewable energy or the wind turbine, or was it caused by natural gas? Point blank, from my perspective, it was neither. It was the pipes. Now, yes, the pipes that carry the natural gas, but it wasn't the natural gas, it was the pipes. I remember a few years ago, it's been quite a few years ago now, up in Montgomery County, they have a road called River Road, and the pipes burst. This was around 2009, and it literally became a river road. WSSC that serves Montgomery and Prince George's County, they've been raising rates pretty much every year for a number of years, trying to get the money necessary to replace an aging infrastructure system that's subject to pipes bursting. We've seen what's gone on in Baltimore City. We've seen some things that have happened in Montgomery County. It's nationally. I don't even want to just single out those jurisdictions. We have a national problem with aging infrastructure, and it needs to be replaced. So we had this argument, I believe, first in 2012. I don't think it made it. Then 2013, that's when we put in the STRIDE program in. We had everybody kicking and screaming that, this was some sort of giveaway to the utilities or whatever it was. But we got it through, it was enacted. And it worked, I guess, from my perspective, it worked so well that the Public Service Commission, who I believe expressed concern about it, they've done 2 renewals of it. We're in the second one, since the program was first implemented. As you will recall, AOBA was with the opposition as well as AARP. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe they just did written, or they just submitted it, but there's nothing in my record of them being in opposition this time. The Public Service Commission, I've read their information, and part of the bill clears up a problem that, that the utilities had, with being able to implement the surcharge within the rate case. So I think that just leaves our good friends over at the People's Council, and I've read their testimony, and I certainly respect what they have to offer. Here's the bottom line with that, with all due respect to the People's Council. They don't like this scheme, if you will. As a matter of fact, they don't like anything but the traditional rate case. As you will recall, 2 years ago, when I had the alternative rate making plan, they didn't like that one either. They didn't like that one either. Anything other than the traditional rate case is a problem. And Maryland's a bit of an outlier there, as was testified a couple of years ago. Literally 80% of the states have some sort of alternative rate making scheme. And I'm not trying to delve and mix the two into that, but the point of it is that I bring that up is there's only one scheme that the Public Service Commission is willing to approve, and that's the traditional rate case. When you read through their testimony, they start talking about other customer classes will be impacted. The PSC has one client, residential customers, but yet they are referencing the impact that they believe it'll have on commercial and industrial who aren't their clients and they've never worried about before. And notably on that, and you know that they are well represented and so forth, they didn't sign up on the bill. No representatives for residential or industrial commercials. They didn't sign up for the bill. So we have our People's Council that's sort of working, advocating on their behalf.
You want to hurry your goofy ass up?
The bottom line in all of this is their opposition is an updated version of their 2013 opposition. They don't believe in this type of mechanism. And what we got to keep in mind too, and I'll ask council to correct me if I misspeak. This isn't some sort of giveaway to the utilities. Please understand all of these changes, all the things that they're doing, as long as they're prudently incurred costs, they would get reimbursed through the ratepayers through a basic rate case. So this is not money that our citizens, our constituents, ourselves would not be paying anyway. This is sort of, look at it as, in my opinion, a forward pay so that they can get through the, this pipe replacement quicker. And we'll certainly ask, we can ask those questions of some of the people who will come behind me to testify as to the rate that they've, the acceleration, how they've been able to get through their backlog. So I know I've spoken way longer than I intended to, so I might as well have just read my testimony, but I wanted you all to understand that that's who's left now in opposition to this is the Public Service Commission. And when they sort of paint their arguments, I wanted it to be clear, they don't like this funding scheme. And it is my belief that this is just an updated version of what they said against the initial STRIDE program. We're talking about increasing it 50 cents to allow for more replacement. They also didn't like the initial $2 either. So you have to understand that. To me, and I'll close with this, I think that policy, while it has been decided, we can always go back and revisit it to see if it's still relevant. But until we have that discussion, I think it's been decided. And when you read, the testimony, they talk about certain things that are inconsistent with the Public Service Commission's goals. I would hesitate to tell them that we're the policymakers, the Public Service Commission are the regulators. So by definition, our policies can't be inconsistent with their regulations. Their regulations are supposed to be, centered around the policies that we establish. So there's a definite imbalance in how they're saying, whose vision should be implemented. So with that, I will be quiet and we'll go to Mr. Joseph Cleaver with the People's Council.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Joseph Cleaver on behalf of the Office of People's Council. As noted in our comments, OPC would urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 890. Chairman Davis, you're correct. OPC as an agency has traditionally viewed the historic rate case as the most optimal means of rate setting. And you're also correct, Chairman Davis, that OPC opposed the legislation when it first came about in 2013. But Your Honor, this is a different type of this is a different issue here presented. When the legislature enacted the law in 2013, it put in a key consumer protection, and it limited the amount of the residential surcharge on residential customer bills per month to $2. And this bill would increase that. It would not only increase it for residential customers, but it would increase it for all customer classes. That cap has been in place since 2013, and all three STRIDE utilities in the state have been able to successfully enact their stride plans and do some very significant spending. Just to illustrate, for 2019, the last year for which full data is available, BGE spent $165 million on stride. And the work is getting done. I mean, that's not the issue before the committee. And the utilities will be compensated for the work they're doing. That's also not the issue before the committee. To the extent that the cost can't be recovered through a surcharge, it can be recovered in base rates. The issue before the committee is whether there's a basis to pull back on that key consumer protection. And OPC would submit that there hasn't been a basis that we've seen in any of the stride dockets, and that before the commission decides to pull back on that important consumer protection, that there should be a study undertaken that examines the cap and the extent to which it may conflict with the goals of stride.
As the People's Council, isn't that something you all could initiate?
We can always ask for an investigation. But no, Your Honor, the People's Council does not believe that there's any evidence to support an increase in the cap. So we haven't asked the commission to undertake a study that may be used by the legislature to increase the cap.
No, then let me rephrase. Have you all requested just a review of the stride program? It's been in existence now 8 years. Have you all requested a review of it to see if ratepayers are being somehow shortchanged or I don't want to use any inflammatory language, but in the 8 years that it has been in existence, I mean, are you getting complaints about it? Has the Public Service Commission, to your knowledge, said anything about complaints about how this is working, or where are we with this? Has anybody initiated a study of the existing program?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman Davis. I think that's a good question. The stride program, over the course of its life, over the course of the stride law over the past 8 years, there have been a number of reporting requirements and review processes that have developed through commission docketed cases. There's also a stride working group that has examined a lot of the initial problems that we were seeing with the plans and has put in place certain reporting requirements responsive to those so that people can understand exactly what's going on. Over the years, OPC has raised a number of concerns with respect to each of the individual utility stride plans at different times and different issues. So there is a constant administrative and regulatory review process of the stride law. There are multiple filings throughout the year. And again, OPC has had and still does have several concerns with various utility stride programs. But Your Honor, with respect to the specific issue of whether or not there should be an increase to the cap of 25%, thereby, altering that key consumer protection, I'm not aware of any analysis one way or the other that supports that it should be raised, that it should be lowered, that it should remain the same. The commission is inclined to follow the legislature. It has historically done that with respect to stride. And the $2 cap has always been there. The utilities have figured out a way to work around it. Referring to Your Honor's question or Your Honor's comment earlier about the renewal, there was the stride plans are 5 years long. So there was an initial round of stride plans for each of the three stride utilities, BGE, Washington Gas, and Columbia. Those went from roughly 2014 to 2018. In 2018, all three of those companies filed for new stride plans. And for all three of those companies, they all asked for a more aggressive level of stride spending. There were litigated proceedings. OPC was an active litigant. Various other parties participated. And the commission ultimately authorized the utilities to heighten the level of spending and to increase the mileage targets and the number of services and the spending. And the utilities have done that and have figured out a way to do that. With the combination of base rate cases versus managing their programs, the utilities have largely managed to work within the cap. There's only one of those three utilities that's up against the cap on a regular basis, and that's Columbia Gas. We noted that situation in our comments. So, Your Honor, the cap hasn't been some major impediment to achieving the goals that the legislature sought to achieve when it passed the law in 2013. And that's the basis. That's why OPC has taken the position with respect to this bill that before any change is made to that, some kind of analysis should be done to determine whether there's any change warranted. And we've never seen anything like that.
Let me go to Charles Washington, and then I'll follow with Christopher Burden.
Good evening, Chairman Davis and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Charles Washington here on behalf of BGE in full support of House Bill 890. I'm joined by my colleague, Chris Burton, BGE's Vice President of Gas. Mr. Burton is not a lobbyist, but he's here at my request. We've already had the conversation about how STRIDE came to be and this committee's leadership and effort to put in place a process that today is the most transparent mechanism BGE has for investments in our system. Before BGE begins STRIDE work, we apply for approval of a 5-year plan. Each year, we submit to the commission a list of proposed projects for the year. We file a mid-year report, an end-of-year report, and every year the program undergoes a full third-party audit. The result is a program that has proven successful across various metrics. STRIDE supports 600 full-time career jobs, including BGE employees and contractors. And accelerating STRIDE will create additional demand for a skilled workforce. Our STRIDE work reduces greenhouse gas emissions. The current plan is expected to reduce 2.1 million metric tons of greenhouse gases. That's equivalent to removing 464,000 cars from the road for a full year. And those emission reductions grow as our STRIDE work accelerates. The bill will facilitate this acceleration by increasing the surcharge cap, as we've discussed, and updating the mechanism to reflect the fact that many utilities are transitioning to multi-year rates. Now, I've heard the concerns raised by the OPC, but I have to take issue with some of them. Even the OPC in their written testimony agrees that there are safety benefits of accelerating gas replacement, gas pipeline replacement, and have identified and recognized that the annual audits have made clear that there are cost savings to doing the work in this accelerated fashion. I know that I'm out of time. My colleague, Mr. Burton, will talk about the operational benefits and the acceleration that this bill will help us achieve.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Chris Burton, Vice President, Gas Distribution at BGE. Our STRIDE program allows the acceleration and replacement of our aging gas infrastructure to provide Maryland businesses and citizens with a safe, modern, and environmentally sound gas infrastructure while boosting Maryland's economy. Prior to the implementation of STRIDE, our estimated timeline to replace our aging gas, cast iron, and Paris steel program was over 100 years. At our current pace, BGE anticipates completing STRIDE pipeline replacement work in 2040, mere 20 years from now. But since the commission's approved the initial STRIDE plan, we've invested more than $850 million in gas system infrastructure replacement. We've retired 300 miles of obsolete cast iron and bare steel gas pipeline and replaced over 50,000 service lines. As part of these projects, we're also upgrading the pressure and adding additional safety equipment, improving the reliability of the system. While STRIDE's working for Maryland's natural gas customers, it can work even better by going faster. BGE has approximately 1,000 miles left to replace, and at the current scenario, again, about 20 years, 50 miles per year. But we are reviewing scenarios to accelerate the work by 3, 5, or even 8 years. Completing this STRIDE work by 2032 would require us to overcome various permitting, coordination, and customer relations challenges. We cannot accelerate to these levels without updates to the proposed STRIDE mechanism in this legislation. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this legislation. Thank you.
All right. Can I go to Brian Smith and then James Wagner, Washington Gas Light?
Good evening, Chairman Davis, members of Economic Matters. I'm Brian Smith here on behalf of Washington Gas. We are also here fully supportive of House Bill 890. I want to ask for a favorable report. I think the chairman and subsequently Mr. Washington did a good job of walking through the two provisions of the bill. So in the interest of time, if agreeable, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to Wayne who's our Director of Construction Program and Strategy Management. and he can walk through our previous programs and what this bill would do to expedite further acceleration. And then Jim Wagner's from our rates and regulatory affairs group, and he would just be available for questions should committee members have any.
Got it. All right. But let's reset and go to, it says Wayne Jackus?
Wayne
Jackus,
Ackus.
yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and delegates. My name is Wayne Ackus. I'm the Director of Construction Program Strategy and Management for Washington Gas. I'm here to provide testimony on the company's STRIDE performance and support for HB 890. Washington Gas' current STRIDE plan has enhanced the safety and improved the reliability of the company's Maryland distribution transmission systems, as envisioned and required by the STRIDE statute, by replacing the relatively higher risk facilities as identified and approved by the Public Service Commission. Washington Gas completed its original 5-year STRIDE plan in 2018. The company applied for renewal of its plan in June 2018, and after a 6-month review and assessment of the company's STRIDE program and performance, the commission approved the second 5-year tranche of the company's STRIDE plan. As of December 31st, 2020, Washington Gas has retired 104 miles of distribution main and 23,777 distribution services on their STRIDE plan. The company completed this work at a total cost of $345.7 million through December 31st, 2020. Through that same time, Washington Gas spent approximately 25% of those dollars on qualified minority business enterprises vendors. Through the completion of the STRIDE work, Washington Gas has reduced greenhouse gases released from its distribution system by an estimated 64,500 metric ton of carbon dioxide annually, which is equivalent of removing approximately 13,800 cars from the road per year. We have enhanced safety with the installation of over 16,000 excess flow valves, the installation of newer line locating technology, and updated as-built-in documentation, and improved reliability through upgrading the medium pressure, low pressure systems, which can reduce water infiltration into pipeline causing outages. Additionally, Towson University conducted an economic impact study on the company's STRIDE plan through December 2018 and concluded that the company's program supported an average of 439 jobs each year. The company has increased its investment since the completion of that study. The increase to the $2.50 monthly surcharge will give Washington Gas the ability to further accelerate the replacement of this infrastructure that will further enhance the safety and reliability of its distribution and transmission systems, further reduce greenhouse gases, and support additional job creation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sherelle Stone.
Good evening. I would like to thank the committee members for your time and attention. My name is Cheryl Stone and I represent NPL Construction in Silver Spring, Maryland. We are a gas contractor performing STRIDE work for Washington Gas. I'm excited to be here to share with you the benefits of the STRIDE Accelerated Gas Replacement Program from the contractor's perspective. First and foremost, the largest benefit, a strong motivator, and the biggest driver of pride for our employees is knowing that the STRIDE work we perform supports the #1 priority, safe, reliable gas delivery to Maryland residents and business owners. Also, the STRIDE work that we have partnered with Washington Gas to complete beginning back in 2014 and to date has supported a sustained workforce. On average, approximately 70% of our employees in Maryland complete STRIDE work on a daily basis. Currently, we have 16 crews performing this work for Washington Gas out of the Maryland operation, and we will be adding 2 more crews by June of this year. As well, our diversified spend specific to businesses that operate in Maryland and that support the STRIDE work for NPL has grown by 15% since 2014, supporting increased employee counts for these businesses as well. If this bill is passed, the increased recovery offers a potential for additional job opportunities, both internally at NPL and with the minority-owned businesses that support the STRIDE work. It is for all these reasons that NPL strongly supports House Bill 890 and requests a favorable report from the committee.
Thank you. Rick Benetti.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you and members of the committee for allowing me to be here. I'm Rick Benetti. I represent LIUNA's Baltimore, Washington Laborers District Council. Through the DMV region, we've got about 7,400 laborers working at any given time, 2/3 of whom are Maryland residents and are in favor of House Bill 890. You've got my written testimony, so I'll just make a couple of points. Today, as we know, utility companies, as you just heard from Washington Gas and NPL, are contracting out large portions of their construction infrastructure work. At any given time, there are anywhere from 800 to 1,000 of LIUNA of our members doing this kind of work throughout Maryland, employed by Washington Gas, BG, or PEPCO. And how that works is we work with contractors like NPL with our locals, with LIUNA's Local 11 and 710 here in the DC area and Baltimore, to recruit and train both apprentices and journeymen to do this critical gas distribution infrastructure work. And STRIDE is critical to this mission. STRIDE helps ensure that there is a constant pipeline of well-trained utility construction workers to do this work. And when that happens, I think we think that benefits Maryland's economy. And like it benefits economy, as the representatives from BGE and Washington Gas have already made clear, it benefits the environment. And as we continue to meet those greenhouse gas reduction goals that Maryland has, we are likely to face energy shortages at some point. And we heard on other bills, we heard some folks talk about that on some other bills earlier today. Natural gas is a natural fit for that. As we continue to reduce our carbon emissions, as we scale up solar, wind, and geothermal, it's ever more important to keep our natural gas infrastructure safe and operating in an environmentally sound way. So STRIDE ensures that natural gas distribution systems built by local utilities in our state will remain the cleanest, the most modern, safe, and reliable, affordable energy delivery system for Maryland's families and businesses. With that, I would like to say LIUNA would urge a favorable report on House Bill 890. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Ahrens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. I'm reading through the PSC's testimony, and it states that back in 2013, House Bill 89, blah, 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 we did STRIDE. And I have a question for the gas companies. When you all do your business plans, this morning we had a bill in the House about reserve studies for HOAs, and I was wondering, when you all go to the PSC for a bill, don't you put into your plans that you have issues that you have to address as a business model? Don't you plan that you got to replace pipe, I got to do this just to keep the system up? Is that part of your rate when you go in for a rate increase? Anybody?
No, Jim, do you want to take that one from WGL?
Sure. Hi, Mr. Chairman, Jim Wagner with Washington Gas. When we, again, what we've seen in Maryland is historical rate cases, which is we look back to the past and say, in a prior period, here's the plant we installed, and then it gets moved into rates. So at that point, you're more looking at here's what's happened in the past. What the commission has recently approved, and which is part of the bill, is the multi-year rate plan. So I think what's important to remember is that 2013, 8 years ago, was when this was initially approved, and life has changed since then. The commission, back then, everyone was doing historical cases. Now with the multi-year, delegate, to your question, companies are looking forward. So in the recent BG&E multi-year rate plan, they would be showing other parties in the case for the next 3 years, here's the plan and here's what we're looking to do. So in our case, back in 2013, with the $2 cap, we had a program in phase 1. In phase 2, it's 75% larger. So therefore, to me, we've increased spending 75% in phase 2. The $2.50 increase to the cap is what I would call a measured 50 cents or 25% increase, just to move through time to reflect the fact that all of the utilities are doing more work in phase 2, which has been approved by the commission.
Let me ask you this. When I used to be a restaurant owner, and when I looked at my restaurant and I had a plan to the future, I knew what I had in refrigeration and all my equipment. I knew what my time frame was, that I get a life expectancy out of each piece, and that's how I planned my business. That's how I planned what I was spending, what I'd have to buy on. I had emergencies, but it seems like every time there's a bump that you all just go back to the Public Service Commission, say, hey, we ran into a bump, and you've had some serious things, and I appreciate that you're addressing them. That's not my point. But it just seems to me that here we are. We just had a bill last week about replacing valves, and I would have thought in my business plan that if I was being sued, I would have put those in my business plan to replace them. I've already added into my rate increase that I received last time and my justification. I add into that what I'm going to do, what I have to replace, what's my next fail point, I guess. That would be something that was in there. Now, here we are again, we're up here now, 7 years later? I don't know what the years, when's the last time you got a rate? I apologize for that, 2020, I guess. But I sit there and say, how something's wrong here, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know whether it's on your end or the PSC's end, where we're not addressing this urgent need or this forecasted need, and are we all aware of it moving forward?
If I could respond to that, Mr. Chairman, BGE
I'm
has
not the
been.
chairman. I'm not the chairman.
Sorry, I know that, delegate. I was requesting the chairman's permission to jump in.
Go on.
Great. So BGE has been laser focused on trying to get this work done and trying to accelerate the work to achieve all of the benefits of STRIDE. And what that means, to your point, as we were planning for our multi-year rate case that was recently before the commission, we identified several different ways that we could potentially achieve the acceleration without this bill. I think that what we learned from the commission is it's their view that we really need a statutory fix to be able to change the mechanism so that it works well with the multi-year rate plan. And that's why we're so thankful for the chairman's leadership on this issue. To Mr. Wagner's point, the world has changed in Maryland's regulatory construct since the bill originally passed in 2013. And the STRIDE mechanism needs to evolve with it. So it's not a lack of foresight. It's not a lack of planning or proposals to solve the challenge. It just seems to be a challenge we need to solve with the General Assembly as opposed to in Baltimore.
And I get that. I understand if you're a public utility, but it sometimes feels overwhelming to me as a ratepayer of maybe not natural gas, but I just sit there and say, I couldn't get away with this in my business. I couldn't sit back and say, because I need more and you're going to give it to me, I need it legislated. I would have a business plan that included this. And I guess I might not understand your business as well as I should, but I get hit with this because there's a lot of people out there that understand this far less than I do. And they sit back and say, gee, why are my bills going up? Why are my bills going up? And
let me take that one.
Sure.
And you probably got it, Delegate Ahrens, but I in case anybody doesn't, I want to make the point, and correct me, guys, if I get it wrong. It's not that you're paying any more in the scenario you just described. It's not that you're paying more, it's when are you paying it? See, these are all things that, all this pipe replacement stuff, they can get that back. That's a prudently incurred cost. The Public Service Commission, after reviewing it and so forth, is going to make sure that they get the money. What they're saying is, I know this is overly simplistic, but it's the best way I can explain it. Think of it as like, for example, an advance on an allowance. You're getting the same amount of money. It's just that do you get some of that up front to take care of what you need to to take care of, or do they just say, no, you don't get it until the job is done? And again, that's simplistic, because in this particular case, the advance is so that they can have more resources or revenue to be able to replace those pipes that need to be replaced sooner. Charles, I don't know if you guys can tell us, or maybe you have and I missed it, have you all gotten ahead of, made up any ground on the backlog or not? But it's not that they're able to cut. This isn't a new revenue stream, in my opinion, that they're been able to get additional money they wouldn't already be able to get. This is just when they're getting it, and they're being able to get some of it up front to finance, sooner these things, as opposed to getting it all done, then doing the rate case and getting paid on the back end. I don't know if that makes any difference to you, but I wanted to be clear that it's not additional money. It's the same money. It's just when do you get some of it?
It makes a difference. I understand it. It's just that it's very difficult to understand, to actually jump on board with these things, because it doesn't fit my world. My world is a business. My world is, I fix my company. I work for Steve Aarons and my company, blah, blah. But I appreciate the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Delegate Howard.
So the PSC approved a certain method, and I'm trying to pull that up. I was just on another phone call real quick, so I'm sorry if I'm trying to reiterate information that might have already been shared. But the PSC, there was two methods for stride one that that BG&E basically and the electric companies went to the PSC with, as far as approval method for base rate versus MRP. Does this bill, and let me back up. PSC approved one of those two methods. Is this bill sticking within the parameters of those pre-approved methods per the first stride, or is this putting it into a method that the PSC did not approve, as far as the surcharge and the base rate and the MRP?
So I think I understand your question there, Delegate
Yeah,
Howard.
I'm sorry if it's convoluted, Charles.
No, I just want to be sure that I got it correct. Under the current law, eligible stride project costs can shift from the surcharge to the company's base rates when the commission rules on the company's traditional rate case. And it used to be that everyone had traditional rate cases. And so the stride mechanism worked well in that world. What this bill does is it recognizes that some companies no longer use just a traditional base rate case. The commission has approved a multi-year rate plan for BGE. Several other utilities are coming in for multi-year rate plans as well. So in addition to the 50-cent increase in the surcharge, this bill would allow the stride mechanism to work for a multi-year plan in the same way that it works for a traditional rate case. Does that answer your question?
Is that contrary to what the PSC passed, or was allowed the structure of the rate base and the surcharge be in stride one?
So I think the interpretation has been that the statute explicitly authorizes that shift that I just talked about in a traditional rate case, and that the commission's interpretation is that it's not explicitly authorized in the law for a multi-year plan. So if you see the commission's written testimony, they've essentially told us that the right forum to address that change in the statute is, of course, with you.
Legislature, right. Right, but that's specifically talking about because of the increase in the cap, correct?
Yes.
Right. But what I'm talking about is the structure in which I guess the money is collected. I'm pulling it up now. And I'm not trying to keep everybody all night, and I can certainly call Tony and these guys over at PSC, and we can talk a little bit more. But I'm just trying to figure out, because there were two ways that utility companies presented to the PSC that they would collect the surcharge, the multi-year rate program, zeroing out the surcharge every year, and the PSC, I don't want to say awarded, but selected one of those two programs. And I want to make sure that if this legislation does move forward, it's not circumventing what the method in which they've already selected to get the increase, to get the infrastructure funds essentially.
Yeah, Delegate, this
Am I right, or am I honestly, am I thinking right? I feel like I am, that when I'm reading their testimony, anybody pipe up.
Yeah, this is Jim Wagner, Delegate.
Hold on a second, Mr. Wagner. You said whose testimony were you reading, Delegate?
PSCs. I'm looking for it now. I was looking at another bill real quick. I had a constituent call me with a question.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry. You know what? I tell you what, maybe Charles, you and I can talk tomorrow. I don't want to take up everybody's time while I'm, but I just remember reading the PSC's testimony, and it said it had approved one method and not over another method as far as rate basing, multi-year planning, and collecting these increases. And I want to make sure that this legislation is in line with the method that they approved and not circumventing the method that they approved as far as collecting.
Sure. The PSC's testimony spoke a lot about BGE's most recent MYP case. I'll take you up on the opportunity to talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
In fact, I wanted to talk to you about something else tomorrow anyway. So I'll reach out to your office.
Okay, thanks, Charles. And in the meantime, I'll reach out to PSC. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Chair.
Mr. Cleaver, are you trying to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could take a stab at Delegate Howard's question, may I?
Yeah, I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry if it's convoluted.
No, I don't think it was convoluted. Thank you, Delegate Howard. In the BGE MRP case, BGE, what they essentially proposed is they proposed to maintain the stride surcharge for all 3 years of the MRP, 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Right.
But what they said was in 2022, in year 2 of our MRP, we're going to hit the cap. So we want to just put all the stride costs, the stride revenue requirement that would have been in the surcharge but for the cap, we want to just put that in base rates because everything's projected now. And the same was true for 2023 and even to a greater extent. And the commission said no to that. And the rationale, it's in paragraph 60 of the commission's order in the BGE MRP case. And what the commission said was, when the legislature passed the stride law in 2013, they specifically required that stride appear as a surcharge, as a line item on customer bills. And that would give more visibility to customers of how much stride costs they were paying per month. The customer could open the bill when it comes and look at it and say, I'm paying 60 cents or $1.80 or whatever the case may be, or a commercial customer much more. The commission rejected BGE's proposal to do that in this case because it would be inconsistent with that visibility and that ability to understand how much you're paying in stride costs. This bill would perpetuate that problem that the commission identified. The latter
That's what I'm getting at.
The second change. The second change.
Go ahead,
When I spoke, I mostly was talking about the first change, which was the cap change. The second change that this bill would have is that under the present version of the stride law, a utility has to file a base rate case to move those costs in. This would allow them to come in every time a utility's rates change within an MRP. And to take BGE, for example, which is a simple example, because the rates change per calendar year. So on January 1, 2022, BGE's rates will now automatically change as a result of what the commission ordered in the MRP. And what this bill would do is it would say on January 1st, 2022, when those rates change, all costs get pulled out of the stride surcharge and put into base rates. And therefore, it keeps the utility from hitting the cap because it essentially zeroes out the surcharge and puts those costs and rates.
But
so if you open your bill as a BGE customer on February 1, 2022, you're going to see a line item that says stride, and there will be an amount of money there. But what that is that's only the stride costs that have been projected for 2022. Everything that was paid based on the 2021 expenditures that you're still paying for, you won't be able to see them there anymore. They'll be mixed in with base rates.
Okay, so we're losing a little bit of transparency. That's what I feel like. So, all right,
Let
I'm
me-
going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to the PSC, and I'm going to talk to Charles.
And one other person I would suggest,
Please.
Delegate Howard, I would suggest the Public Service Commission as well, because
Yeah.
what Mr. Cleaver, and I'm literally trading texts with them now, I think, although unintentionally, I think he's mistakenly representing their position. They didn't turn down their request because they disapproved of it. They turned it down because they didn't think it was within their realm of authority, that it, in terms of what we passed before, but they've indicated they don't have a problem with the bill. So I would encourage them to be a part of it. But
definitely
say lastly to Mr. Cleaver on this, again, and correct me if I've misspoken to the members, these costs that we're talking about and so forth, if this was everything that they spent on any of these pipes, on this pipe replacement program, if it went through a base rate case and it was a prudently incurred cost, would they still get that same money back?
Mr. Chairman, was that a question for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is correct, Chairman Davis, but I would just point back to some of the comments that we heard from some of the utilities that were talking about STRIDE, and there was discussion of accelerating even further some of these programs, and some of the comments. Some of the comments tied that acceleration to this increase to the cap. And there comes a point in time, there's a concept I know that you know, Mr. Chairman, this concept of rate shock. We have rates constantly going up, along the lines of Delegate Aarons's comments. Rates are constantly going up. Base rates are constantly going up. You look at a customer bill, there's surcharge after surcharge. STRIDE has a set cap. If you're a residential customer, you know that your STRIDE costs are going to stay at $2 a month. And that's really the issue. Is there a basis to raise that residential and all customer class surcharge cap in light of what we've seen in STRIDE so
Mr.
far?
Cleaver, isn't that misleading? Because your implication is if this bill doesn't pass, then the rates won't go up. No, it's when the rates will go up. They won't go up as a result of when the surcharge kicks in. They would instead have to go through a rate case, and once that base rate case is done, then the rates go up on their bill. So it's not, well, if you don't pass this bill, the rates won't go up. The rates do go up. It's just a matter of when. If they do the pipe replacement work, that whatever the surcharge is, if they just did that and then did a rate case, the Public Service Commission is going to give them cost recovery for that, which would in turn lead to rates going up. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, my point is that, and the
No,
fact that I brought.
Let's do my point first. What I said, is that accurate?
It's accurate, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think it tells the full story.
Why doesn't it tell the full story?
Because we heard testimony earlier that this increase to the cap is being viewed as a gateway to further accelerating these programs, which is just a more aggressive schedule of capital expenditures, leading to significant rate impacts much earlier than they otherwise would have occurred. But
by the same token, doesn't it lead to pipe replacement programs much earlier than they would occur?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I mean, if you think about it, you could theoretically replace everything in the next 2 years, but the rate impact would be staggering.
Can you tell me what happened out in Baltimore this past summer?
There on Labyrinth Road, is that what you're referring to, Mr. Chairman? Yes, that was. Yeah, there was an explosion at a residential home. I know there was, I believe it was 2 fatalities, but
hold on. What happened? Why did it occur?
Well, from BGE's own website, I have it right here, Mr. Chairman. BGE's equipment, gas mains, gas services, gas meters, and electric was operating safely and were not the cause of the explosion that occurred on August 10th. It was due to work being done on the customer equipment. I believe it was some kind of HVAC system inside of a customer premises. So it didn't have anything to do with the infrastructure.
What about Flower Branch and the things that have occurred? Let me rephrase. Have we had pipe replacement, gas pipes explosion? Has that been a problem in Maryland in recent years?
Nothing that can be linked to any kind of stride activities or lack thereof. Beyond the Labyrinth Road, Mr. Chairman, the BGE's service territory in Columbia in 2019, there was an incident at the Stanford Boulevard Business Park. That was due to a failure inside of a trench, buried electric service cables, caused a thermal event that damaged a plastic service pipe that, that had nothing to do with replacing aging infrastructure. And then
Well,
the
hold on. So let me ask this question, because I'm happy to withdraw the bill now. If the Public Service Commission is telling the House Economic Matters Committee that we don't have an aging infrastructure problem, I will withdraw the bill right now. But it's going to be on the full faith and credit, if you will, of the Public Service Commission's, the Office of the People's Council position. Is it your position that we don't have an aging pipe infrastructure and therefore this is unnecessary?
Mr. Chairman, I think that OPC has.
That's a yes or no. That's really a yes or no question, sir. Do we have a problem or don't we?
We have an aging infrastructure problem that the current version of the Stride law is addressing, and there's been no evidence that.
But hold on. You didn't like the current version of the Stride law either.
Well, yes, Your Honor. OPC opposed that bill primarily because OPC's position was that a utility should make the improvement first, come to the commission, be used and useful to customers, and then the utility can get its full cost recovery. OPC.
And therein lies the issue, I would say to the members. You don't like this type of funding mechanism. That's all of this other stuff is just subterfuge. The Office of the People's Council prefers the traditional bait rates case, and anything else is just a problem. We can talk about the other stuff, but that's what this boils down to. Because between your written testimony and your testimony, and your verbal testimony, I've heard you talking other rate classes. In my 19 years as chair, I've never heard the Office of the People's Council defending commercial and industrial users. They said their only client are residential, and that's all they've ever talked to. But between the written and the verbal, there's been a lot of mention of other classes. It feels as if we're doing whatever we can to defeat the bill. And which is fine, but I'm saying what all of this comes down to, and we've spent all this time talking, it boils down to either you prefer the traditional rate cases or you either do or you don't. The People's Council is clear and has been, whether it's alternative rate making, whether it's the initial Stride program, you've been clear, crystal clear, that you do not like this kind of structure. You prefer the traditional method. It doesn't matter that 38, 39 other states are doing it. It doesn't matter that we haven't had an issue in the 8 years that we've done it. And when I say had an issue, I'm not talking, oh, well, we had this. Nothing's come out where, somebody's been whatever. I don't want to say charged. That's not the right word. But it's a difference between, well, I have a question with this filing versus the Public Service Commission has found wrongdoing. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard anything that you guys have said that there has been wrongdoing with Stride. So it comes back to my initial point. You don't like the Stride mechanism. And that's what this is all about.
I view this, Your Honor, as about whether there's a basis to pull back a consumer protection, an important consumer protection within the Stride law. And I would just add, Your Honor, on the point that I've heard you make about the other rate classes, I would say that I think that the way that the caps work for other rate classes, if you read the statute, I think it can be confusing and it's not apparently clear. And we just dropped a footnote just to make sure that there was an understanding for anybody who happened to read our comments that this cap increase is not limited to residential customers, but all customer classes. That's
why aren't they here testifying in opposition then?
Your Honor, my understanding is that AOBA had submitted comments.
I don't know if they have or not, but I know on the initial Stride and alternate rate making, they were signed up and testified, and that happened this time. And I got the sheet in front of me.
Your Honor, I can't speak for those parties, but my understanding was
that you have been speaking for them. But you have been speaking for them.
I wouldn't say so. I would respectfully disagree, Mr. Chairman. We just wanted to point out that the increase to the residential monthly monthly surcharge would also cascade to all the rate classes, just so that was clear. But I never wanted to speak for other customer classes. By statute, our representation is limited to residential customers, and that's who we represent. And I apologize if that is unclear to the committee based on our written
Clear
comments.
to the committee. It's very clear to the committee who you guys represent. I just wanted to note to the committee that the people that you guys were defending, they didn't bother to show up, testify, or anything. Anyone else? If not, let's move on to 768. Let's wrap this thing up. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we had gotten started with 768. We heard from the county executive.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to say anything again or assume that everybody remembers from 15 hours ago when we started this?
We're well versed on this one. So we'll get to the list.
Okay, I can take questions if
White with us.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
Good. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Marceline White with the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition. Thank you. I'm happy to be here to testify in support of House Bill 768. I will be brief in the interest of time. We were here last year supporting this bill in its different form. And unlike some of the other people, we are speaking mainly on the economic justice and the economic rights issues of this bill. We support the environmental issues, but our focus, of course, is on economic rights. Last year when I was here, we talked about high utility cost and how that affects working family savings and their budgets. One of the things we found is that low-income households spend 13% of their budgets on energy cost, and very low-income households spend up to 42% of their income on energy. And in contrast, middle-class households spend about 2% on their energy. Obviously, since last year, the pandemic and the economic recession has wreaked havoc across our state. And we know that 34% of households in Montgomery County are now facing economic hardship. That's from a 2020 United Way report. And we do know that there are pockets of persistent poverty throughout Montgomery County. So what this legislation will do is really create an opportunity for energy equity. It's going to allow the local government to purchase energy. And when that happens in other cases, they've often been able to negotiate rates that are 15 to 20% lower than retail prices. We believe this is particularly critical at this time. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report of House Bill 768. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? If not, is Mr. Carrington, Darrell Carrington with us? If you're there, you need to unmute Darrell. If you aren't, just tell us. All right, he's not with us. What about Lily Hawkins?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lily Hawkins. I'm an organizer here in Maryland with Food and Water Watch. We're a national nonprofit advocacy organization with thousands of supporters in Maryland. And we're pleased to support Delegate Charkoudian's bill allowing a community choice energy pilot program in Montgomery County. The prospect of CCE in Maryland is being met with strong public support from a broad coalition of groups and local government. What all these members of our coalition have in common is that they want to make energy more affordable while also moving towards clean, safe energy options that will allow residents to breathe clean air and help stave off the worst impacts of climate change. An important aspect of CCE is the ability of the program to increase access to energy that is renewable and clean. I know that's come up a couple times this evening for everyone. We need to move off of fossil fuels and onto clean, renewable energy. And we also need to ensure that the transition happens in a way that's equitable and doesn't increase the burden on families that may already be struggling. When we look at the 9 states where community choice aggregation is already allowed, we see affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy being provided to communities. The Montgomery County Council and Executive have prioritized this bill as a way to meet the ambitious climate goals that have been set in that county. And additionally, we're supporting this bill because a successful pilot in Montgomery County will pave the way for other local governments to implement their own programs in the future if they so choose, when CCE has proven to be successful. So for all these reasons, we request that you provide a favorable report on HB 768 and allow Montgomery County to establish a pilot CCE program here in Maryland.
Thank you much. Lori McGilvray.
Good evening. Chair Davis and Vice Chair Dumais and committee members, thank you for your stamina in a long hearing and for the opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 768. My name is Lori McGilvray, and I'm representing the Tacoma Park Mobilization Environment Committee, a grassroots organization. I'm also here on behalf of 35 groups that are listed in a support letter attached to my written testimony. I want to share really briefly why this bill is so important to me. I had a 35-year career dedicated to coastal management, science, and the effects of climate change on coasts and oceans. About 10 years ago, I remember reading a regional climate assessment that described how each region in the US would be impacted by climate change. Our region would get wetter and hotter. At the time, it seemed like a prediction in the future. What theory to me now is that I see a torrent of water running down my backyard during routine rainstorms, and I run the air conditioner for weeks at a time in the summer. Wetter and hotter. Climate change is here now. I wonder what it's going to be like in another 10 years for my 2 daughters who are in their late 20s. So this bill will help my county, Montgomery County, meet its ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals, which is why it's a key action in the county's climate action plan. It also will help address the fact that low-income communities are disproportionately impacted and they pay much more for electricity as a % of income than other Marylanders. CCE can lower rates and will benefit low-income residents the very most. Finally, on the issue of choice, right now most consumers get the default SOS rate largely because switching to clean energy is confusing and time-consuming. CCE provides more local control over the source and type of electricity, and it still allows for consumer choice. Individual households and businesses can opt out of a CCE rate, and plus some CCEs offer consumers several choices, like a new program in Boston, which offers 3 rates. So it's a great bill. We urge a favorable report for HB 768, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Reverend Kobe Little with us?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, sir.
I'm Reverend Kobe Little. I represent the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP, and we are here this evening in support of House Bill 768. We want to thank Delegate Lori Charkoudian for her outstanding leadership on this legislation over 24 months. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership last year on this legislation. My colleagues have really already explained what this legislation is about. What I want everyone on the committee to know is that this year, we're in the era of equity. And this bill is all about creating equity in energy. If you want to do the right thing, if you want to move our economy and our communities towards equity, support this legislation. It's an excellent program that will advance our community's opportunities to have clean energy, to have renewable energy, and to choose energy sources that provide competitive pricing as opposed to monopolistic pricing. So with that, I'd like to urge a favorable report on this bill. And with the chairman's permission, I'd like to also let everyone on the committee know that the NAACP stands in support of House Bill 375, the Time to Care Act, which you heard earlier this week. And for technical reasons, I was not able to give firsthand testimony in support of paid family leave. It's time for paid family leave, and we all know it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reverend Little, you know I wasn't supposed to let you do that, but since, look, I like how you said it, and I cannot say it. but
You got it in
thank you,
fast
sir.
too. That was good.
Thank you, sir. All right, I need a little help. Is it Shruti Bhatnagar?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name.
This off at me for years.
Sorry,
Delegate,
can you hear me?
Mute.
hold on
Mute.
just a second. We gotta get some mute going here. All right, please, I'm sorry. No, not you, Shruti. I meant everyone else. You unmute yourself so you can continue testifying. Can you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're ready. Please testify.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Shruti Bhatnagar, and I'm the chair of the Sierra Club Montgomery County Group, and testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Sierra Club and its 75,000 members and supporters. The Maryland Sierra Club supports HB 768 that will establish a pilot program enabling Montgomery County to implement a community choice energy plan and thereby combine the electricity purchasing power of its residents to reduce ratepayer costs and select an electricity source favored by county residents. I know you've heard a lot on this already. I would like to highlight a few advantages from the detailed written testimony that was submitted. CCE will provide a powerful tool for the county to meet the substantial clean energy requirement of its ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals and have the ability to contract for clean renewable energy generated within the county, elsewhere in Maryland, and elsewhere in the country. Importantly, the CCE mechanism makes virtually no demand on the public budget. CCE enables communities to have access to the low-cost, clean, renewable energy that large corporations like Amazon, Google, and sports arenas are already getting. Electricity in Maryland is expensive, and high electricity bills are a burden on struggling households and often cause poor families to choose between keeping the lights on and paying for other essentials like school supplies or healthcare. CCE can specifically target reduced energy costs for low-income families. Beyond helping to meet our clean, renewable energy targets, CCE will also help develop the new green jobs and businesses that the clean energy transition promises. By piloting CCE in Maryland, the county can play a leadership role in developing a CCE model, which then may be expanded statewide. Lastly, the county's implementation of CCE that will require partnering with the Public Service Commission can in turn provide important learning experiences for the state as a whole. Maryland Sierra Club urges a favorable report on this bill. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, David Latt.
Thank you, Chair Davis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. We wanted to applaud the work of the Montgomery County delegation and thank Delegate Charkoudian for her work on this bill. OPC wholeheartedly supports HB 768. The Community Choice Energy Program has great potential to advance the consumer and environmental interests of residential customers in Montgomery County, and we think it can help in the rest of Maryland as well. We know what the energy structure of the future looks like, with innovative distributed technologies and services, local and rooftop solar, energy efficiency, microgrids, energy storage, and demand aggregators. All these innovations are, by their very nature, local. Aggregating customers at the community level will support local accountability and empower residential customers, creates buying power for small consumers and opportunities for new services, jobs, and customer savings. I wanted to briefly touch on 3 points. We think that this program can provide benefits even outside of Montgomery County. It can provide benefits through it being a pilot program that can set an example for other counties in the future, but it can also serve as to help better performance from utilities and retail suppliers outside of Montgomery County by providing a benchmark against which their operations can be measured. We think it does promote competition. The second point is regarding the opt-out provisions that Delegate Charkoudian mentioned earlier today. These essentially create an alternative default service to what the utilities now provide. They help avoid the problem of customer inertia that affects retail competition more generally. It's analogous really to what happens with standard offer service, and it's not analogous or comparable to customer slamming, where individuals are moved off of their utility service without their knowledge or without it being their decision. Customers still have a choice under the program, under the bill. The third thing is that it includes important provisions to protect other customers outside of Montgomery County. There's a possibility for a schedule that's set by the PSC for migrating consumers from standard offer service to the Community Choice Energy Program, and there's Public Service Commission regulations in support of that. We have offered several suggestions in our written testimony to help improve the bill, to help make it work. They're all very supportive. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we urge the committee to issue a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And after yesterday, I wasn't going to ask many questions today, but David, inertia, what was that phrase you used earlier?
I meant that customers.
No, what was the phrase? What was the phrase?
Yes, it was inertia. Yeah.
I mean, what, customer inertia, market inertia, what's the?
What I'm referring to is that, under more traditional retail supplier choice, customers have to take affirmative action. They have to investigate, do the research to go out and find that. And essentially there are higher transaction costs for individual customers. And this program helps overcome those transaction costs to attain benefits, potential benefits for small customers that might otherwise not be realized by grouping those customers together.
Don't you think that this inertia that you're talking about is actually removing transparency and true market choice, which is the opt-in?
I don't agree with that. I think there may be a lack of transparency in the alternative for a lot of customers in the state. I think aren't aware of the possibilities out there for retail supplier choice, and so they are automatically put on the utility standard offer choice, or which isn't a choice, and there may be a lack of transparency there because consumers aren't adequately educated. I think that this bill includes a lot of notice provisions where consumers, if they're paying attention at all, they should be aware of what's going on. So I think there is plenty of transparency in the bill.
There's going to be testimony that opposes that, but I guess the last question, I mean, your Office of People's Counsel, you represent the people. And if this is such a great bill, I would imagine the people are lining up, can't wait to participate. And if that were the case and your testimony would reveal that, you wouldn't need to force them into an agreement. They would want to do that of their own volition. You can comment or not. That's
yeah, I mean, I think you could say the same thing about, people aren't clamoring to sign on to the utility service, the standard offer service. They're automatically put put on that service. And I don't think that this is really different than that. And in fact, there will be a lot of notice to consumers about it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's you got it. Inertia. I'm going to remember that. Market inertia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll go to Delegate Bowes, then Delegate Crosby.
Thanks, Chairman. I'll be very quick because it's late, and this bill is focused on Montgomery County, not in our district. But it's kind of along the same lines. The inertia isn't with this bill that that renewable energy will be brought to the citizens of Montgomery County, and if they don't want that, then they'll opt out. Am I understanding the bill correctly? This is for David.
Yeah, consumers are able to. They don't lose any choice at all in the bill. They can still affirmatively select. They could select standard offer service, or they could select any retail supplier's service.
But they still have to take that action to opt out, correct?
They would have to take that option to opt out. Yes.
And the bill has an assumption. The premise is that this will deliver renewable energy at a lower price point than standard offer for service, or am I incorrect in that assumption?
Can I answer that question, Mr. Chair? It's a yes, that is what we have seen so nothing is guaranteed because energy markets are fluid. But when we've done research of what has happened across the country, we've seen repeatedly that CCEs have managed to get costs that are lower than standard offer service, and often with close to 100% renewable energy. Sometimes they can't get to 100% with a price that's lower than SOS. They might get to 80% with a price that's lower than SOS.
You got it. You answered it. Thank you. 2 questions. I'm done. Thank you.
Delegate Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if this question would be for People's Council or for Delegate Charkoudian, but can you weigh in on the PSC's opinion? Because this is slightly different than last year. Last year, they were just information, I believe. So can either of you elaborate on that?
PSC is information this year as well. I think there was one clarification point, which is we had a bunch of back and forth about the start dates. And I do need to stick an amendment in to adjust the start dates because they need a little bit of extra time. So we had some confusion in our communication. I think that's what's reflected in their testimony is it's still informational, but we just need to adjust some of the dates.
Okay. And then this is obviously a Montgomery County only bill. What was the vote in your delegation?
It was unanimous.
Okay.
Also
Thank you.
unanimous support from the county council and the county executive and many of the municipalities. So basically all the elected officials in Montgomery County.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure which one went first. So I'm going to say Delegate Howard, then Delegate Ahrens.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we get copies of that unanimous support from the county delegation? That would be great. I'd love to see that. And also, too, as far as notification is concerned, what kind of notification? I mean, we've had a lot of discussions in this committee about notification when it comes to like the MPIPA laws, and the committee agreed that notification had to be through like certified mail and, some other types of more official notification, not just regular mail. So what kind of notification are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a couple different types of notification, and a lot of the details of that actually get worked out. The bill kind of creates a broad outline.
And who pays for that? Does the state pay for that, or?
No, the CCE would pay for it, the county would, but I want to finish answering your question because there's another really important change in this year's legislation, which is that they created a working group. This was a request of PEPCO, says that we would have a working group. So there'd be a set of stakeholders who will participate with the Public Service Commission in their regulatory process. And that's actually one of the reasons they need a few more months to do it. So a lot of the details around the consumer protections and notifications and what exactly they look like will get worked out in the Public Service Commission process.
Yeah, I'm interested in working them out here in committee, though. I'm interested, if we're going to move this legislation forward, that it be holistic in its approach and very clear to the Public Service Commission on what our intent is. And I'd rather that, you know, if we're going to notify customers about this, we start to look at some type of certified mail and other certain amounts of notifications before they're just automatically opted in. What those notifications are, the dates and timings of those notifications, and the structure of those notifications. By that, I mean whether it's certified or first class or whatever.
Well, so let me just ask
Really,
you.
that's really our job, I feel like. I mean, it is in the bill, notification is in the bill. So I feel like that, you know, you kind of open the door, so we ought to walk through it and put a structure to that before the bill moves out, if it moves out.
Sure. So are you saying that if you're satisfied with the notification provision, you're going to vote for the bill?
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that the bill needs some type of notification provision. And I do not like the opt-out provision. So I don't know. I mean, you know, the devil's in the details. I'd have to look at the overall bill before I committed in the middle of a bill hearing on a bill on whether or not I would support it based on a narrowly crafted amendment. But
well, it's the same. It's essentially the same bill that we passed last year. The notification section is the same.
What was the vote last year on that bill?
It was I don't know. I think it was party line. But you
yeah, exactly. So
I get
past it, but okay.
So I think the point is that we did pass it with the notification provisions. What's new is more in a more inclusive stakeholder process. So there will be more participation. And then the other thing is that with these changes, there is less opposition. So that may or may not be enough for you to vote for the bill, but that just so you know that you have had a chance to look at it. And I think you did make a decision about how you felt about it last year. I would love to.
I did by voting against it.
So what I'm saying
because of the opt-out provision, and now that I looked at it, and information evolves all the time, you know, I'm seeing notification. This committee has spoken clearly based on prior legislation on notification, and I think it's appropriate to talk about notification if and when this bill moves forward.
Yeah. So I think we just recently voted down a bill that would have required certified mail, but you know, certainly.
We've also recently voted up bills that were required not only certified mail, but also taking out advertisements in the newspapers for breaches and those type of things too. So, I mean, you know, it's that kind of a tit for tat game.
No,
but we're talking about an individual.
Hold on, guys. For us, I think this is voting session time for us.
Yeah, I'd like to just answer. I want to answer the question.
I think it's an amendment session for it, but okay.
What I'd like to do is answer the question. Is that okay if I do that, Mr. Chair?
That's fine.
What I'm trying to say to you, Delegate Howard, is the notification is the same as it was last year. We do different things with different notification in different bills. If you feel strongly that the notification is what would change your vote on this, I would be happy to work with you on notification that meets your goals. If it's fundamentally the opt-out piece that you are opposed to, that is the crux of what allows these programs to be successful, to get the lower rates, to protect consumers, to get the lower rates with the higher energy. So that's really not on the table for negotiation. So if that's sort of your deal breaker, I totally respect your decision, but that part's not going to change.
Well, that's fine, but you know, it would be both of those. So it's two-pronged. It's the opt-out and it's the notification. But you know, part of the input in this bill process, as you know, is to strengthen bills as they move forward. And I think part of strengthening this bill, if and when it moves forward, whether I vote for it or not, would be ensuring that your residents have proper notification and what that notification is and what it looks like.
And I'm sure that Montgomery.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Are grateful for your concern about their well-being. Thank you.
Listen, it's every Marylander.
Help me
We
out,
are state
Delegate Harris.
representatives. We are state representatives. Every Marylander.
All righty.
Especially my district.
Let me go to Delegate Harris.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just was going to see if anybody wanted to order dinner. I was going to run out and get it. But on that note, Delegate Charkunian, thank you very much for the responses. I have a question for you, and it does go towards something Delegate Howard said about if I were to come into Montgomery County when this bill, or if this bill goes into effect, how do I get service? I call up and I say, I want service at my house, right? Delegate Charkunian,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, and again, back to the thing about choice. At what point do I sit back and get choice? And how do I know about that choice? Because that's a concern for me is not everybody is going to want this service, but we talked a little bit in the past about when I offer something, the service, how we can bargain for it. We want to make sure everybody gets at least a certain offering. How's that?
I think the way you want to think about it is right now, the way that our laws in this state are written, if you do nothing, there already is an opt-out program and it's called SOS. So this doesn't create a new concept in this state. We have already agreed that it is acceptable in this state to have an opt-out program. It's called SOS. It happens to be run primarily by investor-owned utilities, although in some parts of the state, it's the co-ops. So that concept we've already agreed to. I mean, people may or may not like it, but we have.
I guess my question would be. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm getting to your question, but it's a really fundamental concept because if you listen to opposition, they suggest that this idea of an opt-out is a new idea and that's what sort of is frightening and we ought to stop. And what I'm saying is the idea of opt-out is not new. People may like it or not, but it's not a new idea. It's how we make sure everyone has electric service. What this does is it creates a different set of folks who are the opt-out. It adds competition to the market. And those set of folks who are the opt-out is now the community choice energy. So what that means is if you...
But Delegate, I appreciate your answer, but I'm trying to get to a different point. And I appreciate that you're going to do that. But I'm talking about me as a first-time person coming over there. I don't know enough. And this is what happens to a lot of people. This is what I see in my district even. I call up to get Delmarva Power and that's all I get because that's all I know. I never know of the other things that we talk about in this committee, like how I can go out and shop that rate.
Yeah.
And what happens to the person that does that and they're unknowing at that point?
That's a great point. So you come in and you call Pepco and you say, I'd like to have this. You're saying at that point, is there a way for us to make sure that they know that they have a bunch of choices? Is that what you're?
Yes. Okay. It's not the utility. I get that. It's PSC that does that. But how does the naive person that we talk about in these bill hearings know that? Because we talk about third-party providers and that's all.
I'm sorry, I'm not, are you saying how do they know that they have third-party provider options or
how do they know they have options?
Well, right now, the way they know they have options is that third-party providers advertise to them. And with a CCE, third-party providers would still advertise to them. They could still.
Okay, that's good. I get that. Now, my next question would be is how much of this energy or this co-op that you're putting together, how much is that going to be renewable energy?
So the way that the bill is written, and when it was originally written to be available to the whole state, all it said was that it has to meet the RPS. So you could conceivably, and we do in this country, have CCEs that just meet the bare minimum of the RPS and then find the lowest price. So conceivably that could happen here too.
Okay. It'll meet the RPS.
Montgomery County is interested in renewable energy. My guess is they're going to get as high a renewable content as possible with as low a price as possible. But that's not restricted in the bill. The bill could allow them to just meet the RPS if they chose to.
Okay, where are you going to get this energy from? Is that going to be run just like a typical way we do it today? We're going to get a lot of our energy from out of state if it's renewable. Is that the way it's going to be?
Well, so that's going to be up to Montgomery County. I mean, I don't know how much detail you want to know about Montgomery County's climate resilience plan. They have a whole bunch of ideas about, you heard the county executive talk earlier about their experimenting with vertical solar panels. They're experimenting with zoning rules around solar on new development. There's a lot of conversation sort of related to David Fraser-Hidalgo's bill earlier, Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo's bill on electric buses. And so those buses being able to do some of the peak shaving or the
we're really off what I'm trying to get at.
That is the answer to your question, which is there's a number of different ways that Montgomery County seeks to get their renewable energy.
Well, my concern is that this is a bill, and you're the author of this bill. I assume you're pushing this bill, and this is your baby, in my opinion, because this is what you are about in our committee. You do a lot of this work, but I'm just concerned that we're gonna be more lenient with this opportunity than we are with other opportunities in the state. We're pushing for this total clean energy thing, and I'm wondering why this isn't part of that, and why this is being held to a lesser standard.
Well, let me just say that my babies are much more attractive than this bill is. So just for the record, let that be.
Okay. Okay.
Let that be known. But
Okay.
but the answer to your question, no, it's a good question. That basically Montgomery County cannot get around any of the other standards. So whatever rules we set. So let's say we set a bunch of rules about you can't have black liquor, you can't have incineration, you can't, like whatever rules we land at. For the 25% that Montgomery County does that has to meet the RPS, it's got to be the same rules as everybody. Or for the 30% when the state gets to 30. So Montgomery County's RPS rules are the same. They can't get out of any of the RPS that we set. It's just that this lets them go above and beyond that RPS and get their energy from a whole bunch of sources, other sources, as they wish, as long as they meet the minimums of what the state sets.
Okay, last question, I'll let you go because I do appreciate all you do. Is there any way we could put something in this bill, and please don't ask me if you do this while I vote for it, but is there any way you can put in this bill that you'll be a slight percentage higher maximum than the lowest, than the SOS? Slight percentage. I'm talking a big dollar.
The price will be high. Wait, the price will be higher or the renewable energy content?
I want you to be able to tell your ratepayers that you'll be at, if it's 1/10 of 1%, you'll never exceed 1/10 of 1% higher than the SOS.
So the way that electricity markets work, you can't guarantee on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, that kind of a thing. But there actually is something in the bill. It would take me a second to find it, and I could.
You don't have to. I can look it up.
But let me just tell you what it says. What it says is that the county has to present a plan to the PSC that demonstrates how the CCE will lead to ratepayer savings. So it could be that over time, for example, if you have a third-party supplier, sometimes in the winter it's slightly less than the SOS, in the summer it's slightly more, but over time it's equal or below. So it allows for that kind of flexibility, but overall the plan has to demonstrate rate savings to customers.
In my opinion on the bill right now, and I'll be done with it, Mr. Chairman, after this bill makes absolutely no sense unless it's the best of class to be the cheapest, best product can be put out, because what we're doing for you here is allowing you to have a captive audience for all intents and purposes. There's ways out of it, but it needs to be the best of class and best of price, because that's the only way it would make sense to give you more or less a monopoly in your district. And that's where I have a problem. And I'm done right now. I appreciate everything you've said to me.
Yeah.
You'll stop me and tell me about this later. Thank you.
Well, I will. And I just would say, if you have any municipal utilities, I know that we've had some municipal utilities come in front of us. I think this is like a hybrid. So it shouldn't be as frightening to folks, especially in parts of the state that have municipal utilities, because it is this sort of hybrid where PEPCO still owns the lines, but the county is making energy decisions. In municipal utilities, the municipality owns the lines and they make the supply decisions. In this case, it's sort of a hybrid, but the idea of a government being in this kind of role is something that we already have across the state.
Again, I just think if we're going to do this in this state and set precedent, it has to be the best of class.
I'm saying we already have the precedent.
All right, guys, I'm going to end it right there. I need to go on to Brett Leiniger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brett Leiniger here on behalf of NRG, which is a Fortune 500 company delivering customer-focused solutions for managing electricity while enhancing energy choice, testifying in opposition to the bill. What I want to focus my comments on is that the bill involves a major policy decision under the guise of a pilot. We're talking about a very significant geographic territory in a county covering with more than 1 million residents in their population. The scope of this kind of decision is much more than what would normally be characterized as a pilot. It's replacing customer choice with government choice, and really echoing a lot of the statements that were made in the line of questioning before me. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Bill Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Retail Energy Supply Association. We are in opposition to the bill. I want to make a couple points on this legislation, and I know the delegate, the sponsor, has worked very hard on this. And she's worked with us and she's put some protections in for the marketplace, but this bill still has a couple of big deficiencies, one being the opt-out provision. And the second provision, which I don't think anybody's focused in on, is the ability of the community choice aggregation group to own generation. And that should concern all of you because it might be a Montgomery County program, but if they get into a position where they are purchasing generation and that generation cost is above market cost, you could have stranded costs in Montgomery County. You could have folks fleeing the CCE back into the utilities. And then that would call for a political response, most likely from the county, to find some way to pay for that stranded cost. And so what I would say respectfully to the committee is to take a hard look at the ownership of generation, the ownership of battery storage. It does have impact on every jurisdiction in the state for the reasons I just mentioned. Finally, I'd like to talk about the cost impact. It's my understanding, and I certainly understand the sponsor's intent, to get as much renewable as she can into the county, and that's very laudable. But at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that this is going to be a savings versus SOS. And so I would assume there'd be some concern about the residential ratepayers if there's no guarantee of savings. It's something you should seriously consider. And finally, I'd like to say with respect to the opt-out provision, it's really antithetical to our current market structure. These folks are going to be receiving a notice in the mail. If they don't respond, they're going to get switched. And I can tell you without any doubt, by looking at the data, approximately 80% of the folks are going to miss the notice. They're going to get switched from the existing SOS. And their price may or may not be lower than SOS. So with that, I will close out my testimony. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
John Fiastro.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Fiastro on behalf of NRG. To dovetail on a few comments made by Mr. Kress, Mr. Leininger, this pilot program does replace one monopoly with another. We appreciate conversation mentioned earlier regarding that this actually breaks customer inertia and that this adds simply another competitor to the field. And that, you know, I would take issue with that to the extent that by just adding one competitor to the field, I think the competitor added to the field has the ability to grab the entire market share in pretty much one fell swoop. So it's not really adding one competitor to the field, it's just adding one more monolith to the field. So if this was really taking one competitor, adding one competitor, then this option that we're discussing today would be opt-in nature, and it's not. So let's talk, I just want to mention a few other points. I think Delegate Ahrens had a question about how to opt out. And so the bill offers some affirmative ways to opt out. One, you respond to a mailing. The other would be that if you're contracted already with a retail supplier. And the third is upon establishing service, you can contract with a retail supplier for service. And under the current choice framework in Maryland, the ability to choose an electric supplier at point of sign up with the utility does not exist. The concept in the business is called Instant Connect. Instant Connect does not exist in Maryland. So there is no way to actually compete with the aggregation when you're signing up at the utility. There's no contemplation of that. The market structure that is required, that infrastructure does not exist. It does not exist in Pepco or in any other utility in the state. The second piece is that a competitor should have the ability to actually be named. And this bill explicitly says that the supplier shall not be named, but rather the county aggregator. The county aggregator will be named. It says Subsection Q, bills sent to electric customers that participate in aggregation activities of a community choice aggregator shall identify the community choice aggregator as the electricity supplier. Now, I've seen in other aggregations where the supplier is actually named. Whoever is the winning bidder is actually named, but that's not mentioned here. What I would suggest is that it needs to be mentioned here. The supplier needs to be named. Otherwise, who is this competitor that we're adding to the field? No name, no standing, no understanding of who this entity is, should be named. And another thing that would make it more.
John, you're getting close to your time limit. I need you to wrap it up.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the hour is late. I do have one more point, and I will not take, it dovetails on the last point I made, and that is this, is that in order to add transparency, as I mentioned, the supplier should be named. And additionally, we have an ongoing proceeding at the Public Service Commission contemplating competitive billing, supplier consolidated billing, and the named supplier, whoever the county determines is the supplier, should be offering supplier consolidated billing. And the county itself is on record of supporting it. In the current case 9461, Montgomery County, I'm reading their comments submitted in 2017. Montgomery County supports the implementation of supplier consolidated billing for the electricity and natural gas in Maryland on behalf of residents and business owners in the county. The Department of Environmental Protection believes that streamlined, convenient utility bill will allow consumers to eliminate the burden of multiple bills and focus on the utility bill's content. Supplier consolidated billing will make it easier for customers to see the full scope and cost of their energy use, potentially driving them to use energy more efficiently. Mr. Chairman, this testimony from the county, these comments filed at the commission mean that the change that we're suggesting be required is already supported by the county.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And President Roosevelt, I appreciate you being here this evening. I know it's late. Question for you, though, and you kind of brought it up at the end. You had mentioned Montgomery County. And so we had their county executive come brief us earlier in support of the bill. We heard earlier that their delegation is 24-0 in favor of the bill. Multiple municipalities and their county council supported the bill. So why would you be in a better position than the actual Montgomery County elected officials to know what's best on behalf of their residents, is my question.
First, as a threshold matter, I need to figure out, am I President Roosevelt in this scenario?
Dude, you cannot grow a mustache like that and not think that you were President Roosevelt, bro.
Okay, well, now that we're clear.
That is not legal in Maryland, by the way.
So the question is, why is the position of NRG better than that of Montgomery County Council and the executive?
Yeah, I mean, every one of their elected officials has supported the bill. I mean, why would I deny those elected officials and my 4 colleagues who sit on this committee the ability to lobby what's on best on behalf of their residents? I don't understand why NRG would think that they're in a better position to tell me what's best for Montgomery County residents versus the Montgomery County elected officials, specifically the 4 that sit on this committee. Not trying to speak on behalf of them, but they already took a vote.
I think, Delegate, at its center of this is that this is not a pilot, triggering our client's opposition on this. The second piece is that it does replace one monopoly and with another one. So, you know, and I think at the core of it, that's the difference of opinion here.
I mean, I would think that it's different. It's replacing a monopoly with energy democracy, but that's, I mean, we can debate that at a later point.
You know, look, I understand energy democracy, but energy democracy is what we have today. We have a marketplace where people can go out and decide for themselves. You know, this is a different kind of energy democracy in which elected officials will ultimately make a decision. And frankly, the decision will probably be made by a bureaucrat and then finally approved by elected officials. So,
I mean, I don't want to go into debating the bill, but right now it's being made for them anyway by BGE or Pepco or whoever. So, all right, thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, final question of the day, final word of the day, Delegate Charkoudian, and then that's a wrap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would clarify that democracy is about elected officials making decisions on behalf of their residents, but I wanted to just point out a technical point and ask you to take a look at this and see if it solves your concern. On page, not all of your concerns, but on page 9, there's a section that describes the line 8, it describes the notice that needs to go out after the county CCE is formed, and the notice required to all of the customers. The notice under the subsection shall include the identity and commission issued license numbers of any selected electrical suppliers, terms and conditions of service, new rates, information about how to apply for standard offer service, comparison of the rates, blah, blah, blah. So I wonder if that takes care of your concern. Because yeah, I think the idea would be that if NRG or Direct Energy got the contract, that's where folks would find that out. Is that the issue you're raising?
That is, but Delegate, you're saying that only on that initial notice will the supplier be named. On subsequent bills, there will be no mention of the supplier.
If the supplier changes, it would have to be noted. Yeah.
No, on the actual utility bill that the customer would be receiving, there would be no mention of the supplier.
Right. It could or it could not. There's a tariff that has to be negotiated that would address how the billing is done. But yeah. It may or may not.
It says here, bills sent to electric customers that this is on page 14.
Mr. Chair, we could talk about this later.
Yeah,
I just wanted to point out that the supplier is identified. I don't want to debate the details of the bill or keep people here longer. John, I'm happy to follow up with you on that detail though.
By all means. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, I'd like to thank everyone for a good, productive day. Got a lot of issues out there and lots of points of view. It's not always easy making the sausage, but that's how good work is done. So I want to thank everyone, our witnesses for joining us, any others who may be watching this, and certainly the members. I thank you for all of your hard work as well. You get the rest of the night off. So take care, and I will see you tomorrow.
In the spirit of that bill,